to give his evidence. He has requested the assistance of an isiXhosa interpreter today, and so we have Mr. Dunjwa here, our interpreter. I understand that he will need to take an oath prior to the commencement of the proceedings. And then Mr. Nzeku's legal representatives did introduce themselves to you on the last occasion, but I would ask that they just be permitted to place themselves on record, and I understand there's one aspect they want to raise.
Yes, okay. Let them just place themselves on record. They can do so from where they are. Just switch on the mic so I can hear you. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. My name is Mr. Y. Ali. I appear on behalf of Mr. Nzeku and JM Aviation. I'm instructed by Mr. Shaheen Bayat of Ejibay Bayat Attorneys. Chair, there was just one issue we wish to raise this morning is the affidavit. Mr. Jules Ayres of JM Aviation has filed an affidavit dealing with the issue of the ground power units or the GPUs. So the request we wanted to make was that that affidavit be read into the record today. And I'll explain why we want that to be done.
Sorry, Chair, could I just interrupt? I do apologize, Mr. Ali. I've just been informed that we're not picking up your voice. I think it might be because you're quite far from the microphone. And given that Mr. Ali is going to be addressing you on an aspect, I thought it important just to make sure that we are picking up his voice.
We must record. If failing which, maybe you can go to the podium, they'll sanitize so that we make sure we
That's fine, Chair. I think I perhaps should just pitch my voice in this general direction rather.
Let's get indications if that's going to help. Maybe to be on the safe side, I think just go to the podium.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
So I was saying that dealing with the affidavit of Mr. Jules Ayres, so it was our request that the request of JM Aviation that the affidavit of Mr. Jules Ayres on the GPU aspect particularly be read into the record. I'll explain the reason why we say that that is necessary. Is the issue of the GPUs has become an issue that's widely associated with JM Aviation, but in fact, if you read the affidavit of Mr. Ayres, two things come through particularly, Chair, is the one that the entire hype that's created around the issue of the GPUs is actually a storm in a teacup. It's not really anything, and the GPUs were in fact sold at a market-related cost to SAA. Now, I had occasion to discuss the issue of the affidavit with my learned friend before the commencement of these proceedings, and her position is that it won't be necessary to read the affidavit into the proceedings because it will be dealt with during the course of the day. We don't have an issue with that. If that is the position of the Commission and the evidence leaders, that's fine by us. But so we'd hold over the request for so long as the salient facts that appear in the affidavit come through. If that's not the case, at the end of the day or at the end of Mr. Nzeku's evidence, we'll then address Chair on that further. So that's the only issue we wish to raise for the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, I'm sure that its contents will be dealt with in due course. I think that Ms. Hofmeyer will indicate what her intentions are or plans are with regard to it. But there is no evidence that will not be taken into account, and to the extent that it may be necessary to make sure that it's publicly known what the deponent to that affidavit says, that's usually taken care of either when the witness comes and gives evidence or when the evidence is placed on the website of the Commission for the public to see. And of course, there could be an opportunity for somebody to indicate what the gist of that affidavit is. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate that.
Okay, all right.
Chair, if I could then request the swearing in of the interpreter, and then we can proceed.
Yes. You have the interpreter's oath with you.
I do indeed, and we've given another copy to Mr. Dunjwa, so he also has that.
Okay, all right. And then, sorry, just administer that oath, but it's not the one you normally do, okay? But ask the preliminary questions that you normally ask. But he will then read that oath. Now, that oath is in English. Now, the interpreter will have to interpret, unless Mr. Nzegu says for purpose of the oath he has no problem reading it in English and understanding it. Do we know if that is the position? Okay, maybe what we'll do is let it be interpreted, just to be on the safe side. Yeah, okay. The oath we are still doing now is for the interpreter, actually, not for Mr. Nzegu. I think I got confused. Yeah. Okay. Do that, Mr. Registrar, for the interpreter. I think maybe just remove your mask so that you can be recorded properly.
Please state your full names for the record.
Zwelinzima, Job Dunjo.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Please read the oath as in front of you.
Well, you haven't asked him if he considers it binding on his conscience.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Then please read the oath before you.
I, the undersigned, hereby state under oath, I am proficient in English and isiXhosa, and am able to interpret, translate from English to isiXhosa and vice versa. 2, I called on to translate or interpret from isiXhosa to English and from English to isiXhosa in any proceedings of this commission. I undertake to do so honestly and to the best of my knowledge and ability. So help me God.
Please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Interpreter, I did look at documents that were supplied to the evidence leader relating to your experience with regard to interpreting. How long have you been interpreting from English to isiXhosa and isiXhosa to isiXhosa to English?
It's for 21 years.
Sorry?
21 years.
21?
21 years, yes.
21 years in the courts.
In the courts, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you. And then I guess we have to do the oath for Mr. Nzegu.
Indeed, Chair.
Yeah. Okay. And Mr. Interpreter, you will interpret.
Yes. Please state your full name for the record.
Ichwamagama kophelele.
Wisga Ronzeko.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
Singafungisa.
No.
No objection.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Xa nje njalo yaqonda into yokuba ufanele uba uthethe inyani yodwa.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence will give it with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Uyafunga into yoba umngqina ozokuthetha apha kuzoba inyani yodwa inyani yonke xa unjalo misese sincede. Sonny.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just before we get to commence with Mr. Nzeku's evidence, I thought it might be useful just to orientate ourselves as to where we are in the aviation in evidence, because it's been interspersed with much else before the Commission. Mr. Nzeku is a director and shareholder of the entity JM Aviation. And you will recall, Chair, that in the February session of evidence that the aviation workstream presented, JM Aviation was a company that had had various dealings with SAA and SAA Technical. And it is those matters which we wish to probe today. When Mr. Nzeku was scheduled to give evidence on the last occasion in February, we had not yet received an affidavit or statement from him. We did, however, because he was in a sense squeezed out of the time in the schedule, we did, subsequent to that February evidence, receive a document entitled Affidavit, albeit not signed or deposed to. Now, that was, of course, explained on the basis of the limitations presented by the COVID situation at the time. We take no issue with that, but I'll certainly commence Mr. Nzeku's evidence by asking him to confirm its contents. My learned friend has also indicated that we did also receive an affidavit from Mr. Jules Ayres. And he's indicated already today, Chair, that that affidavit deals with, amongst other things, the GPUs, the ground power units. Chair, I indicated to Mr. Ali, as he indicated to you, Chair, that there was no need to read that whole affidavit into the record. It's been taken into account. I'll direct you to it in the bundle that we'll enter as an exhibit into the evidence today. There will be occasions where I will make reference to it, but Mr. Nzeku is here today to give evidence. It is his personal knowledge that I am probing. And what he's quite clear about in his affidavit, and he'll correct me later if I'm wrong in this characterization, is that he has fairly limited involvement in the operations of JM Aviation. So I need to probe with him the things about which he does have personal knowledge. Mr. Ayres' version is there. It's before the Commission. It will be entered into today. I will refer to it once or twice, I think, but more than that I do not intend to do. But certainly Mr. Ayres' version on the GPUs will have been placed before the Commission and will be entered into the record today. Chair, if I can then suggest administratively in relation to the exhibit. The exhibit is Exhibit DD26, you'll see.
A lot of things have been happening.
So I'm approaching with caution at this point, Chair.
There have been, things have been evolving.
Yes.
What we have since been doing of late is just to refer to the file as a bundle.
Yes.
We give it a bundle name, bundle number, and then say inside the file, each affidavit will be an exhibit and will have its own exhibit number or name.
Perfect.
Together with its annexures. So, but any document that is not attached to an affidavit will need to have an exhibit number of its own. So we have been evolving.
Chair, we can facilitate that today, and I'm greatly indebted to the team at the Commission who have assisted me in facilitating that. What we've done is on the first page of the index, if you open it in the larger file in front of you, Chair, that's the smaller one, you'll see, I think that they are more wise on these matters than I, and so they've assisted me in facilitating that. What you'll see is that the index actually gives a number in the left-hand column, running from number 1 to number 30.
Yes.
Those are all the documents in the two files before you to which reference will be made today.
Yes.
And so we've usefully been aided by what I will then use as the exhibit number on the left-hand side.
Yes.
When I refer to them, I'll go back to the index and I'll indicate that as exhibit, for example, 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So I propose doing that. The only important point for me, though, is the pagination, because I've worked with the pagination for my referencing.
Yes.
So, Mr. Nzeku, if I could just explain to you what we're envisaging, and then, Chair, with your leave, ask you to enter.
So basically what you're proposing is that the various items on the index would be allocated the exhibit numbers that coincide with the numbers on the left.
Correct,
So
Chair.
there'll be exhibit 1, exhibit 2, up to whatever.
Indeed.
Yeah. So,
Indeed.
And would the file be labeled as a bundle GD26?
Yes, I would suggest that
Yes,
because it
yes.
follows the sequencing.
Yes, yes.
So if we can do that, we'll simply call the file bundle DD26.
Okay.
And then as I go to a particular document within those files, they do span 2 files, Chair.
Yes,
But
yes.
because we're using individual numbers for the document, that shouldn't be a problem for us.
Yes.
I'll indicate which number document we are engaged with.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So, Mr. Nzeku, just to orientate you, there are 2 files in front of you. Those are the files that we have indicated for the record are comprise bundle DD26. There's a first thicker file and a second thinner file, but I will guide you to look in the top.
You might have to give him
Apologies.
a chance to interpret and be slower.
No, Chair, it's okay. Let's go ahead because I can
Oh,
see.
so far it's fine.
If I've got a problem, I'll say, please.
Okay,
I think
all
that's-
right,
Chair,
okay.
as I understand the request for the interpreter, it was really at a point, Mr. Nzeku, please correct me if I'm wrong.
When he gives
If there's an
evidence.
aspect that you require assistance with, you'll ask. Is that correct?
Okay, okay. Does that apply to the evidence as well?
Let's confirm, Mr. Nzeku, in the evidence, are you comfortable responding to me unless you require the assistance of the interpreter?
Let's say exactly if I've got a problem, I'll ask him to help.
But you will be happy to start giving evidence in English whenever you have a problem, then you
I'll ask.
request an interpreter?
Yes, Chair. Thank
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Nzeku. As I was saying, I will then direct you to page numbers on the documents, which you'll find in the top right-hand corner. Are you comfortable with that? And Mr. Nzeku, just for the record, if you nod, your answer doesn't get reflected on the record, so please make sure to give a verbal answer to the questions. Okay. And maybe just a bit closer to the microphone, if you would.
When you speak, try and not be too far from it.
Okay, okay.
And when you start giving evidence, most of the time look at me so I can understand you hear you properly. Yes, but for now, Ms. Hofmeyer is explaining some procedural things.
Thank you, Chair. The last one is just that, so the pagination number, top right-hand corner, will direct you to the document. Then I will have it entered as an exhibit, and then I'll ask my questions in relation to it. Are you comfortable with that? And again, if you could say yes loudly.
You'll have to remember this. When you have to give an answer, whether it's a yes or a no, nodding is not good enough. You have got to say yes so that that is captured and is recorded. Okay, all right. And your voice, do raise your voice as well.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nzeku. Chair, with your leave, if I may then commence the evidence.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Nzeku, I'd like to take you to the first document you'll find in the big file in front of you, and you'll find it after the index, and it bears a page number 000.1. If you could get that in front of you, please.
The number is the number 2 or what? Number 3?
It's number 1.
Number 1, okay.
Do you have that document?
Number 1, yes, I do.
And what is that document?
Sorry?
What is the document?
Well, it's affidavit.
I understand it to be your affidavit that you provided to the Commission. Is that correct?
Yes,
I'd like you to go to the last page of that document, if you would. You'll see that at page 000.14. If you page to the last page of the affidavit, you'll find that at page 14, just before tab 2.
Is it page 13 or what?
Yes, and then the next page is page 14. Do you have that?
Yes, of course, yes.
That bears your name but not your signature. Is that correct, Mr. Nzeku?
Yes.
Have you considered the contents of this document?
Well, I don't have a signature here.
Yes.
I have my signature. I don't have it.
Correct. Have you read this affidavit?
I did not. I didn't know.
So you didn't read this document
No.
before it was provided to the
No.
Commission?
No. The first time.
Mr. Nzeku, this is a document, a 14-page
No, but,
document.
Sorry, Council. You're asking me a question. Did I read it? I said, no, I did not. It's the first time now. I'm looking at it now.
No, I understand that.
Yes.
Thank you. Now I'd like to follow up.
Yes.
After February and the evidence of the Commission,
Yes.
your attorneys
Yes.
provided the Commission with this 14-page document. And they said this 14-page document is your affidavit. It sets out your account of the story and the events relevant for the Commission. And they explained that it couldn't be signed at the time and deposed to because of lockdown realities in the country. So that is why I asked whether you've read this document before today. Have you read the document before today?
No, I did not, Councillor.
Do you know whether, do you mean you have never seen this document before?
This one, Chair, is the first time. I'm looking at it now.
Is that so? Is there an unsigned affidavit that, to your knowledge, your attorneys prepared for you and supplied to the Commission, or is that something you don't know?
Well, maybe my advisors, they can respond on that. This
No,
is the first time.
We want to know what you know. Do you know whether your attorneys did prepare
Yes.
an unsigned
Yes, Chair.
affidavit?
Yes, they did.
You know that?
Yes,
yeah.
they did, yes.
Is the position, do you know whether they supplied an unsigned affidavit to the Commission that they said would be your affidavit? Is that something you know? Is that something you don't know?
Well, I can
I
say
just want
that,
to know what you know.
I can say that I don't know, Chair.
You don't know. Is there a statement that they discussed with you which they said they would supply to the
Yes,
Commission?
we did have that discussion.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you remember whether you did sign such a statement or you did not?
Yes, I did remember I did sign.
You did sign a statement.
Yes. That was that time, long time ago.
Yeah. Would that have been early this year?
Earlier this year, yes, Chair.
Early this year.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Is it possible that this unsigned affidavit is a document that, if you were to go through, you would remember as the document that was prepared on your behalf by your attorneys?
Yes, I think so, Chair.
You may be able,
Maybe, yes.
but you haven't read it.
No, I did not.
You haven't read it of late.
No, I didn't read it late, yes, Chair.
It's possible that when you read it, you might remember that it's your affidavit.
Well, I think, sir, this, they did actually, we did have time and to read, and then they asked me to sign, which is I did sign.
Yes.
Yes, so I think let's just go ahead,
Yes.
Chair. Let's,
Yes.
yes.
Okay. Ms. Hofmeyer?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nzeku, can I ask you to go to page 1 of the affidavit in front of you? And you'll find that it's 000.1, the one that bears your name. Do you see that?
Page 1, yes?
Yes. Could I ask you to take a moment and read this page and read the next page and the third page and just help us with whether this is a document you worked on with your attorneys and which reflects your version of events. Ms. Nzeku, have you had an opportunity to look at the document? Does the document set out your account of the matters that the Commission is interested in?
It does, yes.
It does. Are the statements in it true and correct?
I'm sorry.
Apologies.
Just indicate, are you now able to say whether this document reflects your version of the matters that you are
Yes,
going
it
to
does,
describe
Chair.
out? You remember it?
Remember it, yes.
Oh, okay, all right.
That's a great relief, Mr. Nzeku, because all the preparation for today has been based on this document, which your attorney sent through to the Commission on the 27th of March of this year, indicating to us it was your version, albeit not signed and deposed to yet, and they said you'd confirm it under oath today. So I'm relieved that we've done
So,
that.
Council, this page 1, this version, did you guys send it to
Just raise your voice, Mr. Nzeku.
Did you send it to my attorneys? Do they know about it, this one?
It's the version that they gave to us.
Okay, no, it's fine, thank you.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Okay,
And now you've looked at it, and it's quite important, Mr. Nzeku, that you be comfortable with what is stated
Thank
here.
you. Thank you.
That what is stated here is true and correct. Is that the case? Please say yes.
Yes.
If you're nodding, thank you. And is there any correction that you want to make to anything in this 14-page document?
Well, Councillor, can we just go ahead? And if I'm not comfortable, I'll explain to you that I'm not comfortable, or maybe I don't remember.
No, that's fine. The reason why council is saying that is that she doesn't want to be unfair to you.
Yes,
She
I understand,
wants to
Chair.
make sure that you are comfortable
Comfortable, Chair.
before we proceed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you,
I'm just concerned about if he didn't have a look at it since whatever time, whether he doesn't need time to really look at it before we proceed. I don't know what you...
Chair, I'm of a similar approach,
Yes,
Chair, because
yes,
it
yes.
really is quite important.
Yes.
As I indicated, this came through in March.
Yes.
It's been the basis for
Yeah.
investigations, the preparation for today. I
Yes.
wouldn't want to proceed with Mr.
Yes.
Nzeku this morning
Yes.
unless he'd had an opportunity to go through it again and pick out
Yes.
any aspect that he says is inaccurate or not adequate in
Yes.
expressing his view,
Yeah.
and maybe we take a 15-minute
Yeah, I
adjournment to facilitate
I
that.
think we should. So, Mr. Nzego, I'm just concerned, we don't want to be unfair to you because you said you haven't read it, I think, recently. So I'm thinking that I should give you a chance, maybe 15 minutes, just to go through it again before
Well,
you are asked questions.
Sorry, Chair. Everything is in this document.
You are comfortable?
These are the things actually I've been on that route.
Yes.
I don't have to look at it.
Oh,
If
okay.
the councillor asks me a question,
Yes.
I can tell exactly what was happening.
Oh, excellent.
So I'm
Okay.
comfortable.
No,
Provided
that's
the
fine.
councillor also should be comfortable.
Yes, yes.
If now Chair says to me, no, I want to give you 15 minutes that you must go and sit
Yes.
with your lawyers and
Yeah.
then they must advise you.
Yeah.
Chair, I've been on that route.
Yes.
It's me.
You are fine.
It's my story.
Okay, no.
I
I'm
don't have a
happy.
problem. I just want us to go ahead. I don't know.
Yes, no, that's fine. No,
Thank
I'm
you.
happy. I just didn't want a situation where you because you might not have had a look recently.
Yes.
You have a
I
problem.
did not look. I didn't have time
But
to
you
look.
know the story.
And then I know my story.
Yes.
Please don't be offended, Councillor, if I don't look in this
Yeah.
document, the file document.
Yeah.
I think what is happening, it's my life. I know exactly what was happening.
Yeah.
If you're saying to me, please look at number 2, 3, you can do that. You can ask me.
Yes.
I'll tell you my story.
Yes, no, that's fine, that's fine.
Yes.
And if there's any question you don't understand, just ask council to repeat it.
Yes.
And, yeah, okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, just one final comment so that I'm assured that Mr. Nzeku and I are on the same page. Mr. Nzeku, you have just confirmed the contents of this document as being true and correct under oath.
Yes.
Right, that's quite an important thing because false statements knowingly given under oath constitute a crime. It's the crime of perjury. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware, but you are telling me now.
Indeed.
Yes.
And that's why I'm just wanting to explain to you why I place significance on your confirmation that this document is a true and correct reflection of your version. So let me give you an example. Chair, I'm just doing this so that we can be absolutely
Yes.
sure we're on the same page.
Yes.
If you go to page 3 of the document in front of you, Mr. Nzeku, you say there at paragraph 7, insofar as the purchase and sale of GPUs went, I have no personal knowledge of the actual transaction. Now, you see, that's a statement given under oath now because you've confirmed it under oath. You say you have no personal knowledge of the actual transaction. I want to explain to you that's then your evidence before this commission. And if you felt uncomfortable with the way in which that was framed, you should draw that to our
I'm
attention now.
comfortable, Councillor.
You're comfortable?
Yes.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you.
Then I'm happy to proceed.
Yes,
Yes.
let's proceed.
So, Chair, if I can then request that the document we've been dealing with, which is reflected in the index at the beginning of this file DD26 as the affidavit of Mr. Vuyisile Aaron Nzeku unsigned, be entered as Exhibit 1, and we will work with it on that basis.
The unsigned affidavit of Mr. Vuyisile Nzeku appearing at page 1 of bundle DD26 is admitted and will be marked as Exhibit 1.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nzeku, just to get a little bit of background about you, if we may commence with that, could you tell the chairperson what qualifications you hold?
None, Chair, no qualification.
Thank you.
And what is your experience in the aviation industry?
Well, Chair, 1989, I started Swissport. I'm a founder of Swissport.
1989, you said?
1989, it used to be Jan Smuts Airport.
Yes, yes.
That time, we must speak Afrikaans at the airport.
Yes.
That time, there was a company called Swift, ground handling. Swift belonged to Lufthansa. Now, they were there, and then they were on their way to go. In that airport, there were a lot of ground handlings. They were there. Myself and my team, we decided to bring these guys together. That time, there was no black empowerment. We decided that at least let's work together with these guys. They've got experience. My first partner, it was Piet Paus and Mike van der Walt, and then a lot of guys, Afrikaner guys, that were working together there. We built this company called Zweli Banzi. After Zweli Banzi, we decided that, okay, we didn't have an experience of aviation, especially me. I'm talking about me as a businessman. If you don't have experience, you have to get people who knows about laws, people who knows about the business. So what we did now, we decided to sit down and then get people together. The issue was a license. That time, there was no African at the AXA. First gentleman was Dick Eckerman and Barnett. I went to see them. I went to talk to them. And I said to them, is it possible that we can get an opportunity for us to work here? Because that time, airport was very, very dear Makan with my team. And he says, do you guys have an experience? We said, yes. There was a company called Swift. They had already two clients. And then they also have some small GPUs they had there at the airport. But they wanted to pull out only if maybe we can pay them 2 million rand for their money. Chair, I had run about 50,000 rand at Trust Bank. That money, Trust Bank, how did I earn it? It's because I was selling dagga. I didn't take money from nobody. Now that reference, 50,000 rand, it makes them that at least they must give an opportunity that they can give us a loan of 2 million rand to release those people. Now, we've got the company called Swift Ground Handling with these people. What we'll have to do now, we'll have to get guys from overseas. First guys we got, it was Ogden. The second, it was Service Air. The third, it was Swissport. Now, all these guys, they're coming in. I'm not going to mention people's name. I had partners by that time, I was not alone. When these people came, they told us that, listen, we are prepared to come on board, provided that we can get 51%. My partner said, no, we'll have to go 70-30. I didn't understand exactly what is 70-30 and what, 51% and what. We agreed that they'll be bringing a funding, they'll be bringing expertise, and then the company start. Swissport was born at that time, 1989, with only 2 airlines, with 20 people. Swissport, it went all the way. No problem, no corruption, no person was crying that he did this and this and this. People, they were working during difficult times because we wanted to work. It used to be Jan Smuts. They changed Jan Smuts Airport to Tambo. I've been there. Now what happened, Chair? The Swissport guys now, they decided that now they don't have enough funding. They need actually to get money. Brian Jyoti came on board. He says, listen, I'll buy 51% of the company, 49%, provided. And then I'm coming on board. I decided now, instead of working Brian Jyoti, let's go and talk to other people, and then they can give us funding. No corruption. Everybody was working. Chair, this company started with only 2 people, with only 2 airlines, with 20 people. If it was not COVID, Swissport employed 4,500 people. We did exactly 200 flights a day. 10 of June, 11 of July 2010, Swissport did exactly 1,000 flights a day. No corruption. No one says, pay me, do this and this and this and this. There was no such thing. So I've been in that company for a long time. I've been in that airport for a long time. That's why I said, there's nothing here I can look, because if the councillor is asking me questions, I can respond. I thank you.
Well, I just want to say that I think Mr. Nzegu is very fluent in English.
I try. If I've got a problem, I'll ask.
Yeah, okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nzeku. Could I ask you to turn up in your file, which we've indicated is bundle DD26, tab 9. Would you go to tab 9 in the file and then find page 14 under that tab?
Please, councillor, ask me. I'm not going to do anything, please, because I don't understand. If you can counsel, I think I can respond.
Okay, Mr. Nzegu, I was about to say, he did indicate earlier on, as I understood him, that you can ask him anything.
Yeah.
No,
He will
indeed.
be able to answer. Of course,
yes.
there may be
Chair?
situations where you need him to have a look.
Yes, like now, I need him to confirm if it is his signature on a particular page.
Yes,
So I'd
yes.
like him to go to the document bearing his signature. If you'll turn up tab 9 and go to page 14.
Is it, what is it, 9?
9.
Okay.
Thank you. And go to page 14 of tab 9.
Page 14, eh?
Yes, 1-4.
Why are you not using the red page numbers, Ms. Hofmeyer?
I am using the top, sorry, Chair, yours might be different to mine. It's DD26-VAN-014. Do you have that, Chair?
Is what is?
Under tab 9.
No, yeah, yours is different. Under tab 9, you have the first page after tab 9 is 30. DD26 VAN.
No, then your tab's been put in the wrong place.
You are looking at the big file, isn't it?
I am, Chair, that's
Yes.
a concern, but
The page number of the document at the bottom of the document is 5.
oh, I see what's happened. Okay, thank you.
Did you say DD26, page 9? How what is it?
Apologies, Chair, it is actually my error. If you could go to tab 6,
Okay.
and in tab 6 you'll find page 14, Chair. If I'm wrong, then I must give up for today. Because,
Well, tab 6, page 14, I've got, it says
Excellent.
offer to purchase.
wonderful, thank you, Chair, it was
Yes.
my error.
Mr. Nzegu understands the tabs, eh?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, page 14, yes.
Do you have that,
Offer to
Mr.
purchase.
Nzeku?
It is offer to purchase?
Offer to purchase,
Good.
correct.
Yes.
This is the offer to purchase that was concluded between yourself and Ms. Hlohlela.
Yes.
And then if you go over to page 22 in that same document,
22.
yes.
Yes. it's
Do you
my
have that?
signature.
It's your signature. Thank you, Chair. That's the purpose I wanted to take him to the document for.
Yes.
Mr. Nzeku has confirmed that's his signature.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Nzeku, you can put that to the side. I'll be clear when I need you to go to documents. What I'd next like to ask you is, when did you become a shareholder of Swissport South Africa?
I think when we started Swissport, that was 1989. It was not 1999.
Sorry, so it's 1989, was it?
89 or 99, between those two.
Or 99, so somewhere in that 10-year period,
Yes.
you became a shareholder. And what, how many
Well,
shares did you hold?
I'm sorry, Ms. Hofmeyer. It's a 10-year difference between 1989 and 1999.
Okay, let's-
Was it under
80,
democracy?
19,
That might help you. Did we have democracy when you became a shareholder, or was it still under
I think
apartheid?
no. I think, Chair, sorry, it was 99 or 98.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, Councillor.
Okay, okay.
Sorry, thank you,
all
Chair.
right, Okay.
So either 1998 or 1999?
Yes.
And how many shares did you hold at that time?
Well, when we started with my colleague, we had 49%.
And did that change over time? Did you get more or less at any stage?
Well, it was just shares with no value because the company didn't have money. When if you are a shareholder, you'll have to put money in the company. So we had shares, but it didn't mean anything.
Ms. Nzeku, my question was, did you ever change your shareholding from 49%?
Yes, they changed it.
When was that?
I don't remember.
What was it changed to?
Well, they changed it because when we've got 49 and then we couldn't put money, Chair, they decided that they'll get people who can actually come on board and bring investment. Now the question, it was changed to, I don't remember.
What council is asking is, what percentage in terms of shares did you own after the change, after you no longer had 49%?
Well, I think, Chair, it was around about 15, if I remember.
About 1.5?
15, yeah, 1.5.
Okay, all right.
Sorry, Mr. Nzeku, I missed that.
1.5?
1.5,
Yes.
thank you. And by 2015,
Yes.
what was your shareholding percentage?
I don't remember, Councillor, but it might be, it was the same, or maybe it was less. Remember, we supposed to put money, Chair. You don't put money, your shares means nothing. Now the question, what was your percentage? I don't remember, Council, on that one.
In
But you would say it's either it remained as 15% or it decreased?
I think it went less, it around about 9%.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Okay, it's helpful. Ms. Nzeku, I understand these are a few years ago. So if you need in an answer to say it's somewhere between 9 and 15, that's absolutely fine. You must give answers that you're comfortable with. I'm just trying to get a sense of, by 2015, what proportion ownership did you have of Swissport? And I understand your answer to be somewhere between 9 and 15%.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. And when did you become a director of Swissport South Africa?
When?
When, yes.
Well, I think I became a director of South Africa from the beginning.
1998, 99.
Yes,
So you were a director throughout,
all the way.
and you were a director in 2015 and in 2016.
All the way, yes, Councillor.
Thank you. And when did you cease to be a director of Swissport? When did you stop being a director of Swissport South Africa?
Well, I stopped this year.
This year.
Yes.
Which month?
I think it was around about Jan.
Okay.
Jan, if it's not Feb, something like
Jan or Feb, right.
Yes.
Just around the sort of time that you were going to be giving evidence originally at the commission.
Well, I didn't know anything about evidence,
Yes.
to be honest.
Yes. Can you just remember, did you cease to be a director before the February evidence at the commission or after? Can you recall that?
Councillor, I don't remember.
Okay. And you are also a director of JM Aviation South Africa, is that correct?
100% correct.
And when did you become a director of JM Aviation South Africa?
Well, James, South Africa, I think, if I'm not wrong, it was 2015, if it was not earlier or late. But if we stick on the JM, JM International, I've been working with Ms. S for the past 18 months before we form JM South Africa.
Yes, so let's just be clear there,
Okay.
because there are two entities,
Okay?
right?
Okay.
There's JM Aviation South Africa,
And
right?
JM International, yes.
And JM International.
Yes,
Is that correct? Two entities.
Yes, two entities.
You became a director of JM Aviation South Africa in 2015, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you ever a director of JM International?
No, I was not.
But you had dealings with them,
100% working with them.
and that's Mr. Ayres.
Mr. S, yes.
Mr. Ayres, is he a director of JM International?
He's the director? Yes,
Thank you. You're also a shareholder of JM Aviation South Africa, is that correct?
correct, yes.
In January 2016, do you remember what your shareholding was?
I don't remember. I think maybe it was around about 25 or 15. I'm not sure.
I think it was 20 at the time. I can
20,
take you to the
yes.
document later.
Yes.
Has that changed at all, your percentage shareholding in JM Aviation?
Well, I don't remember. Maybe it changed because the person who's in charge of the books, the person who's in charge is Mr. S. He's the founder. He's the guy, actually, he's the man who's in charge of the books. He knows exactly how things work.
Okay, books are one matter, Mr. Nzeko. I'm now asking about your shareholding in the company.
Councillor, the shares, it belongs to the books. So if there's no books, there's no shares. So why I'm saying this is because, Mr. S, he's the one who's in charge. Anything's got to do with the books of the day. He's the man. So I don't remember what shares did I have on that side.
But Mr. Nzego, knowing what shares you have or percentage of shares is quite important in a company,
Well, I must
isn't it?
say, Chair, I don't remember. Maybe it was 20 or 10, I don't remember.
Yes, okay.
And has it changed from what it was in January 2016?
I don't know, Councillor.
And
But if it changes, you would know, isn't it? Because nobody can change it without your permission, isn't it?
Well, they do these things, Chair.
Who is that?
The people, they do it. I must just, I don't want to take your time.
Yeah,
In my journey,
yeah,
they changed my shares.
yeah.
Meanwhile, I was still alive.
Without your knowledge.
Without my knowledge. They even
Yes.
sells my shares without my knowledge.
Yes.
So if I say these things happened, they do happen.
But of course, you have to answer according to your own knowledge. So if, as far as you know, it has not changed, that's the answer you
let's
gave.
say it's still 20, if
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, okay.
is Mr. Ayres someone you have a good relationship with, Mr. Nzeko?
Very good. He's a good man.
He was also in the business, JM Aviation, as a shareholder, wasn't he?
Yes, he's
Yes.
a founder. He's a founder of JM Aviation South Africa.
He was the founder.
Yes.
He was a 15% shareholder in January 2016, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And the other two shareholders in the company, they're your daughters, is that correct?
My daughters,
Yes.
Makosa Nasokhulu and Natasha Van Loo, those are my daughters.
And Ms. Sakulu in January 2016 held 35% of the shares, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And Ms. Van Loo held 30% of the shares, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
So this company comprising your longtime friend, correct, Mr. Ayres?
Yes.
And your two daughters, Ms. Sakulu and Ms. Van Loo, are those the three people who might have changed your shareholding without you knowing about it in the company?
No, the person actually who's in charge, I repeat again, of JM South Africa and JM International is Mr. S. Councillor, JM Aviation, you need to have somebody who's got expertise. We've got only one person who's in charge of this company is Mr. S. Now, if we go back now, he says, did they change my shares or my daughters on what? Mr. S asked me, says, listen, for us to be on the right track, we'll have to actually have women on board. Natasha Van Loo, she's my daughter, she was working for a certain company. So Kulu, she was also studying, and I asked them, I said to them, please, can you guys come on board and then be part of this company? The reason why I ask is because Swissport, Peter Cole, they asked that because on the board of Swissport, we didn't have a woman. So they wanted actually to take my daughter, Sokulu, to be part of this. And my daughter, Sokulu, says, no, but I don't understand aviation. Now, they said, please, we want you to come because we don't have women. This is exactly how now we did bring my two daughters on this thing. They know nothing about aviation. They were never involved. Myself and Jules, as we started this JM Aviation.
Thank you, Mr. Nzeku. Did you disclose to Swissport South Africa that you were a director of JM Aviation South Africa?
Well, Swissport and JM Aviation, Mr. S, they were doing business.
Ms. Nzeku, my question was not, that was not an answer to my question. My question was, did you disclose, you, Mr. Nzeku, disclose to Swissport South Africa that you were a director of JM Aviation South Africa?
Well, Councillor, if you're asking me, to whom do I have to disclose it? To the board or to the CEO? Because
Mr.
now
Nzeku?
the CEO of JM Aviation and Swissport, they've been doing deals for a long time. You know, that's a part. I don't know. I did not, because there was no need for me to tell everybody that I'm a JM. You know, I'm a director of JM, because we're doing business with the company.
Your answer is you did not.
Sorry?
Your answer is you did not.
I did not.
Thank you. In February 2015, when JM Aviation was started as a business, that's JM Aviation South Africa, who were the directors at that point when it was first started?
Yes.
Who were they?
Sorry?
Who were the directors?
When we started, I think it was myself and Jules, Mr. Els.
And is it correct that in October of 2015 you added your two daughters, Ms. Sokulu and Ms. Van Loo?
I think so.
Thank you. And let's just talk a bit about the business. How many employees does JM Aviation South Africa have?
Well, I think the person, again, Councillor, who's in charge of JM Aviation is Mr. Els. As far as I remember, I think they'd run about 5 or 6. And then JM, they decided to send these people abroad for training. I was not involved on that side.
Sorry, you're a director of JM Aviation, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know how many employees JM Aviation employs?
I said, I think there were 5 or 6.
Right.
I'm not sure.
But then you said they, as though JM Aviation was something different from you, decided to send people overseas. Is that correct?
What are you saying, Councillor, again? Can you repeat it?
He says you said a minute ago they sent employees overseas.
Yes.
Who are you talking about when you say
Mr.
they?
Mr. Els decided.
Mr. Els.
Yes, he decided that he's going to send the people abroad for training.
Okay.
And when was that?
I don't remember, Councillor.
A year ago, 4 years ago? No recollection.
Maybe it must be last year or 2 years ago, something like that.
Something like that.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes.
And who is Ms. Hendricks?
Who?
Who is Ms. Hendricks?
Ms. Hendricks is my wife.
Your wife. Was she also an employee of JM Aviation?
Yes, she was.
And in what role?
Well, Mr. Els, as I said again, he was the CEO of the company. He was the one who was employing people. And I made it clear to him that I want my family to be part of this. I want my family to learn and then to work, because they cannot sit at home without getting paid. That's the bottom line. I told him. So we agree. He's the one actually who can tell you what exactly Ms. Hendricks was doing.
Okay, let me just get clear. Was Ms. Hendricks your wife before she started at JM Aviation?
Yes.
She was?
She was, yes.
When were you married?
I don't remember.
You don't remember when you were married?
Yes.
Right. So you don't celebrate an anniversary every year?
I don't what?
You don't celebrate an anniversary every year?
Well, okay, I'm an African councillor. I don't do these things of anniversary and then I don't know. I don't do it.
Do you think you were married 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 1 year ago?
Maybe it's around about 3 years.
About 3 years,
yes.
if not 2 years.
If it's not 2 years, 3 years, yes.
But not more than 3 years?
Not more, yes.
Then she wasn't your wife when she was employed at JM Aviation, was she?
I don't remember. I don't remember. Mr. Els, I said again, anything's got to do with JM Aviation. Jules has been there for 25 years. He's been working with SAT for the 25 years. He's the man who knows exactly what was happening.
Well, Mr. Nzego, you don't mean, do you?
I don't.
You don't mean that you don't know what job your wife does at Swissport? What position?
Not at Swissport, Chair, at JM.
At JM, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Yes.
at JM. You don't mean that you don't know what position she holds, do you?
I mean it, Chair.
You don't know.
I don't know.
What job she does.
I don't know, because they would run about 5, 6 people. The
Yes.
person, they used to go to the office, Jules was there.
Yes.
Jules sits with them, and then they talk, they
Yes.
do what they do. I'm honest, Chair, I didn't know.
But did you never ask her what she does at JM?
No, I didn't. As long as she was busy and studying and working. For me, it was good enough.
Yes.
Yes. That's the truth, Chair.
And she never told you either.
I never
her
asked,
own.
Azang and Abuza, I didn't ask.
Yes.
As long because she was working and same time study, because she used to
Yes.
study, I forgot what is the place in
Yes.
Northcliffe, but she was studying and working.
Okay.
Where, in 2016, where were the officers of JM Aviation?
I think they were here in Stanton.
In Sandton.
Yeah.
Where are they now?
Well, they're still in Stanton.
Yes. Are they not at your premises?
No.
No. So the registered address for JM Aviation, it doesn't operate from your residential property?
No, it doesn't.
No.
They were right here at Weber Wansam. That's their offices.
You see, their offices. Do you frequent the offices at all, Mr. Nzeku?
No, I don't.
Don't. Have you ever?
Well, let's just go back. I'm a shareholder of Swissport. I only attend the board meetings at Swissport. Again, I'm a shareholder of JM Aviation. Jules is there as the CEO and the MD of the company. He'll see to that everything is happening. The question, yes, I did. Here in Stanton at Weber Wansam, I was in the office. I was there.
When was that?
I don't remember, but I think I went twice there.
You went twice to the offices of JM Aviation.
Yes.
Is that twice since it was started in 2015?
Well, maybe, yes, I think so.
You're not just a shareholder in JM Aviation, you're a director of JM Aviation, is that correct?
Well, Councillor, let me repeat again. I can be a director or shareholder. There's somebody who's in charge of this company who will see to that everything operate accordingly.
Where does Mr. Ayres live, Mr. Nzeku?
Sorry?
Where does Mr. Ayres live?
When?
Where?
You
Where
mean
does it stay?
he's in the US, in California? Yes.
So how is he running the day-to-day operations of JM Aviation South Africa in California?
Well, it's very simple. He had people who are working. He had people who are working for him. Let me make an example of Swissport, because I've been with Swissport for a long time. Swissport shareholders share of Swissport 51%, and they're in the US, overseas. They are not here. They've got people who are working. When we've got a board meeting, the chairman from Swissport is going to come and attend the board meeting and get reports to the MD and to the manager. Mr. Jules had people who are running the company. Those people, they used to go straight to SAT. I don't have an experience. I don't even know as SAT, by the way. But Jules, make it a point that these things operate.
A moment ago in your evidence, you said the employees would go to the offices and meet with Mr. Ayres because he was running the employees, not you. Is that correct?
Yes.
But he was in California. So how did they meet with him?
No. Sorry, Councillor. I repeat. Jules is an ex-South African. He was born and bred in South Africa. That's it. If maybe you look at his status, born and bred in South Africa, he's all the time here. Even if he's not here, the company can still operate because he's got people on the ground who are working.
Since when has he been living in California?
Well, I don't know, but he's been there for a long time.
He has, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yes. He wasn't available to come and give evidence in the commission because he's located in California, correct?
Well, I can say that last time we were not in this office. People of Baker McKenzie, they were there. People of AR, they were there. I remember you came to me, he says, Mr. Nzeku, I'm sorry. We were supposed to actually be finishing with you, but we cannot. All those people, they were there. Even Jules Ayres was also here. I don't understand why Mr. Kaplan didn't actually make a point that at least he must see to that Jules is here. Even Peter Cole himself, they were here. Now we are talking about something 2-3 years ago. These people, they left, they were here. I had a meeting with Andrew, and I explained to myself, Andrew, these people are here. Can you please explain to me, why are you talking to me alone? Why you don't go to those people? There he's sitting there, he couldn't say a word. Now I'm sitting here now, Chair. I'm talking for these people. Peter Cole was in South Africa. Jules was in South Africa. But this gentleman, Andrew, decided that he must interview me, must talk to me. And he told me that he wants to see me. I didn't have a problem. I met him at Rosebank Hotel. I wanted to know exactly what is your position, what exactly are you doing? He's sitting there asking that question. He told me that's investigator. And I said, can I tell you something? You don't understand. He says, I'm an aviation specialist. I said, you're not. If you were, there are people like Dudumian, which is today, everybody's making a fool about them. These people, they found SAA dead. There's a gentleman called Andrew Coleman. He took a lot of money of SAA. Nobody's saying anything about it. And I asked him, I said, do you know about it? Why all the time it seems that it's Africans who are doing something wrong? Now you're busy talking to him, busy asking, go ask Peter Cole. Go and ask, what is his name now, Jules. He didn't do it. Now, Councillor is asking me now that it suits them better now they are not here. It's the truth. I talked to him, I spoke to him. Well, I can say, Councillor, now, I can say, Chair, everything the Councillor has got is getting from Mr. Kaplan. I walk this road. That's why I don't have to look at this document. She can ask me anything. This is the road I walk. Now, if maybe I've done something wrong, Chair, somebody stole today, please, by the law, that person must be arrested. I'm sitting here, I'm very, very comfortable. These partners of mine, Chair, they did add value. There's no way that they can work for free. There's no way that, but let me just give the Councillor a chance.
Well, I just want to say to you that people do talk about Coleman Andrews from time to time, certainly in phone-in programs when they talk about the state of affairs at SAA. So,
Chair, when SAA...
And I know that...
Chair, let me tell you, when Swiss Air bought a stake of 20% of SAA, I was there.
Yes.
I helped Philip Brokose.
Yes.
Sergeant Makozam was there. I've been in that airport for a long time. I was never accused of 1 cent or 2 cents because I work for my money. So I don't know exactly where are we going now with this question.
No, that's fine. Ms. Hofmeyer, continue.
Thank you.
Ms. Nzegu, you will just answer the questions.
Yes.
If you don't understand them,
Thank you,
ask them to be repeated.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, Ms. Hofmeyer.
Chair, forgive me, before
Sorry.
we continue. Just a preliminary aspect. We've been handed 2 bundles of documents this morning.
Yes.
We didn't really receive advance notice of them, nor have we had an opportunity for Mr. Nzeku to consider them also. So in that regard, perhaps could we ask for an adjournment of about half an hour just to go through those documents and consider them? There's several things which we say, even the summons informing Mr. Nzeku of his appearance today and the issues that would be traversed don't in fact indicate the nature of these documents we've received today. So we would like that opportunity to just consider those documents, please. And sorry, I raised it at this point because I thought it was perhaps a convenient juncture in the manner in which the evidence was going.
Well, one would have thought that you would have raised that earlier before the questioning started.
Yes.
Yes.
Now
Chair,
we are in the middle of the questioning.
Fair enough, Chair. These documents, these bundles were given to us after the proceedings commenced this morning. We didn't get it in advance of it starting this morning.
Ms. Hofmeyer?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, I'd requested that there be a copy for the legal representatives of Mr. Nzeku this morning. The first lot came up. I understand there was a delay on their copy, and so that I immediately asked to be brought over. Chair, the documents are the documents comprising Mr. Nzeku's affidavit, Mr. Ayers' affidavit, and a series of other documents that we've compiled in the course of the investigations. And as I've done previously, I propose to take Mr. Nzeku to pertinent documents in the course of his evidence. If he does not recall one, as we've done previously, he can take time and consider it. I've got absolutely no difficulty with that. There was no request from the legal representatives of Mr. Nzeku to be provided with anything prior to today. They attended all of the hearings in February, were given files when that evidence was being led, as has been the approach today. I do apologize that it wasn't available as we commenced this morning. That was simply an error. 4 copies were brought over, but when the interpreter required a copy, we had to provide him with a copy, and so I requested the 5th copy to come and be given to the legal representatives. Chair, I don't have an objection.
How many documents are we talking about?
It's the 2 files, Chair, that are before you.
Files.
Indeed. I don't have a difficulty with a 30-minute adjournment, if they would like to take that. I don't regard it as necessary. Most of these documents are documents that Mr. Nzeku saw in his previous bundle, which was provided to him on the last occasion when he was going to be testifying. There have been some additional documents added, which appear in the 2nd file, and if they'd like to take 30 minutes, I have no difficulty with that.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, I understand that my council other side, they also want to. It's the first time actually I also see these bundles, but I'm prepared to answer any question.
Yes.
Because we can't keep on postponing it.
Yes.
And then tomorrow they say I'm not available.
Yes.
And then tomorrow I find myself, I'm in the news that I did this and this and this.
Yes.
I remember very well after I spoke to Andrew Kappelman in Rosebank. 2 minutes later, when I look, I was already on the news that I did this and this and this. I want us to finish this.
Yes.
If there's something wrong about it, let's say exactly where do we go about it. If maybe I'm guilty, let me be found guilty. That's it. Because I don't want this thing, Chair. This thing has been going on for a long time.
Finalized.
Let's finalize it.
Okay, I think maybe, as Ms. Hofmeyer says, let's go through if there are certain documents where Mr. Nzeku is uncomfortable, wants to have more time, we'll give him that opportunity. So that he can look at them. You understand that? So in other words, as and when we come across a document on which he has got some difficulty and needs time, we will then deal with that at that time.
Chair, I understand and I appreciate Mr. Nzeku's enthusiasm also, but we are here as legal representatives, and in our assessment, we must make an assessment of what is in his interests. And he will be given the opportunity throughout the course of today, or as long as is necessary, to answer whatever questions he has to. But in the interim, we would ask for, and we indebted to my learned friend for agreeing to the 30-minute stand-down. We would still make that request, and Mr. Nzeku can thereafter continue answering the questions, whichever questions he has.
Well, are you going to, before tea break, are you going to reach any of the documents that they might not have seen?
No, I won't.
Yes. Because then maybe when we take the tea adjournment, then we can make it 30 minutes. Yeah.
Indeed.
Okay.
Chair, and I'll try and stop myself if there is one and come back to it, just so that we can use the time profitably. And Mr. Nzeku, I'm indebted to you to wanting to proceed swiftly with the matters.
Yes. Okay, what we'll do, Ms. Hofmeyer says before tea break, she won't reach any of the documents that you are unaware of. So what I have in mind is that when we take the tea adjournment, instead of taking 15 minutes, we can take 30 minutes. And then you'll get that chance.
Chair, thank you. That would be in order.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So, Mr. Nzeku, if I may just summarize where we are. As I understand it, you are not involved in the operations of JM Aviation South Africa at all. Is that correct?
James Aviation South Africa, and also Swissport as well.
So the answer is
Both of
yes,
them,
is
yes,
it?
I'm not.
Thank you. Mr. Nzeka, it's just helpful. If you give yes or no answers first, then the record reflects it, and then feel free to add any explanation
Yes.
or description you want to. Do you earn a salary from JM Aviation South Africa?
Yes, I do.
You do?
Yes.
A monthly salary?
It was a monthly, yes.
So if you have nothing to do with its operations, why do you draw a salary?
Well, this is exactly, that's exactly what I joined JM because I wanted to earn salary. This is exactly, we started the company. Councillor, I cannot work for nothing.
Yes, but I understood you to say you
Yes.
have nothing to do with its operations.
No, I'm a shareholder, I'm a director of the company, same as at Swissport. Same question you can ask me, do you earn a salary at Swissport? Yes. How much money do you earn? I can tell you. How much money did I earn at JM Aviation? I can still tell you. Yes, I did.
But do you know whether whatever you earn per month is a salary as we all understand it, or is there some arrangement in terms of which you get every month a portion of your annual dividend?
Chair, thank you very much. You know, it was an arrangement. At the time where JM Aviation, Jules, Mr. S, was telling me that SAT, they didn't even get paid for the past 6 months, for 7 months. And then the money he's got on the kitty is the money for other business, which is how much money I was getting, around about 35,000 rand. How much money I was getting at Swissport? It was 35,000 rand. Sometimes I can stay around about 3-4 months without getting money. Sometimes, and then JM Aviation, being, actually, AAR is being paid by SAT. And then AAR, they also sit on top of the money they don't want to pay. As I'm talking to you now, we are on the arbitration where AAR didn't even pay JM Aviation for the past around about 11 months. So it's been going like this, Chair. So on the issue of payment, it's yes and no.
Okay.
So you earn a salary of about 35,000 Rand a month
Yes.
from JM Aviation South Africa, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you receive other payments from JM Aviation South Africa?
Well, Councillor, I'm talking to you now, we are on the arbitration. We did not get, JM Aviation did not get paid by AR. AR, whenever we request money from them, they say they didn't get money from SAT. So now, I don't know now, sometimes yes, sometimes no. So for me, it was not an issue. That's why I decided, let me just do my own business on the side, where I know that if I've got 5 rand, I've got 5 rand, 10 rand, I've got 10 rand, because this money come today, this money doesn't come today.
Do you get paid other amounts over and above your 35,000 Rand salary a month from JM Aviation South Africa?
Do I what?
Do you get paid other amounts than your 35,000 Rand salary from JM Aviation South Africa?
As I said, 6 months, 9 months, AR doesn't pay. I'm talking to you now, we are in the arbitration. They did not pay JM Aviation for 11 months. So sometimes you find yourself, there's no money.
No, Mr. Nzeku, that is not an answer to my question. Please answer just the question. Do you receive
Sometimes
payment?
yes, sometimes no.
Sometimes yes, sometimes not.
Yes.
Let's focus on the sometimes.
Yes.
What other payments have you received from JM Aviation over and above your salary of 35,000 a month?
Right. Jules S., he bought actually the equipment from Swissport. And then those are the dollies, and then the steps. He sold it to Mozambique. He sold it to one of these African states. Whenever we make some money, and he tells myself, listen, we did 1, 2, 3, but we need to have some money. So out of that money, sometimes Jules gave me the money around about 50 up to 100,000.
Between 50 and 100,000.
Something, yeah, if the deal is good.
Right. And when was that sale to Mozambique?
I don't remember, but it's not only Mozambique. It's we do it with African states, and sometimes he does also JM. When we decided that JM Aviation and JM South Africa, they must be together, and I said, Jules, you can see that things are not good in South Africa. Please, whenever you sell other side, please try to look after us here. And he said, I don't have a problem, because he was doing it. He was making money on his side.
Did you ever receive more than 100,000 out of these transactions?
Maybe, I don't remember, yes or no, I don't remember.
You can't remember whether you received more than 100,000. Could you have received as much as $1 million?
From JM?
Yes.
No.
And did you receive any payments, Mr. Nzeku, from JM Aviation related to any of its dealings with Swissport South Africa?
Did I receive what?
Any payments from JM Aviation South Africa related to its dealings with Swissport South Africa?
No.
You indicated previously that you didn't disclose to Swissport South Africa that you were a director of JM Aviation. Did you not worry that that would create a conflict of interest for you, being a director of JM Aviation at the same time that you were a director of Swissport South Africa?
No, I was not worried.
You were not worried?
No.
So the fact that you're sitting as a director of one entity that might be concluding a contract with another entity in which you have a financial interest, you didn't worry about that?
I didn't worry, because my board members and the CEO, they didn't even worry about it.
You didn't recuse yourself from any of those meetings?
I didn't.
You did not?
I did what?
You did not. I just didn't hear your...
What, can you repeat
I said
again?
you didn't recuse yourself from any of those meetings.
Which meetings are those, Councillor?
The meetings at Swissport South Africa, when it was deciding whether to engage with JM Aviation South Africa.
Councillor, I must say it again, please, Chair. CEO of Swissport, Peter Cole, is in charge of all affairs of Swissport. Again, JM Aviation, Jules Ayres, he's in charge of all the affairs of this company. I repeat again, Jules Ayres, he's been working with SAT for the past 25 years. Why I choose him as my partner? Because he's got experience. If he's my partner and he sees that there's nothing wrong here, I go with him. That's it. That's exactly the way I decided. I decided that I'm going to work with Jules.
So you didn't recuse yourself from any of those meetings?
There was no meeting. I never actually attended any meeting between Jules and Peter.
No, I'm saying the general meetings at which Swissport South Africa decided to contract with JM Aviation South Africa. You didn't recuse yourself from those meetings? No, could you just say...
I don't remember any discussion we had there.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Nzeku, if you could just speak into the mic. Thank you so much.
I don't remember, Chair.
Yes. You don't remember attending any meetings at Swissport where a decision was taken to contract with JM Aviation South Africa?
No, I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay.
Were you aware of the GPU sale at the time it was taking place, the one involving the GPUs from SAA Technical?
Councillor, I'll say it again. Peter Cole, he's the CEO of Swissport. He's the CEO. Swissport, you've got MDs, you've got marketing. All those people are in charge on the ground. Jules Ayres, he's the CEO, and he's also got people, MDs.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nzeku.
No, I did. I was not.
The question was, were you, Mr. Nzeku, aware? You were not?
No.
You were not aware?
Okay.
Not at all.
Thank you. And were you aware?
Yeah, we'll make better progress,
Yes.
Mr. Nzeku, if you just answer the question.
Okay.
If having answered the question, you feel there is a need to explain something, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Were you aware of the dealings between Swissport South Africa and SAA in late 2015 and early 2016 about the ground handling contract?
No.
And you took no part, I think you said this in your affidavit, in the negotiations around that contract. Is that right?
No, yes, no, I was not part of it.
Is this when no means yes?
It is, yes. So if I think I had two negatives. Ms. Nzeko, is it correct that you played no role in the negotiations between Swissport and SAA?
No role at all.
No role at all. Thank you. Thank you. Now, Ms. Nzeko, I'd like to move to a part in your evidence today where I'm just going to get clarity on your extent of involvement with various people. Okay, so I'm going to go through a number of people. Again, not going to documents yet, but just to get some background because it will help the rest of today's proceedings. Ms. Nzeko, do you know Ms. Mbanjwa of L. Mbanjwa Incorporated Attorneys?
Yes, I know her. She was right here.
Yes, did you know her
remember her? She
before
was
the
here.
February
She was here.
evidence?
I remember her. Yes, I remember her.
Did you know her before the February
Yes,
evidence?
I did. She's a lawyer, yes. I did.
How do you know her?
Well, I know a lot of attorneys. She's an African. There are a lot of attorneys, I know.
She was referred to in the sale agreement that you concluded with Ms. Hlotlela. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Was she involved in drafting that agreement?
Who?
Ms. Mbanjwa.
I don't remember. I can say yes or no, but I was told that. Please go to Ms. Mbanjwa's office, and then if you want the land, go and pay. This is exactly what I did.
Who drafted that agreement, that sale agreement between you and Ms. Hlotlela? Did you put it together or did Ms. Hlotlela put it together?
No, I didn't put it together, no. I think Mrs. Hlotlela and Ms. Mbanjwa, they put it together. I'm not sure. Please, Councillor. I don't want to say yes or no.
You
I'm
don't
not
know?
Sure. Yes, I don't know.
So was it just presented to you?
Yes.
Could Ms. Mela have been involved in putting the agreement together? Remember, Ms. Mela is Ms. Hlotlela's daughter.
Well, I cannot say that because Ms. Mbanjwa, she's an attorney. she does her job. I don't think why this other lady to be involved, you know.
Right.
You know.
So, to the best of your knowledge, it would have been between Ms. Mbanjwa and Ms. Hlotlela that the agreement was put together. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Did JM Aviation ever use Ms. Mbanjwa for legal services?
No, not if I remember, no.
Have you ever used yourself Ms. Mbanjwa for legal services?
Well, I only use Mbanjwa for payment for
That sale agreement?
On that, yes.
Is that the sum total of your interactions with her?
That was it, yes.
Thank you. Now I'd like to turn to Ms. Mela, whose evidence you attended in February.
Yes.
When was the first time that you met Ms. Mela?
Well, I think it must be 2015. They actually decided to invite all the stakeholders, people at the airport. That was the time when I met her. I remember which date, but I met her there.
And you're right, she also said it was in 2015, and she said around mid-2015, maybe May or June. Does that accord with your memory?
Yes, I think so.
Thank you. And you indicated in your affidavit that those supplier development workshops were an opportunity for people interested to get into aviation to meet with SAA representatives. Is that correct?
Well, not SAA alone, because there were a lot of people there. It was not only SAA.
Right.
Yes.
Was it other possible suppliers?
Other suppliers.
Right.
Yes. For AXA, for jet fuel, you know, everybody there was. It was not SAA alone.
And you engaged with the procurement team of SAA when you were at those meetings. Is that correct?
When you say team, can you please explain?
Well, Ms. Mela was the head of procurement. Were you aware of that?
I was not aware.
You were not aware?
No.
So how was she introduced at those meetings?
How she?
How was she introduced?
Well, she told me that she's from Siskai, and then she's from Transkei. We started to speak our language, Xhosas, and then we started to laugh, and I told her exactly what I'm doing and then where I'm going with my business. And she says, it's a good thing that because the mother has got a land, and then she can introduce you to a mother, the mother is coming for the eyes. And I said, if maybe that time comes, please, you must let me know.
So what role was she then playing at those workshops?
Well, Councillor, I was there like anybody. I don't know exactly what role she was playing because I didn't actually talk to her alone. I talked to a lot of people.
Right. So you didn't know she was related to SAA Technical at all?
No, I didn't ask her.
You didn't ask?
No, I didn't ask that question.
Did you ever come to learn that she was the head of procurement at SAA Technical?
No.
Never.
You know, Councillor, maybe if I can ask Chair, why it's so important for me to know that she was head of procurement?
Ms. Nzeko, it's not important at all. I'm trying to understand how much you know and
Okay.
what the level of your interactions
Understand.
were.
Okay.
Thank you. So all you need to just clarify for me is
No, I didn't know.
how
Thanks.
well
Sorry,
you know
Councillor.
various people, what dealings you've had with them.
Yes.
That's all I'm interested in at the moment.
Thank you.
Now, you had that meeting at the workshop in mid-2015. Have you had other dealings with Ms. Mela beyond that?
Your answer was too soft.
No, Chair, no deal.
No,
Sorry,
okay.
Chair.
So there was that one meeting in mid-2015. Did you not have other meetings with her related to the purchase of her mother's property?
Well, she did actually told me that the mother is coming and then she would like to introduce me. You know, Councillor, it was not a meeting that day. It was somewhere, hello and how are you? And then this exactly is happening and then let's meet again and then we meet. For me, it was not a meeting. It was just introduction.
Right.
And then the meeting now we had when the mother came for the eyes and the mother started to explain to me. And then that was the second meeting I had, Chair.
Super. So can I just be clear? There's the one meeting at the workshop, right?
It was introductions. Hello.
That
and
was
how
an
are you?
introduction. But
Or
you
sh-
spoke to her about your business interests.
Or shall we call it an encounter?
Encounter, yes.
The one encounter you had with Ms. Mela at the workshop. That's
Okay,
what-
encounter, yes.
Encounter, okay.
And in that encounter, you discussed your business interests. Is that correct?
Yes, I did. No, when she told me that she's from Siskai,
Yes.
and I told her that I'm in Lesotho and in Swaziland, this is exactly what I'm doing. And she says, listen, we'd like to come on board. That at least you must say exactly what's happening. My mother's coming, and then let's have another round.
Okay. Can I go back a moment? You said to her you're doing things in Lesotho and Swaziland. What were those things?
Well, I think it is here. I did send you that it's, how do you call it?
Cannabinoid APIs.
What is this thing? What? It's a cannabis factory.
Growing cannabis.
Yes. It's I think where's Patchwater? Something else, yeah.
No, I'll find it for you in a
Yeah,
moment,
it's
Ms. Nzeko.
right there. I did, yeah.
You have indeed sent it through.
Yeah,
So
it's there.
when you met with her in mid-2015, did you explain to her that you were growing cannabis in Lesotho and Swaziland?
100% I did.
And you indicated to her that you had an interest in doing that in South Africa. Is that correct?
Not in South Africa, in see, where she stays, in their country. In that homeland, yes.
Right. In the Eastern Cape now.
Eastern Cape, yes.
I understand.
Mr. Nzego, you
sorry,
say that homeland.
I'm sorry.
We don't have homelands anymore.
Sorry, Chair, sorry, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Sorry, Chair, it was his hometown, you know, because she's a Mpondo, Ulimpondo Gazi. So Mpondos, they do this thing of cannabis on a very big scale.
Yeah, okay,
Yes.
yes.
And were you, you sent through that document about the cannabis growing. Did that relate to what you were interested in 2015?
Yes, yes.
Yes. And that document relates to a company called MediGrow.
Yes.
Was that the company you were dealing with at the time?
Yes.
Yes. And, right, so we went from the encounter, and you've helped me with what you discussed there. Then you said, was there then a time when you met her with Ms. Hlotlela? Is that correct?
Yes.
And whenabouts was that?
I don't remember, but during that time.
During that time, in 2015 still,
Yeah,
is that
something like
right?
that, yes.
And did you meet Ms. Hlotlela once or twice?
I remember, I think I met her once, twice. I met her here, and I also met her at her home.
At her home?
Yes.
Okay, so you met her once in Johannesburg, is that right? And what was the purpose of that meeting?
Well, she's the one who owns the land. This lady, Mela, she was introducing me to this lady, Shoshela.
Her mother.
Yes.
And at no point in all of this do you become aware that Ms. Mamela is the head of procurement at SAA Technical?
No, I did not. I'm focusing on what I'm doing at the moment. I didn't know what exactly she was doing on the other side.
Okay, so there was a once meeting with Ms. Hlotlela and Ms. Mamela in Johannesburg, correct?
If I remember correctly.
And then you said there was a second meeting with Ms. Hlotlela at her home, is that correct?
Yes, if I remember correctly. Yes.
Okay. Where is her home?
Sorry?
Where is Ms. Hlotlela's home?
In the same place where I bought the land.
Where is that?
Okay, it is there. It is right there.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Council is asking where Ms. Hlotlela's home is located.
Yes.
Whereabout in the country is it?
The small town there, the small homeland, they call it Mbizana. It's a very, very small village.
Bizana.
Yeah, Mbizana.
It is in Bizana.
Yes.
In the Eastern Cape.
They call it, where she stays, in that small place, they call it Mbizana. It's
Yes.
like a chair, you put Morningside, you put
Yeah.
Sandton, yeah. They call it that side, Mbizana.
Yes. Okay.
And can I just get the spelling right? That's M-B-I-Z-A-N-A,
Bizana,
is that
yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. So did you travel down to the Eastern Cape to meet with her?
Yes.
Okay, how did you travel?
Well, I travel by car.
Car.
Yes.
And whenabouts was this meeting?
Sorry,
When was this meeting?
I don't remember.
Okay, let's try and locate us in time, because we've got some events that will help us.
Yes.
You have the workshop with SAA in mid-2015. We think May or June 2015, okay? You signed the sale agreement in November of 2015. Okay, so was it somewhere between mid-2015 and late 2015?
Sorry, Chair, I think it was during that time. If I remember correctly, it was during that time.
Somewhere between the workshop at SAA and the date of the signing of the purchase agreement, somewhere in between.
Well, I don't know the purchase of, when you talk about purchase agreement, which purchase is this?
For the land that you bought from
I
Ms.
think it was
Hlotlela?
during that time. I don't remember it during
In
that
between?
time. Yeah, during
Okay.
that time.
Okay.
Was it before or was it after you signed the agreement, Mr. Nzeku?
Council, I don't remember. It was after or before. I don't remember. I don't recall it all.
Well, my understanding, based on your answer to my question, was that it had to be before, because unless I've misunderstood something, the workshop at SAA
No,
takes
before,
place.
no, sorry, Chair, we had a meeting at the workshop,
Yeah,
and then after that,
yes.
yeah, and then we had
A meeting in
the
Bizana.
meeting, yes.
Yes.
We had a meeting, and then after
Before
the
the
meeting.
signing.
Before the signing, yes.
Yes, okay.
Before the signing.
Okay. So, and the meeting in Bizana, would it have been about like a month after the workshop, 2 months, or are you not able to say?
Well, I don't remember, Chair, but for me,
Not too far from,
during that time, yes.
okay, all right.
Right, so we were at the point where you were, if you'll just give me a moment. We were at the point where you drove down to the Eastern Cape to meet with Ms. Hlotlela.
Yes.
And what happened in that interaction with Ms. Hlotlela? What did you discuss?
Well,
Let's start with, did you meet with her only? Was it just the two of you?
no, it was not the two of. There were also other people because he's also got a chief.
Yes.
Yeah, he called a chief, and then we started to sit down, and she introduced me.
Yes.
And then she started to explain to them, and she told me that anything they do here, they'll have to do it through the chief.
Yes.
Because what I wanted to know now, and then I wanted to know about the title deeds.
Yes.
I want to know to have the papers.
Yes.
And then the chief says, listen, this is exactly what we are doing here. And then if Sigele, we did cut this thing, you know, but Sigele inazika itapa. Sigele chief yona mntu ozoba in charge for Londo. You can explain.
Switch on your mic, Mr. Interpreter, and move your mask because we won't hear.
Chief, yimnikisiza ngumxhosa yazi le nto ndithetha ngayo.
If a chief cuts you a piece of land or cuts you a plot of land, the chief
Allocates you a plot of land.
plot of land, yeah, the chief becomes responsible for that plot of land.
And that's Chief Sika, is that right?
Chief?
Chief Sika.
Sikawa.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, that
I think so.
SIGCAU.
Chair, I asked Mr. Dunjwa's help this morning with the pronunciation, but I seem not to have perfected
But
it
is
yet.
it SIGCAU?
It is exactly.
Sitao.
Sitao.
Sitao. Yeah.
Sitao. So that was
Yes.
Chief Sitao, because he's the Nkosi in the area, is that correct?
Yeah, in course, yes.
Right, so you met with her and you met with Chief Sitao and others, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you yourself bring anybody from your side with you to the meeting, or it was just only yourself?
No. I had my uncle.
You had your uncle?
Yes, and then he's from Cape Town.
Yes.
Yeah, now at the moment he's sick, he's in hospital, in the
Yes.
Eppendangers Hospital.
Yes.
He's got kidneys.
Okay.
Now, I think, I said, let's go together, because he was helping me
Okay, all right.
on this journey. Yes.
And was Ms.
Chair,
Mamela
Sorry,
there?
sorry.
Excuse me, if I may. I think my learned friend is now moving on to terrain that covers documents that we've not seen before. So I think perhaps maybe this would be an opportune time to take the adjournment. This
Well,
does cover the area.
she hasn't referred to documents as yet.
Not quite, but an area that is covered by evidence and documents relating to the area of questioning, Chair.
Ms. Hofmeyr?
Chair, I haven't referred to a document. I'm simply
Yes.
seeking to understand from Mr. Nzeku
Yeah.
about this meeting, who was
Yeah.
there. I think Mr. Nzeku is fully capable
Yeah.
of telling us about his interactions. I suggest we proceed. I won't refer to a document until the break.
She won't. And we'll get to the tea break just now.
Chair, if I may, I think it's perhaps oversimplifying it by my learned friend to say that she's not referred to a document. It's correct that she hasn't referred to a document, but the purpose of the documents is, of course, it has the ability to impact upon the rights of Mr. Nzeku. So whilst she may not refer to a document, the documents that have been adduced directly bring to bear on the testimony that he gives now. So we would then ask, Chair, is that
Well, except that at this stage, she has been dealing with who was at the meeting and what was discussed at the meeting.
yes,
And from what I hear, Mr. Nzeku doesn't feel that he doesn't have the answers for who was at the meeting. That's very factual.
well, Chair, but for this is that I understand, and remember, Chair, we had to sit with one ear, listen to the evidence, and with the other page through this bundle of documents because it was only given to us after the evidence began this morning.
Yes.
So in that bundle of documents, there is an affidavit which I think is by the Nkosi, who's being referred to now.
Yes.
So now you're being asked, Mr. Nzeku is being asked questions on this interaction with the Nkosi, whilst we haven't had an opportunity to consider that affidavit properly. So I think there must be also a level of respect for us and for the rights of Mr. Nzeku. It's discourteous to have given us these documents after the proceedings commenced. We could have read it ahead of time and been prepared, even if it was 10 minutes before this morning.
Yeah,
Even if it was 10 minutes before the proceeding started this morning, that would have been sufficient. But to hand it to us after the evidence starts, we say is disrespectful to us.
yes, but insofar as he is giving evidence about the meeting, he is able to give the evidence as he recalls the position. If later on it transpires that a certain document refreshes his memory differently, he'll be able to say so. You understand?
I do understand that.
Yeah, so, and you will get a chance to re-examine. And if he gave an answer based on his memory, but a certain document refreshes his memory, he'll be able to deal with that, yeah.
Yeah, so really the chair, the request is this, Chair. We are 8 minutes away from the tea adjournment. That's all. We are 8 minutes away from it.
We are 20 minutes away.
Sorry, you've got
Quarter past, yeah.
But I presume because we had the early start at 9,
Yeah,
we would take it at 11 o'clock.
yeah.
But fair enough, Chair. I'll monitor the way that it goes, and if we feel the need to raise a further objection, we'll do so. Thank you.
Yeah. Of course, we can take the tea break at 11 and then resume at past. So maybe let's use the next 7 minutes and then we'll take an early tea break at 11 and then take 30 minutes.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
That is
Yeah,
Chair.
okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair. We'll see how far we can get by then. So you were telling us more about this meeting, Mr. Nzeku. You're there with your brother. I think I asked, was Ms. Mela there? I'm sorry, I didn't catch your answer. Was Ms. Mela at the meeting?
No, she was not.
No, she was not.
No, she was not.
Chief Sika was there, and were there other representatives of the traditional council with him?
Well, I don't know, but I saw these people, the Gosi and other people, Mapagati, the chief, and then I don't know what was happening.
The chief brought certain people with him.
Yeah, he did bring around about 2, 3, 4 men.
What
Yes.
positions they hold, you
I
don't know?
I did not
Yeah,
ask.
okay.
And what was discussed?
Well, Councillor, it was the issue of the land. This land, I'm buying from this lady. This lady, she introduced me to the chief. She said, this is the chief. The chief, he's in charge of everything on this site. So I was happy to meet the chief. Then after that, they decided that they want to take me straight to the land next to the river. And then where I saw, and then I was very happy.
So they took you to the land next to the river, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's the Mzimvubu River, is that correct?
Mzimvubu, yes.
Which side of the river is the land on? The west or the east?
Well, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, it might be difficult to explain.
I don't know east or west as I'm sitting here, but I was there and I was very happy. And then that's
Is
all
it
I
on
can
the
say.
Tabankulu side of the river?
Sorry?
Is the land on the Tabankulu side of the river?
Side of what?
Tabankulu. Tabankulu.
Yes, yes, yes.
It is on the Tabankulu side.
Well, it was first time I also went there. You know, I don't know, is it Dabankulu, Kanye, Dabancinci? I don't know, but yeah.
Can I have the translation, please,
Well-
Mr. Interpreter?
Yeah.
I said it was the first time for me to go there. And then I don't know, maybe it was the small table or maybe the bigger one.
Well,
you know, the way they're calling it.
He said, Ms. Hofmeyer, he didn't know whether it was Tabankulu or Tabancinci now. Tabancinci is the opposite of Tabankulu.
Tabankulu. we
Yeah,
just-
yeah.
I
Ncinci
understand.
is small.
I understand.
Yeah.
But you know the town of Tabankulu, do you?
Well, it was the first time I was there.
Right.
Yes.
But you're confident that the land was on the Tabankulu side of the Mzimvubu River?
Yes.
Thank you. And what was the extent of the land?
What was what?
What was the extent? How much land?
What was the size of the land?
I think it was around about 100 or 200, I don't remember, to be honest, you know.
200 what? Square meters? Or?
And or maybe 100, 200 square meter, or maybe,
Yes.
yeah, 1,000, something like that, but it was, I didn't write it down.
Okay.
But I did actually write it down in my notes.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have it now.
Okay.
You don't have those notes now?
No, I don't have it.
And then there was an affidavit that Ms. Hlotlela prepared. Do you remember that affidavit?
Can you please try to explain?
Of course, I could take you to it if you'd like.
Thank you,
It's in
Councillor.
tab 6, where we were earlier, and it is at page 24.
Page?
24.
Where is it? One,
Tab
two,
6?
6.
Yes. And then if you find page 24 in tab 6.
Yes, page 24. Yes, I can see it here.
Do you remember?
No, Wahabiki. It's page 14 here. I'm wrong now.
Sorry, 24.
It's 20, page 6.
It's after the last page of the sale agreement.
Are you able to find it, Mr. Nzegu? Are you able to find it? Page 24?
I'm at page 21 now. Did you say page or 24?
24.
Yeah.
The last page, or what is it? Yeah, page 24, yes, I can see it, yeah.
Chair, I did go to a document, but it's a document that Mr. Nzeku provided to the Commission.
Yes,
So
yes.
that's the affidavit from Ms. Hlotlela. Do you recall that?
What are you saying now, Councillor? What about, yes?
Do you remember that document?
This document?
Yes.
Yes, I think so.
Thank
you. Yes.
Mr. Nzeku, Ms. Quinana, Ms. Yake Quinana,
Yes.
your affidavit before the Commission indicates that you only got to know her in the last 3 years or so. Is that correct?
Last 3 years. Did I say that?
You did. I can take you to it if you'd like. But feel free to clarify if that's incorrect. When did you first get to know Ms. Yake Quinana?
Well, I was advised when I'm doing the payment that I must use actually Ms. Quinana's name there. You know, they said, please, because I think Quinana and Ms. Mela, they bought the land, which is the land was got nothing to do with me, but they said, if you pay to Ms. Mbajwa, please use Ms. Quinana as a reference.
Okay, that's using her as a reference, but I understood your affidavit to say you got to know her in the last 3 years, Ms. Quinana. Is that correct?
Well, not to say, it also depends, Councillor, when you say know her. What do you mean by saying?
I'm not sure that's the words you used in your affidavit.
I'm what?
Those were the words you used in your affidavit.
Well, I think maybe my friend, they are the one actually they were helping me.
Yes.
They'll have to explain to me what was the meaning of that.
Okay, maybe you can explain now. What is your relationship with Ms. Quinana?
No relationship at all.
When did you first meet her?
Well, there was no need for me to meet her.
When did you
I never met her.
When did you have your first encounter with her?
Well, Chair, I don't remember meeting, you know, have a,
Would it be about 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago? What's your estimate?
I think maybe around about 7, 8 years ago.
About 7 or 8 years ago?
9 years ago, because Mr. Goniwe, he introduced me, the late Mr. Goniwe, rest in peace, he introduced me to Ms.
Quana.
Yes, that was a long time ago.
Okay.
And you said you don't have a relationship with her.
No.
Have you never met her face to face?
Well, as I said, the late gentleman did introduce me. That was 8, 9 years ago.
And was that in a social setting?
No, I think we were just, it was an ANC meeting where everybody was there.
Right.
You know, the main guy here, it was Mr. Goni himself. Miss Quana, she was there, you know.
Right. And other than that, have you met with her personally?
I don't remember.
Do you remember in 2016, while that Swissport ground handling contract was being negotiated, having any dealings with her?
Well, I remember very well in that time, myself and Peter Cole and other gentlemen, we went to SAA. I was called by that time. I don't remember who was there, but I saw there were people there sitting there.
Is that when you signed the agreement?
No, we did not sign agreement at that time. There was no agreement signed.
I promised that we'll take the tea break at 11. I think let's take the tea break. It's 3 minutes past. And then we will resume. Let me make it 25 to 12. So we'll take the adjournment and come back at 25 to 12. We adjourn.
All right.
attended at SAA where she was present. Is that correct? And you said you...
Please switch on your mic, Mr. Nzegu. Switch on your mic. Yes.
Yes.
And I understood you to say she was present at that meeting. Is that correct?
No, I didn't say she was present. I said we went in that meeting. There were 3 or 4 people and 2 ladies. I didn't even know Yake by that time.
You didn't know her by that time. Okay, so it could have been her, but it might not have been her. Is that your evidence?
Yes.
Right. And you said you attended with another gentleman. Who were the people at that meeting?
You mean from Swissport?
Well, generally, who was at the meeting? I think you mentioned Mr. Cole. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it was Bob Gurr.
Bob Gurr, right.
Yes, and then Peter Cole,
Yes.
the CEO.
Right.
And then also, there was also another gentleman which was introduced. Peter Cole introduced me to this gentleman as one of the empowerment of a new guy in empowerment. I just forgot his name. His name was Peter, something like that.
Peter
He was
something.
also there in the meeting.
Was that the first time you had met this person named Peter?
No, it was not.
Okay, when had you met him before?
Peter Cole did introduce me to Peter. And then again, I remember very well myself and Willie Holloway. Willie Holloway was a Swissport CEO. And then he also introduced me to this young man. They know each other, this Peter guy.
Okay, sorry, we're going to need to go a little bit slower there. So you attend this meeting at SAA,
Yes.
right? You're there with Mr. Cole, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Bob Gurr,
Yes,
correct?
of course, yes.
At that meeting, you're introduced to another gentleman you recall with the name of Peter. Is that
Peter,
correct?
Yes.
Okay. What I then asked is, did you know Mr. Peter before that meeting?
Yes, I think I did meet him.
You had met him.
Yes, I did.
Where had you met him?
I think I met him at the Swissport office because Peter phoned me. He told me that there are 2 actually gentlemen he wants me to meet. And then it was actually this Peter and also another one. These are part of the empowerment they wanted to use for Swissport.
I see. And did you know Mr. Peter socially?
Well, I can't say yes, no, because the last time I met Peter, it was myself and Willie Holloway. We attended actually the soccer together. Socially, no.
So you attended a soccer game with him, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Did you see the photo of that in the bundle, in the break?
And no, I've got the photo, by the way, myself and Peter Holloway.
Yes.
I didn't see it. Is it there?
Yes.
Okay.
Which soccer game was it?
It was the 2010.
2010 Soccer World
yeah,
Cup.
Yes.
So you'd met with Mr. Peter, well, you'd attended the 2010 Soccer World Cup with Mr. Peter, is that correct?
The person who introduced me at that time to Peter, it was Willie Holloway, the CEO of Swissport. We find him there, and then we got the ticket. We were together in the game.
Right. Then jump to 2016 when you have your meeting at SAA and Mr. Peter is introduced to you again. Did you have interactions with him between the Soccer World Cup in 2020 and the meeting at SAA in February of 2016?
2010, you said 2010.
Apologies, 2010.
No, after 2010, and then he came again to Swissport. I think there was an issue where the SAA, they were introducing this thing of 30% of black empowerment, and then they say Swissport must have another empowerment, and then Peter came with another people also. They were around about 2 or 3 empowerment who came to Swissport, which is the CEO of Swissport did introduce me to these people, not only to Peter.
And it was through Swissport that you then met him again, is that correct?
Yes, correct. Yes.
And then is the next time you interact with him at the February 2016 meeting with SAA, is that correct?
Yes, if I remember correctly,
Right.
yes.
And at that meeting, Ms. Quana may have been there, she may not have been there, you did not know her at the time, is that correct?
Well, there were 2 ladies there and then another 2 gentlemen, and then the meeting didn't take time. It was only a few minutes and then we left.
But you were not able to identify Ms. Quinana as one of those two ladies, correct?
Well, I could say yes, she was there, another lady as well. There were two people, yes.
Because your evidence a moment ago was that you didn't know if Ms. Quinana was at that meeting. What
Well,
is your evidence now, Mr. Nzeku?
Well, I don't remember. I could identify her. There were two ladies. I don't, there was nothing for me to say this is Quinana or this is not Quinana because I was invited by Peter Cole. They said, let's attend the meeting. There are issues of Swissport. So we went there.
By that time, you knew Ms. Quinana or you did not know her as yet?
Well, as I said, Chair, I was introduced to Ms. Quinana by the late husband.
8 years, 9 years ago.
Yes, and after that, I started to know her.
Yes.
Yes, I started to know her because Willie Holloway, the Swissport, as the CEO of Swissport, I think he was dealing with them. Yes.
So if she was at this meeting, there is no way you would not have recognized her, is that right?
I think she was in the meeting, Chair.
You think she was in the meeting?
Yes, I think yes.
All right.
And your role at this meeting, Mr. Nzeku? What was your role?
Well, I was invited as a part of Swissport.
I understand your affidavit to have said you played no role in the negotiations of that contract. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And you just listened. Is that correct?
There was only a few minutes with Peter Cole. We didn't even take time, and then they told us to go.
You would have been aware as a consequence that the Swissport agreement, this one with SAA, was a very important one for Swissport, wasn't it?
Can you repeat again, Councillor?
Were you aware that this agreement between Swissport and SAA was a very important agreement for Swissport?
Well, they didn't have another ground handling. Swissport was the only one.
Well, no, I'm saying for Swissport, the agreement with SAA was very important, correct?
Correct, yes.
Yes, it comprised about 70% of Swissport's business in South Africa. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not, I don't know, because I'm not sitting on the papers of the company.
But are you able to say it?
Well, Chair, SAA was not the only client of SAA.
Yes.
Before SAA, Swissport had other clients.
Yes.
Before SAA, there was a company called, was doing a ground handling called Apron Service. Mm-hmm. Then after that was also another. Swissport was doing business with other. I can't say it was 70%.
But are you able to say it constituted, or it would constitute a substantial amount of business?
Well, I can say that it was part of the client, yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
And just to return to Ms. Quinana, as I understand it, you see her at this meeting on the, I think it was the 10th of February 2016. Did you have other interactions with her over the course of 2016?
I think so, yes, ma'am. Yeah, we did talk.
You did talk. What about?
Well, we were busy talking. I don't know what was that, but we were busy talking. I don't remember, but we were talking.
She was she was the chair of the board of SAA Technical at the time, and she was also a non-executive member of SAA, and you were a director of Swissport. Would it not have been improper for you to be engaging with her and talking to her while big agreements were being concluded?
Well, Councillor, actually, if maybe I may just tell you or maybe ask you, when it comes to the issues of engaging on the ground handling of the contract, I'm not part of that.
No,
Peters, they are there. There are people at Swissport who are doing that, not me.
Understand that,
I can talk actually. I can talk to Quinana, I can talk to Duda, I can talk to anybody. I'm not part of the team who are doing the job.
Mr.
And I can also not influence that. At least they must say yes or no, because I'm far away from those things.
Mr. Nzeku, were you a director of Swissport in 2016?
For a long time.
Were you a director of JM Aviation South Africa in 2016?
Yes.
Was JM Aviation South Africa and Swissport both trying to get contracts from SAA over the period of 2016?
Yes.
Sorry, yes, I think your voice just dropped there.
What are you saying again, Councillor?
I said, was JM Aviation and Swissport South Africa trying to get contracts with SAA in 2016?
Well, you say Swissport was trying, but Swissport was handling SAA. I'm confused now. You say they were trying. They were handling SAA.
They did not
I
have a
didn't know that.
contract.
Sorry?
They did not have a contract with
I didn't
SAA.
know that. They didn't have a contract.
That was not discussed at the meeting on the 10th of February 2016 that you attended.
Well, as I said, that meeting didn't only take 10 minutes, then we left. They didn't say nothing. Peter Cole was there with the papers, and after that, we left. I think this other gentleman was there. He was supposed actually to be helping Peter Cole, because him and Peter Cole, they attended a meeting in Durban of the empowerment. I was not part of that.
Ms. Nzeku, is it your evidence before this commission that at the 10th of February 2016 meeting between Swissport and SAA, the contract for ground handling services by Swissport was not discussed?
I don't remember.
And
What was the purpose of that meeting,
Peter
as
Cole,
you understood it?
as I understand, Peter Cole told me that there was a meeting which is, it must be attended. And please, he wanted me to come. And Bob, he's part of marketing of Swissport. We left, we went straight there. We found another two gentlemen. I think another one was Lester Peter, something like that, a very big gentleman. They were sitting there. And a person was talking. It was Peter Cole. If I
Yes.
remember very clearly, I think Swissport, they were trying to talk to them, but I was not invited that at least I must be part of that.
Yes, but did you ask before you went to the meeting what the meeting was about?
Chair, as a person who's working, when the CEO say come, you go to a meeting, he's got an agenda, you just come. That's exactly what I did.
So you did see an agenda?
I didn't see an agenda, no.
You did or you did not?
I did not.
So when the meeting started, somebody must have said what the meeting was about.
Well, a person was busy trying to talk. It was Peter Cole.
Yeah.
Myself and Bob Gay, we stand there. I repeat again, Chair, it only take 2-3 minutes and then we were out.
Why did it take such a short time?
Well, I think maybe Peter Cole didn't have document they wanted. Is exactly my understanding, because they wanted some few document from him, which is he didn't have.
Are you therefore saying there was nothing of substance that was discussed at that meeting?
Well, the way I look at it, they wanted some document from Peter.
Yeah.
They didn't have. That's why we left very quick. I don't know, maybe after that,
Yeah.
they have another meeting. By the time I was there, I didn't see any
But did
discussion.
they ask him for documents, as you recall, or you are not sure about
They
that?
did, yes.
They did?
Yes.
And he did not have them at hand?
The way you didn't have them.
There were some documents, but there were some that he did not have.
Chair, I don't remember, but he didn't have the document they wanted.
Yes, oh,
I think the
okay.
mere fact
And that was the reason
mere
for the
fact that,
meeting
Chair,
too?
we didn't sit in the meeting, discuss, is because he didn't have document.
Yes, and the absence of those documents that they were looking for was the reason why the meeting took such a short time.
I think that was the reason.
Yes,
Yes.
okay. Ms. Hoffman?
Ms. Nzeku, the document that Ms. Quinana demanded from Mr. Cole at that meeting was a signed contract that would have given 30% of the revenues for the ground handling contract that was going to earn Swissport 1.5 billion rand. And Mr. Cole said he didn't have the signed contract because Swissport couldn't conclude that deal. Does that refresh your memory?
Well, they didn't tell me anything about that.
You were in the meeting, Mr. Nzeku.
No, they didn't tell me anything about it. They never actually talk about that.
No, Mr. Nzeku, let me be clear about the evidence.
No, Councillor, let me explain to you. Peter Cole is in charge. Peter Cole and Bob Gay, they're the people actually who are doing the marketing on the issues of SAA.
Yes, Mr. Nzego, yes. No. You have told us that quite a number of times.
Yes.
Yeah. What council is asking for is nothing more than your own knowledge. If you don't know, you say you don't know.
I don't know.
If you do know, you say you do know.
No, I don't know.
But if you say you don't know and council doesn't accept that, she might probe further.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Hoffman, just.
Councillor, I don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know. So again, I just need to clarify, you were present at a meeting at which Ms. Quinana asked for the signed contract from Swissport. And Mr. Cole said he doesn't have it because they can't agree to the terms. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that. Do you remember Ms. Quinana at that meeting saying that they were going to terminate the existing relationship with Swissport because it wouldn't sign the agreement?
Well, you know what, Councillor, as I said before, the meeting didn't even take 5 minutes, and then we're gone.
Do you remember?
No, Peter Cole was the man, actually, who was talking. The reason for the meeting, we went there, I didn't even know, because I was not informed.
Hang on, Mr. Nzegu. You did say you want us to finish.
Yes.
Yes. The one way to make sure we finish is to just answer the question that is being put to you.
Okay.
So, Ms. Hoffman, just put that question again.
Do you
and
remember
answer it.
that Ms. Quinana said to Swissport at that meeting that SAA was terminating its existing contract with Swissport because it would not sign the contract?
He was talking to Peter Cole.
Do you remember her saying that?
I don't remember that.
Right. And then you had a series, you tell me that you did interact with Ms. Quinana outside of that meeting at the time. Is that correct?
At that time? No.
No, not at that time.
No, I did a long time ago, not that time.
Not that time. So in 2016, you weren't communicating with her other than at that meeting?
Well, we did talk. We talk, we phone each other. And then the reason why actually I wanted to understand from her, it was about this young man, Peter. Peter, I forgot what his surname from Zonos Park, I don't know the company, which is they were telling me that they have to attend the meetings for 30%. I said, can you please explain to me, who's this guy? I did talk to her, I wanted to find out about this young gentleman.
Is the young gentleman Dulaxolo Peter?
Exactly, Kolo, yes. That's
Right,
Kolo,
because there are
yes.
two Peters we're going to be talking about today,
Thank you very
Chair.
much.
So
Thank
I
you,
want us
Councillor.
to be clear.
Thank you, Councillor
There's
Kolo.
Dulaxolo Peter and there's Lester Peter.
Kola
Right.
Peter, Kola
So the person who was present at the meeting, the gentleman who you were introduced to, who you attended the 2010 World Cup with, is
It was Kola.
Dulaxolo Peter,
Exactly,
correct?
yes.
Right. Now you have this meeting on the 10th of February 2016, at which you do not recall Ms. Quinana saying, we are severing ties with Swissport because you won't sign an agreement that gives 30% of your revenues to our nominated company. And then you chat to her on the phone around that time. Is that correct?
Well, the reason why I was talking to Ms. Quinana, it was about Kola.
Right.
Kola, he was a newbie, he was introduced. He introduced himself that he was in the meeting between Ms. Quinana and Dudu on that issue of 30%. So I said, talk to Peter, to Peter Cole. Peter Cole is the CEO. So everything was happening on that 30%. Even Peter Cole, he flew actually to Durban with Kola, with this gentleman. I was not even there.
So you were talking to Ms. Quinana then about the deal, weren't you? Because if Mr. Dulaxolo Peter was going to be the empowerment partner, then you were talking about the very deal that was the subject matter of the discussion.
We were talking about the empowerment because they wanted Swissport must have 30% shares. It must have 30% empowerment, not about the deal.
No,
The deal actually belongs to Peter Cole. Peter Cole is the CEO.
no, Mr. Nzeku, let's go through this slowly.
Yes.
SAA was engaging with Swissport towards the end of 2015 about the new ground handling contract for 5 years. Correct?
Can you just stop there? Before that, who was handling actually SAA?
Mr. Nzeku, it will be helpful if you just answer the
Hang
question.
on, Mr. Nzegu. Please just answer the question. The question is whether you confirm that towards the end of 2015, SAA was engaging with Swissport about a new ground handling contract. Do you confirm that that was the position, or are you not able to confirm?
I can't confirm because Peter Cole was doing his own thing in his corner with Bob Gay. Whenever they've got meetings, the chair, they are on their own way, they talk. Then when they need a blackface, they said, come, let's go. Which is I was that person whenever they go to the meeting, and then I must be part of the meeting. Do I have that agenda, chair? No, I don't have.
Okay.
It was a component of that new contract that SAA was seeking to conclude with Swissport. That Swissport give 30% of its revenues under that contract to a nominated empowerment company. Were you aware of that?
Can you say it again,
Yes.
Councillor?
It was a part of that ground handling contract, the new one that was going to be concluded between SAA and Swissport, that Swissport would be required to give 30% of its revenues to a nominated empowerment company. Were you aware of that?
Well, they did discuss that now
Yes.
on the board, yes, they did.
Yes.
Which is, they were not happy about that.
And they is Swissport.
Sorry?
Who was not happy about that?
Swissport board, they were not happy
Yes.
about it. They said no.
Yes. Okay.
They are not going to do it.
Yeah, okay.
And Mr. Dula Kolo Peter was there as the possible empowerment partner, is that correct?
Of, yes, of the new, of, yes.
Yes.
Of that 30%, yes.
Yes. So then, after that meeting, you have told us in your evidence today, you phoned Ms. Quinana to talk to her about the empowerment partner, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So you were talking to her
Yes, I
about the very contract that was on the table to be concluded between Swissport and SAA, correct?
Well, I don't know, because that was Peter's job, Councillor, of the contract. I'm in empowerment. Whenever Peter Cole is bringing empowerment, he always call me that, can we discuss this? This is exactly. The issue of the contract, by the way, it's because the CEO is the one who's in charge of it.
But why were you then talking to Ms. Quana about the empowerment partner?
Very good, because this young gentleman, he told Peter Cole that Peter Cole, for them to do business, Chair, they left at 30% shares of Swissport.
Yes.
And then Peter Cole said, no, we can't, because we've got empowerment.
Yes.
Then he started to introduce this young man to me. He says, listen, this is the person we must work with.
Yes.
And Peter Cole flew from Johannesburg and this young man straight to Durban to another meeting of empowerment, which is what was happening there. I think Ms. Quinana was here and the dude was there. It was also roadshow of empowerment. I was not part of that.
Yes, no, but my question is, quite a few times you have emphasized that Peter Cole was the one who was dealing with,
Yes, empowerment,
I think,
yes.
operations and so on, and you were not involved. And my question is, why were you then phoning Ms. Quinana about this empowerment partner? Why were you not leaving that to Peter Cole to do?
No, because Peter Cole, he asked me to do that. Because this young man told Peter Cole that he'll be going actually to Durban. He wants me and him to go to Durban and Peter Cole, because he was told by Ms. Mieni and Ms. Quinana. So that's why now I was talking to Ms. Quinana about this young man, about this 30%, because one of the company, the budgeted AXA, they also had this problem. So I just wanted to find out, Chair.
So you did get involved in operational matters when, sometimes?
Sometimes, yes.
Yes. Ms. Hoffman?
How many times did you speak to her about it,
About what, Chair?
the empowerment partner?
I think many times,
Many.
yeah.
Why would there be a need for many conversations about the empowerment partner, Mr. Nzeku?
Well, I didn't see anything wrong, because this young man is here. He wants to get a job. So Peter Cole is asking me, do I really give him a job? I says, why are you asking me? Because he wanted to be employed. So the person who is always mentioning Ms. Quinana. So I said, okay, let me ask Quinana, what is the story? I don't see anything wrong if I was talking to her.
No, indeed, Mr. Nzeku, but that's a one topic, one conversation type of engagement, I put it to you. Why did you need many engagements about the empowerment
Well,
partner?
I don't know. I decided to call her because this gentleman was here. He wanted to get a job. He wanted to be part of this. And Peter was asking me, do we give him a job or what to do? You know?
So
When you phoned Ms. Quinana for the first time about the BE partner, what did you want to find out from her about the BE partner or empowerment partner?
Well, first time I called Ms. Quinana, this young man was there. Oh, Dalukolo, can you please explain me exactly what is happening? He says, but Usisi and Dudu, they are saying I must be part of this. I said, how can you be part of this when Swissport has got empowerment? You know, Chair, it was just a long story with Dalukolo, which is, it was not only him alone. So that's why I was asking Ms. Quinana, she must explain to us exactly what is happening. And I said, I think Peter, he must actually be the one who's talking to Ms. Quinana, not me. Because Dalukolo is all the time with Peter Cole.
Did the empowerment partner say to you,
They're not happy.
Ms. Quinana had said he should be part of this? Is that what he said to you?
Dalukolo, yes, he did.
That's what he said to you. And did he refer to Ms. Quinana as Usisi?
Yes, he did.
Yes.
Actually, it was not Ms. Quinana alone, it was also Ms. Miene, both of them.
Or did he refer to each one of them as Usisi?
Sisi, yes, both of them, yes.
Yes. Sisi's sister.
Indeed. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So what he was saying to you was, Usisi, whether that was Ms. Miene or Ms. Quinana, said, I must be part of this.
Of this, yes.
And that's why you then decided you should speak to Ms. Quinana.
And find out exactly how to involve the young men. Because at the moment, Swissport, they are saying, Chair, they've got empowerment.
And your question basically was, Swissport has got an empowerment component. How does Swissport bring in this new person? That was your question.
Yes.
And what did Ms. Quinana say to you when you asked her this question?
Ms. Quinana says, Peter Cole, they must decide, because I think there was also issue of the equipment, because AXA, they were supposed to buy brand new equipment, not AXA, actually Swissport. Because Swissport, they can only have 5 years. After 5 years, they left to actually renew the equipment. So now this BE partner of 30%, I think Peter wanted to put them there, you know. It was a long story, Chair, so I didn't even know exactly how to start it, you know.
Okay, Ms. Hoffman.
So you were chiefly involved in the negotiations about the empowerment aspect of the contract, weren't you, Mr. Nzeku?
Sorry?
You were involved in the empowerment
by-
aspects
by-
of the contract
when
for
Peter-
Swissport and SAA, correct?
When Peter Cole asked me to be involved, when he asked me to help, yes.
Yes. How many times did he ask you to be involved?
I think many times.
Many times.
Because it was not only this empowerment, they were dealing with also other empowerment.
Mr. Nzeku, before the break that we've just had today, your version before this commission is that you had no involvement at all in the negotiations between Swissport and SAA for this contract. Do you recall that?
Well, it also depends, Chair, when you say involvement, you know, I didn't understand. You know, as I said to Chair, Peter Cole is the one actually who was in charge of the contract. When you say that, I was not involved myself, I didn't understand. You know, but Peter Cole, as I said, he's the one who's in charge of the contract.
Ms. Nzeku, your evidence this morning, and I was very clear to get it from you and in your affidavit, is that you played no role in the negotiations for this contract. After the break, you have confirmed that you played a key role in the negotiations for this contract because of its empowerment aspect.
Well,
your version today has changed, Mr. Nzeku.
I don't know now when you say key role, what is the meaning of that?
Hang on, Mr. Nzeku, you must wait for counsel to finish, and then you can respond.
I put it to you that your version over the course of the evidence today has changed, Mr. Nzeku. Do you accept that?
Well, maybe I didn't understand you. Even now I don't understand, we say a key role. What is the meaning of that?
It means that you had repeated conversations on your phone with Ms. Quinana around the time that this deal was being concluded, and you have told us in your evidence a moment ago that that was to discuss the empowerment aspect of the deal.
Well, I didn't know that when I speak to Ms. Quinana, it was a problem, or maybe I was involving myself on the key role of this company. I didn't even know that. By talking to Ms. Quinana, that Ms. Quinana must make it a point that Swissport is getting the contract. I didn't know that.
Mr. Nzeko, I put it to you that that answer is improbable. Your evidence before this commission is that Mr. Cole told you to phone Ms. Quinana to deal with the empowerment aspect of this contract. That was your evidence a moment ago. How can you give that evidence and tell this commission you did not understand what your role was in those conversations?
Well, that was a long time ago. If I say that, Peter Cole, I didn't even know that maybe I'll be sitting here and then I'll be answering that question. If Peter Cole said to me, can you call? I didn't actually put it in my diary, said, I must phone, I mustn't phone. For me, it was not an issue. If Peter Cole, I'm working with him, he says, well, can you please help? I was helping where I could help.
Well, I see in paragraph 13 of your affidavit, unsigned affidavit at page 4, you say, I did not have any involvement in the negotiations. And then paragraph 14, after conclusion of the negotiations and a written agreement having been prepared, I was asked by Peter Cole to accompany him to the meeting to sign the agreement on Swissport's behalf, together with him, which I duly did. And then 15, this, I gather, was because I was a black director of Swissport and because the centrality of black economic empowerment to the deal. So one certainly gets the impression from what you say here that you were not involved in the negotiations and you were only called in for purposes of the signing of the agreement. That's the impression I get from this.
Well, Chair, let me say it again. Peter Cole is a man who's in charge of the company. He was the one who was busy talking about the contract. I didn't even know that the contract expired. But whenever there's problems, he's going to talk to the directors of the company, which is on part with the directors and other guys. And then he's going to ask help. For me, I don't know what exactly went wrong for me talking to Mrs. Quinana, or maybe by talking to Mrs. Quinana, it makes us to get the contract or Peter, a Swissport together. I don't know. I'm confused.
Well, do you accept that in terms of what I've just read to you, which is from your affidavit, you are saying in the affidavit you were not involved in the negotiations? You accept that?
I do.
Yes. And that you were called in at the time of the signing of the agreement. That's what the paragraph 14 says.
Well, I think even the time of signing the agreement, the time they were busy talking, I don't remember that, Chair.
Do you not remember even
Yes,
the signing of the agreement?
I don't remember, Chair, because that was a long time ago, yes.
You see, your affidavit doesn't say anything along the lines that Mr. Peter Cole was the one who was in charge of the negotiations, but you played a limited role in the sense that he asked you to talk to Ms. Quinnan about the empowerment partner and so on. It just says you were not involved in any negotiations. That's what it says. Ms. Hofmeyer.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nzeku, those conversations that you had with Ms. Quinana around that time, were they all dealing with this empowerment aspect?
Yes or no, not all the time.
Not all the time. What else were you discussing?
Well, I forgot.
I forgot.
We can't talk about empowerment all the time, you know. I happened to know her, and
Yes.
then we started to, to talk,
You had some fairly lengthy conversations at the time, didn't you?
Well, I don't know. When you talk, you talk. I don't actually look at my phone.
Have you seen the call logs in the bundle?
No, I did not.
You did not. And your legal representatives are here in the room today, and if any aspect of your evidence today is false, they are legally and ethically obliged to alert the chair to that fact. Right, I'd like to then move off Ms. Quinana to Mr. Peter, Mr. Lester Peter now. We've dealt with Mr. Dulakolo Peter. I might return to him, but I'd like to ask about Mr. Lester Peter. Now, you mentioned that Mr. Lester Peter was present at that 10 February meeting, correct?
Yes.
What other dealings have you had with him other than that 10 February meeting?
If I remember correctly, after that meeting, did we meet him again?
Don't
Oh, sorry,
lower your
sorry,
voice.
Chair.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Chair. I don't recall, you know, I don't remember.
So did you only meet him on the 10th of February, or have you had other meetings with him?
I don't think I had. I don't remember, Councillor.
I understand that. Did you know his position at the time at SAA?
Well, the time we were there, he was sitting there. I didn't even know what his position.
So the meeting didn't begin with people identifying themselves, or did it?
No, we didn't.
No. So did you not know that at the time he was the acting head of procurement at SAA?
Who, Lester?
Yes,
No, I didn't know.
you didn't know that.
It was my first, actually, for me going in that meeting, you know, to see those people. With
And-
Daniel Tolo.
And you didn't facilitate the purchase of 2 motor vehicles by him?
2,
Motor vehicles.
please, can you explain to me which cars are we talking about?
I want to know if you ever helped Mr. Lester Peter buy 2 motor cars?
No, no.
No. And JM Aviation, did JM Aviation ever help Mr. Lester Peter to buy 2 motor cars?
No, I don't remember.
No, or you don't remember, Mr. Nzeku?
Well, I don't remember, Councillor. JM did help Peter to buy a car. I don't remember.
Sorry, it's quite important.
Maybe he should give that answer, then I'll ask the question. Okay. Give the answer that you were giving before I ask my question. Or maybe you can repeat the question,
Yes.
Ms. Hoffmeyer.
Did JM Aviation help Mr. Lester Peter to buy 2 cars?
No,
If
I don't remember.
If JM had helped somebody to buy 2 cars, would you have known?
Well, I won't know because the person who's in charge of JM again is Mr. S. Jules S. He's the one who's purchasing the equipment. He's the one who deals with the finance. I wouldn't know.
But if he was going to decide to spend as much money as money required to buy 2 cars out of JM's money, would he not tell you about that? Could he do that without your knowledge?
Well, as a CEO of the company, as a person who invested in the company, and a man actually, he's the founder of this company, for 25 years experience, he told me that he's in charge of the money. He can sign up to 10 million rand.
He could spend up to 10 million rand without you knowing.
Yeah, exactly, that's exactly what he said. I didn't have
And
a
you
problem.
accepted that?
I did, but I didn't have a
Sure.
problem. It's the truth.
Ms. Nzeku, I haven't seen that provision anywhere in any of the company documents for JM Aviation, but I accept it might have been an agreement you had on the side. Can I just ask, Mr. Ayres couldn't have agreed to buy 2 cars for Mr. Lester Peter without involving your daughter, Ms. Sokulu, could he?
Well, you know, when we come to Ms. Sokolo and Natasha Van Loo, those are the people who didn't know anything about the company.
Yes, that's true.
Nothing.
They
Must
knew
be
nothing.
honest with you.
Yes, but I'm
They know
putting to
nothing.
you, he couldn't have decided to buy 2 cars for Mr. Lester Peter without involving your daughter, Ms. Sokulu, could he?
No, you won't. You could just do it if you wanted to do.
He couldn't, Mr. Nzeku, because he had no signing powers over the bank account of JM Aviation.
By the way, it's the first time that I hear that JM Aviation bought Mr. Lester cars. I never hear that before. It's the first time.
Mr. Nzeku, Mr. Ayres had no signing power over the bank accounts of JM Aviation. Is that correct?
I don't know, because he's in charge. He's the man,
He's
actually.
not in charge. He's not in charge as far as the bank is concerned. The only person with signing powers over the bank accounts of JM Aviation is your daughter, Ms. Sokulu. Are you aware of that?
Right, Ms. Sokulu is getting instruction from Mr. S. There's nothing he can do without Mr. S.
Well, I thought you said you didn't know whether Mr. S had signing powers in terms of the bank accounts.
No, Chair. Let's just go back.
Yes,
He's a founder of JM Aviation.
yes,
He's been working with SAT for 25 years.
yes.
He invested money also in experience
I know
in
that.
this company.
I know that you have
Any
explained
funding,
that.
Chair, any
No.
funding.
Hang on, Mr. Nzeku. You have explained that.
Okay,
We
thank you.
know that. I just want to confirm whether you said you did not know whether he had signing powers in terms of the bank accounts of JM Aviation, Mr. S.
Well, I thought that he's got. I was thinking that he's got powers.
He-
I didn't know that he doesn't have. I was thinking that all the time he's got powers.
You did not know that he did not have the signing powers?
I didn't know that, yes.
But you knew that your daughter did have the signing powers?
Yes, she did. Instructions from Mr. Uz,
Yes.
Mr. Jules, yes.
So was your understanding that there were at least two people who had signing powers, namely your daughter and Mr. S? Was that your understanding?
That was my understanding, yes.
Yes.
That's exactly what Mr. S told me. He says there are only two people, Sokulu and him. And Sokulu cannot sign any checks or anything without him.
Yes.
That was my understanding.
That they had to sign, to both sign.
Yes.
Ms. Hoffmeyer?
Is your evidence that you actually had that conversation with Mr. Ayres?
Sorry?
Is it your evidence that you actually discussed with him who had signing powers on the bank account?
Well, Mr. S, they did actually open an account of JM Aviation where he wanted Mr. Sokulu to be part.
Yes.
You know, Councillor, when we started the JM, it was myself and Mr. S. And then we decided to bring Mr. Sokulu because I couldn't be there. Mr. Sokulu, she was my nominee there. And then anything Mr. Sokulu was doing, he's getting instruction from Mr. S.
How do you know that?
Well, Jules was telling me. He says anything's got to do with James South Africa is him. You know, how do I know that? Because even the business at SAT is him.
So why didn't he tell you about the two cars?
Well, it's the first time I hear that. I didn't know that.
He must have told your daughter, Ms. Sokulu, about it, mustn't he, if she needed to authorize the payment, correct?
Well, it's the first time. Even my daughter, she does. Can I just ask you, Council, if you said they pay for the car, did this money, it was written that is going for the cars? Is it written
Mr.
there?
Nzeku, I'll go to that in a moment.
Okay. I'm totally confused.
Right, so you've had it, I'd now like to move to Mr. Dulaxolo Peter. I said we dealt with him, but there are a few matters I just need to follow up on there. You knew him in 2010 when you went to the World Cup, correct?
I met him there, yes.
You met him there.
Yes.
You met him again in 2016 when he was introduced to you again by Swissport, correct?
Yes.
And he was introduced as the possible empowerment partner for Swissport, is that correct?
Yes.
Was it him himself or was it a company in which he was involved?
Sorry?
Was it him himself or was it a company in which he was involved that would be the empowerment partner?
Well, all the time he was alone.
He was alone.
Yes. But he was alone.
I'm not sure that that answers my question. Was he proposed as the empowerment partner for Swissport as he himself or through a company that he was busy with?
I think it was through a company. I forgot what was the name of the company.
Jamicron.
That was Zambia. I remember, yes.
You confirm now it was Jamicron, his company,
Yes,
correct?
Yes, correct.
Yes. You were asked in a summons from this commission to provide us with any documents relating to Jamicron, and you refused to do so on the basis that Jamicron is not relevant to these proceedings. How can you say that, given the evidence you've just testified to, of the role that Jamicron was going to play as the empowerment partner of Swissport?
Well, I think you must ask my legal team. They were the one actually who advised me on that. I don't remember anything about Jeremy Cron, but as far as I remember, the CEO of Swissport, he paid money to JM. If I remember, maybe I don't have to go faster than you. And then you pay, I think it was around about 20 million rand. And I said to them, Peter, wait, if you pay this money, please, you must also pay the SAS, because I don't want us to have a problem, which is exactly what they did. Now they paid this 20 million rand to JM Aviation, and JM Aviation paid this gentleman, Jomicro Dalikolo. Instruction, I got it from Swissport. What he did with the money, I don't even know.
Sorry, can I just get this clear, because this is very new evidence, right? There was 20 million rand paid by JM Aviation to Jamicron, correct?
Correct, yes.
Is your evidence today that Swissport told you at JM Aviation to pay that 20 million rand to Jamicron?
Yes.
That's your evidence?
If I remember, yes, correctly, yes. You don't have it there in your papers? Because you say it's new, you know, I'm just telling you
No,
what
what's
happened.
new is the instruction that came from Swissport to you to facilitate the 20 million rand payment to Mr. Peter's
Peter, yes.
company, Jamicron.
Yes.
That's what's new, Mr. Nzeku.
Well, there's also another company, which is the Swissport said that must pay. It was not only Jamicron.
Who is the co-director with Mr. Dula Xolo Peter in Jamicron?
I can't hear you again.
Who is the co-director with Mr. Dula Xolo Peter in Jamicron?
Well, Jamicron, it was a new company, was introduced to Swissport. As it was introduced to Swissport, Peter Cole, they decided that they want my daughter to be part of this.
Your daughter is the co-director.
Nkoma Nkosazana Sokolo, which is, she didn't know anything about Jamicron, because they wanted to actually chair that my daughter must be part of Swissport. I repeat, because Swissport didn't have any female on the empowerment. They said, okay, meanwhile we're working on this side, can Makosazana be part of Jamicron? I didn't say anything wrong, and I told her, says, please, can you be part of this? And she says, Dad, I don't have time. I'm busy studying. And I says, please help Swissport. This is exactly what he did. Maybe that's exactly the co-director. It was Makosazana, yes. And Swissport, by the way, paid that because they could control, because Makosazana and myself, we were trusted by them because they didn't know anything about these people.
Why would Swissport want your daughter to be part of an empowerment company with which it was going to do ground handling with SAA for 5 years when your daughter knew absolutely nothing about aviation?
Well, when I started myself, Councillor, I didn't know anything about the business. When we started JM Aviation, I didn't know anything about the business. My daughter, she was there to learn. If
No,
Peter
Mr. Nzeku,
decided that we want to choose her, she must be part of that. It was Peter's decision. It was not mine.
your evidence earlier was that she was studying and she didn't want to be involved. Do you recall
100%.
that?
Yes.
Yes. So why would they take somebody who had no interest, no experience in aviation and no interest in being involved in aviation to be the empowerment partner for this deal?
Well, it happened. I don't know. Peter, it was Peter's decision. I don't know what to say. It happened. They did ask me, and I asked my daughter. I said, please be part of this. Again, same thing as Natasha Van Loo. Natasha Van Loo, she knows nothing about component. And then I said, please come on board. All these people, they know anything. And I asked them. Why Peter did it, I don't know, Councillor, but it happened.
Insofar as Mr. Dula Xolo Peter is concerned, that 20 million that his company was paid, of which he and your daughter are co-directors, what was that for? What did Swissport tell you it was for?
Well, when Peter Cole was paying this money, it was an arrangement between himself and Dalikolo. I was asked that they would put money in my account and I must pay Dalikolo. This is exactly what I did. What he did actually with the money, I don't know.
Mr. Nzeko, I can't quite understand why JM Aviation plays any role in relation to the ground handling contract with SAA. Why is your company being used to pay the empowerment partner for the ground handling contract 20 million rand?
Well, this was not only the company. JM Aviation was also working with other companies, not only SAA. We're doing business with FlySafe Air, we're doing business with other companies, not only SAA. Why did Peter Cole pay 20 million rand to JM? I don't know. What did Dalikolo did with that 20 million rand? I don't know. Maybe he can explain to you, Councillor, when he's here.
Let me try and be a little bit slower, because I think in fairness to you, I jumped ahead with my question. JM Aviation played no role at all in the ground handling contract between Swissport and SAA, did it?
Yes.
Yes, it did not play any role, correct? Just say yes, please. You nodded, and the record won't reflect that.
I don't understand.
You want to confirm that your answer was yes.
What are you saying again?
The question was, you were asked whether to confirm whether JM played any role in the contract between Swissport and SAA.
Well, I said no.
Yeah, okay.
I said no.
Thank you. Now, what I understand your evidence to be a few moments ago is that Swissport instructed you, JM Aviation, to pay 20 million rand to Jamicron because Jamicron was going to be the empowerment partner in the ground handling contract. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Yes. Why would Swissport need to put the money through JM Aviation first to get it to Jamicron if JM Aviation had nothing to do with the ground handling contract?
That's a good question, Councillor. It must be asked to Peter Cole, the one actually who paid the money.
No, why didn't you ask him at the time?
Oh, well, I didn't ask him.
Well, 20 million rand is a lot of money, isn't it?
It is, Chairman. But it's coming from Swissport, it's coming from the CEO.
So did Swissport give JM Aviation the 20 million rand and said, pass it on to...
Let me just say it again, Chairman. Swissport, they did deals with JM Aviation, not only with SAA, with other companies as well. Now, when this Jamie Crow came on board, there was a money was supposed to be paid. I'm not also going to say about other companies because this was not the first company Swissport did. Remember, Chair, this money coming from Swissport. It's their money. The CEO, he must make a decision.
Yeah.
If the board is happy about that, it's okay. So now they asked me, they said, can you, actually they spoke to Jules, because Jules actually is the CEO. They explained to him, and Jules says, I don't see any problem. Because if maybe me as a voyeur, I'll say, Peter, please put money, I won't know exactly how to pay it back because I'm not involved on signing the checks and what. But if Jules agreed that that thing must be done, and it was done. Why did Swissport do it? It did it? I don't know, Councillor. But Swissport and JM Aviation and Jules, they've got a very, very good relationship in business.
Ms. Nzeko, do you want to know why Swissport paid that money into your account according to Swissport?
Please explain to me.
There was a contract concluded between Swissport and JM Aviation related to the GSE workshops. You're aware of that, aren't you?
The what? The what?
There was a contract between Swissport and JM Aviation related to Swissport's GSE workshops, correct?
Well, I think Jules was involved on that. I didn't even know anything about it. Jules was involved in himself and Peter Cole.
Yes, but you do know about it because you dealt with it in your affidavit in response to the document summons you received, didn't you?
Well, when it comes to my attention, when I started to see these are the things I supposed to respond, and I started to ask him. And I think I said to Jules, you are the one actually who did this. Can you please explain? And I think he did also gave his affidavit because I was not involved at all there.
So in 2016, you didn't know that your company, JM Aviation, had concluded a service level agreement with Swissport to deal with the GSE workshops. Is that your evidence?
To deal with?
The GSE workshops.
Well, Jules, again, he was the one who was involved.
No, my question is, did you have any knowledge of it in 2016?
I don't remember, Councillor, sorry, I don't remember.
So you may have had knowledge and you don't recall, or you did not have knowledge?
I don't remember, to be honest. I can't say yes or no, I can't remember.
Were there any contracts that, are there any contracts that JM Aviation concluded with, whether SAA or Swissport or any entity that you remember?
Well, there were few, which is Jules did few contract with Swissport. They were there. Which is, he was the one who was involved.
Yes. Jules
was the CEO, was also doing the marketing with Peter.
Yes.
You see, Mr. Nzeku, Swissport says it paid that money that ended up with 20 million rand going to Jamicron because of a service level agreement it had entered into between JM Aviation and itself for consultancy services on the GSE workshops that was going to be performed over a year, from the 1st of April 2016 to the 31st of March 2017. Are you telling me you have no knowledge of that contract at all?
This is exactly what CEO says? This is exactly what he says in this affidavit?
Yes.
Well, maybe if he said that he's the one who paid, maybe it's true. I didn't have knowledge of that.
No knowledge of this consultancy contract?
Yes.
For which JM Aviation received 28.5 million from Swissport. You weren't aware of that?
Well, they told me about the money. That's why I said Jules was involved on that.
Mr. Nzeku, let's go a little bit slower. So you have no knowledge of the contract that was signed by JM Aviation with Swissport for 28.5 million to do consulting services on the GSE workshops?
Councillor, I'm sorry, Chair. I'm not involved in day-to-day operation.
Yes, Mr. Nzeku, but...
Swissport, Chair,
yes.
Swissport has got a CEO, he's got an MD, he's got a marketing. I'm not part of that. Same as the JM Aviation. Now, if the councillor says to me, I was not aware, if I was not aware, the people, they were doing their job, and maybe they didn't tell me, I forgot.
But, Mr. Nzeku, my impression is that these were not small amounts. This was not business for small amounts.
Yes.
Certainly not for the size of the company, or a company of the size of JM Aviation, as I understand it, which might not be correct. And I would have expected that even if you were not involved in the actual conclusion or negotiation of the contract, you would know that your company has a contract worth 28 million with another company. At least that you would know, and what it is for. I would expect you to know at least that part.
Yes, Chair. Well, if people are working, they are doing what they are doing, and sometimes they tell you, sometimes they don't tell you. Maybe they did tell me, maybe they didn't tell me. You know?
But there ought to be reports from the management as well about what's happening in the company, so that you have an idea of what's happening in the company. Even if you are not involved in the daily operations, you get to know if the company seems to be doing well or what the future of the company is, because it has just got a contract for 28 million rand. It means for the next 2-3 years, maybe the situation of the company will not be bad. One would expect you to know those things.
Well, Chair, JM Aviation, that money didn't belong to JM Aviation, it belonged to Swissport. Swissport paid JM Aviation. Please pay that company.
No,
we did.
The 28 million rand, not the 20 million rand. The contract that Ms. Hofmeyer refers to, that JM got a contract for 28 million rand, as I understand the position. So I'm saying, how could you not at least know about such a development? Because I don't understand JM Aviation to have been such a big company that 28 million rand would be like small change. You know, so I expect that it would be important news that even if you are not involved in day-to-day operations of the company, you would get to know my company got a contract from so-and-so, which is worth about 28 million rand. This is what my company will be doing.
It's fair, Chair. You're right by saying that. But can you please, Councillor, explain to me now, nicely now, when you are saying JM, they signed a contract. Which contract are we talking about?
I'm talking about the contract for the 28.5 million that Swissport paid JM Aviation.
Yes.
That's the one I'm talking about.
Swissport paid JM Aviation.
Yes.
Yes, and then to pay that other for consultants. This is exactly what Peter Cole says. Please, Chair, I don't want to say more. This was Peter Cole's call. I'm sorry, I cannot help you there. I'm sorry, I cannot.
I'd like to return to the Chair's concern about such a substantial amount of money coming into the business and you having no knowledge about it. Mr. Nzeku, do you know what the bank balance of JM Aviation was before it received the 28.5 million rand from Swissport?
No, I don't know.
No. I'll tell you it was 1,000 rand.
It was 1,000 rand.
Yeah. So the bank balance went from 1,000 rand to 28,500,000. 6,000, 28 million, 501,000 rand after the Swissport injection of 28.5 million. Is that not something that came to your attention at all?
Well, the person who's involved in the money, it's Jules.
No, the person involved in the money is your daughter, Ms. Sokulu. She's the only person with signing powers with the bank.
She reported actually to Jules.
Jules, so she never told you, Father, we have now got 28.5 million rand in our bank account.
Councillor, that money, it was not for JM. You
It's
are
not for
saying,
JM.
Councillor, you are saying yourself that the account had exactly 1,000 rand. And from nowhere, it went exactly to 28.
Let me tell you what JM Aviation contractually agreed to do for that 28.5 million, okay? Because that was set out in the detailed service agreement that JM Aviation concluded with Swissport South Africa. It was your daughter, Ms. Sakulu, who signed this agreement, Mr. Nzeku. Let's talk about what JM Aviation committed to do for that 28.5 million. Would you like me to take you to the document?
Please, I'll be happy, yes.
The document sets out the services. You'll find it in bundle DD26, as we've called it.
Yes.
And you will find it, sorry, let me just find my index, Chair, if I may. Right, it's item 14, Chair. And
Under what tab?
it should be tab 14.
Tab 14.
Yes.
Okay.
What is the number?
Tab 14.
14,
Number 14.
tab 14. So first go to tab 14.
Yeah, I think take me through that, okay?
And it starts at page 235. Chair, do you have that?
Yes, I've got it.
Thank you. And if you go to the services, you'll find them commencing at...
Maybe for the record, we confirm that the document at page 235 under tab 14 is a service agreement between Swissport South Africa Pty Limited and JM Aviation South Africa Pty Limited. Am I on the right page?
Indeed, Chair. Thank you so much. So just to go over, just to confirm the signatories, if you go to page 265, Ms. Nzeku, do you have that?
No, but I'm listening.
You're listening.
Yes.
You're happy to just listen?
Yes.
Did you say 265?
Yes. That's the first of the signature pages.
Okay, that's now under tab 15, eh? Is that right? Okay.
Sorry, we're in tab 14, Chair. So it's the last two pages under tab 14.
Hang on 1 second. My 265 is under tab 15.
Oh, sorry. Yes,
Yeah,
let
the
me go
last
one.
page
No.
under 2.
There's an amendment to the agreement. I've given you the wrong page. Please go to page 263.
Okay, all right.
Ms.
263.
Nzeku, I would like you to have it in front of you if you would, because you need to confirm a signature there.
It's page what, 16?
263,
Okay, number 16.
under tab 14, 1-4.
Okay. Page what?
263.
Okay, this is for the agreement, okay?
Under tab 14, page 263.
Two, six, yeah.
So there are two
Yes, I've
signatures
got-
on that page. The company is Swissport, and I can just read there, Peter Cole appears to be the signatory.
Yeah,
And then for the
263, eh?
Yes. And then you'll see under service provider, there's a signature, and that person signs as being duly authorized for and on behalf of JM Aviation South Africa Pty Limited. Do you
Yes.
recognize that signature?
Yes, I do.
And that's the signature of your daughter, Ms. Sakulu,
100%,
correct?
yes. Yeah, yes, it is.
Okay, let's look at what services JM Aviation undertook to give and provide to Swissport for the 28.5 million rand they earned from this contract.
What page what?
245, please. Do you have it, Mr. Nzeku?
Yeah, I do, yes.
So you'll see clause 7 there, towards the bottom says undertakings.
Undertake.
Yes, and it says the service provider, just for your convenience, that is JM Aviation under this agreement. The service provider undertakes to provide the following services to the company, and the company is Swissport.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to read quite swiftly. It doesn't need to be read into the record, but just to get a flavor of the
Yeah,
services,
yeah.
right? JM Aviation is going to 7.1 restructure the company's workshops throughout South Africa with an aim to improve maintenance processes and procedures so as to optimize the company's GSE support services and achieve cost advantages. Over the page, it says this consists of, but is not limited to, setting up professional inventory control systems and processes, interface inventory control and finance department, spare part management with an aim to limit GSE downtime and service failures, resulting in penalties from the company's customers. Valuation of all existing inventory and assistance with the sale of obsolete or surplus equipment and parts. I'm going to be brief for now. Complete evaluation of all existing GSE in connection with the company's project to refinance. Concept to materially improve the serviceability of the existing equipment. Establishment of KPIs-based maintenance processes. Review of existing equipment and spare parts procurement processes. Providing an optimized supply chain management plan.
Sorry, Councillor.
Yes.
This one, Chair, I understand. But Mr. S, he did actually he did send actually, how do you call it? He did send his affidavit on this one. He did explain that he was in charge of this one.
No, he didn't speak to this agreement in his affidavit.
Don't you guys have it there?
Yes, no, Mr. Nzego, just wait for the question.
Okay.
Ms. Hofmeyer is just alerting you to what
The service
the
provider of
services that JM Aviation undertook to provide to Swissport. Yeah,
Okay.
for the amount of 28.5 million.
Okay.
They were going to do a fleet management plan. They were going to do an introduction of quality assurance and a control concept.
Yes.
They were going to enhance integration and coordinate between ramp and workshop functions. There was going to be, over the page at 247, assistance with the sale of retired equipment to African countries or overseas, assessment of viable local financing options for new and replacement GSE, and other related advisory services requested by
page
the
are you now,
company.
Councillor?
I was at 247. That's the end of the undertakings of
247,
the
okay.
service provider, which is JM Aviation. So Swissport says that it concluded this deal with JM Aviation because it was keen to procure all of those detailed services. And that's what it paid 28.5 million rand for. And your daughter signed as authorized to conclude this agreement on behalf of JM Aviation. Is it still your evidence you had absolutely no knowledge of this agreement at the time?
I'm saying again, Jules S., he was the one who was talking to the CEO of Swissport. Jules S., the CEO of JM Aviation, and Peter Cole, they were the one actually who did this agreement, because Jules is the one actually who's got experience of all this. You know, he did actually say it in his affidavit that him and Peter Cole, they had in a meeting, they were busy talking about this. You ask me, do I have any knowledge about this? Maybe Jules did tell me about it, and then maybe he didn't tell me. But I remember very well that Jules had a lot of meetings with Peter Cole.
Ms. Nzeka, please try and recall, did Mr. Ayres tell you about this agreement or not?
I can't hear you.
Did Mr. Ayres tell you about this agreement or not in 2016?
What about 2016, Chair?
Did Mr.
The question is whether Mr. Ayres did tell you about this agreement in 2016.
I think he did.
Okay.
And then when Mr. Cole told you to take 20 million rand of the revenue that was due to JM Aviation for this contract and give it to Jamicron, why didn't you say, but the 28.5 million rand is for all the services that JM Aviation is going to be providing to your company?
I couldn't say that because he was talking to Jules. It was the CEO of JM Aviation and CEO of Swissport. This is exactly the agreement they had. I can't reply on that one.
But did you get to know at that time that Swissport was saying JM Aviation must take 20 million rand out of the 28 million rand that it was getting or was going to get from Swissport and pay it to somebody else? Did you get to know that at that stage?
Chair, it's very simple. I was told by Peter Cole.
Yeah.
They want to use JM Aviation. They're going to pay exactly 28 million rand or 20 million rand. And I say, Vakabiki, you pay 20 million rand in this account, please, a tax must be paid. And then the tax arrangement was made. Now, what Jules and Peter Cole talk about, I don't know. But I think, what is the council saying here about this arrangement? I think I remember Jules did tell me about it. Yes, he did mention it.
Yes.
But now the question, why did you take the money and give it to the next? That was instruction.
That was?
Instruction from Peter Cole.
But it's JM's money.
Yes.
No, it was.
For services that JM has undertaken to provide.
Well, when they told me that, please, we're going to put this money in your account. Please pay that. This is exactly what happened here.
But are you saying that when the money came into JM Aviation, you didn't know that that money related related to these services?
Now, the person now who was dealing again, Chair, with the CEO of Swissport, it was Jules. I didn't know anything. But I remember when Peter Cole says there's money to be paid. That money must be paid there. So as far as I know, I didn't ask anything because Jules and Peter Cole were busy talking. Maybe I'm saying the wrong things, Chair. Maybe I don't know. Yes. But as far as I know, Jules and Peter Cole, they were people actually were busy doing this.
Ms. Hofmeyer?
Ms. Nzeku, what was Ms. van Loo's involvement in the JM Aviation business at this time, March of 2016?
Well, she was also the BE lady because they needed.
They needed a woman to be a director.
They needed, yes.
Because she was actually overseas at the time, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
No, she was working here.
She was working here?
Yeah, she was not overseas, she was here.
Who went overseas? Which of your daughters?
Well, the people who went overseas, these are the people actually who were sent by AR.
No, I understood that at a point, either Ms. Sakulu or Ms. Van Loo was overseas. Am I wrong on that?
One of my daughters, she works overseas.
Works overseas.
She works there. She's got nothing to do with, she was never involved on this. I'm sorry, Chair.
Oh, I
She was
see.
never involved on this.
So Ms. Van Loo was working in another job at the time, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was she involved in the day-to-day running of JM Aviation?
Well, the same as, no, she was not. She was part of the empowerment. You know,
Right, so she was there to comprise 65% shareholding in the hands of women, is that right?
At the same time, when Jules is here, they always, when she's got time, they call her that she must participate, because Jules wanted actually to train her that she must leave the job, and then she must join us.
So when your daughter, Ms. Sakulu, was authorized to conclude this agreement, the 28.5 million rand agreement, who did she obtain that authorization from?
Where did she train?
The authorization from to conclude this agreement?
Well, from Mr. S, Jules.
And are you aware that the requirement under the Memorandum of Incorporation of your company is that there must be a majority of directors who make decisions in relation to the company?
It's very true, Councillor, but if you are the majority of the company, you don't have funding, your majority means nothing, means zero.
No, it's a different point, Mr. Nzeku. There were 4 directors at the time that this agreement was concluded. It was yourself, your 2 daughters, and Mr. Ayres.
Yes.
Right. You need a majority in the decision-making of the board of directors of your company in order to take material decisions like this one.
I understand, Councillor.
Right.
I understand.
So I'm asking who authorized Ms. Sakulu to conclude this agreement? If you, to this point, have said it was a dealing between Ms. Ayres and Ms. Sakulu, you needed another director to authorize this agreement. Who was that?
Sorry, Chair, I repeat. Mr. Jules is the founder, and he put money in the company. The buck stops with him. He was the one actually who said, this must be done.
No,
I understand that by the law, you must have, but it didn't happen.
It didn't happen?
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
And you said he put money in the company. What money did he put in the company of JM Aviation?
Who?
Mr. Ayres.
Well, I think when we started, they were actually the equipment that was supposed to be bought from Swissport straight to Mozambique at the airport, another equipment. They were going again to Angola. He was funding it because the SAA, Swissport, they couldn't actually give us without anything, which is Jules did pay.
When was that?
It must be around about 2, 3, 4 years ago.
Yeah,
Before
not-
actually, yeah.
It was not at this stage,
Not
March
at
of
this- yeah.
2016. Because in March of 2016, there was only 1,000 rand in the bank account.
Yeah,
So I
not
was
at
going
this
to
stage,
ask you if he
actually, even
contributed
the funding,
1,000.
that funding, what didn't come to JM Aviation, it came straight to JM International.
Thank
We
you,
need
Chair.
to
I note
take-
we're at the lunch adjournment.
Yes. We need to take the lunch adjournment. We'll resume at 2 o'clock. We adjourn. Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nzeku, we were actually still in the part of my questions where I wanted to establish your knowledge and interactions with certain people, and there's one person I hadn't got to yet, and that is Mr. Mbuleli Kolisi. You know Mr. Kolisi? No, you don't know him.
Are you moving away from that agreement, or you
No,
coming
I
back to
will
it?
return to it momentarily,
Okay,
Chair. So
all
keep
right.
it available if I can
Yeah,
suggest that.
okay,
I just
all right.
remembered I'd forgotten to ask about Mr. Kolisi.
Okay.
So I was checking with Mr. Nzeku whether he knows Mr. Mbuleli Kolisi.
No, I don't know him.
And do you know his firm of attorneys, BM Kolisi Attorneys?
No.
No. And are you aware whether JM Aviation was ever doing dealings with Mr. Kolisi's attorney's firm?
Well, I don't know about my partner, Jules, but as far as I know, I don't know him, you know. Maybe Jules, he did.
Okay. So what was going on in JM Aviation in March of 2016, just before it got this 28.5 million rand contract with Swissport? Was it doing other work?
Can you repeat again, Councillor?
In March 2016
Yes.
was when JM Aviation secured the contract with Swissport for 28.5 million. You'll recall that, right? And I asked you what other work the business was doing at that time.
Well, I don't know. Jules was the one actually was talking to the CEO.
Mr. Nzeku, is it? Apologies, Chair.
Mr. Nzeku, you don't know what JM Aviation was busy with before it got such a big contract? You
Which
don't know
contract?
what
Which,
work,
which,
what
which contract, Chair, are we talking about?
The Swissport contract for 28.5 million. The question was, before JM Aviation got this contract from Swissport for 28.5 million, what other work was it busy with?
Well, as I said to Councillor, JM did buy some equipment from Swissport, where we sold it to Mozambique. JM also buys some equipment to Swissport. We sold it to Angola. Those are the dealings Jules was doing with the CEO of Swissport.
That is, but was there any other work not involving Swissport that JM Aviation was busy with before it got this contract from Swissport?
Well,
How was it earning any income, or what business was it busy with?
well, as I said, Chair, JM Aviation, JM International Aviation, has been 25 years experience with the aviation. So now the CEO of JM Aviation, he's the founder of JM South Africa. Any deal he used to do, he used to look after this small baby of JM Aviation. Now, if you're asking me, did we do any deal without the one of Angola, with other ones? I don't remember.
So is the position that all you know is that prior to JM Aviation getting this big contract from Swissport, the only work that you know that it was involved in was, did you say selling some equipment to Angola?
These African states, yes, where Swissport is involved.
Yes.
Swissport is in Tanzania, is in Nairobi. We used to do exchange of dollies.
Yes.
And then this is exactly what Jules was doing.
Yes, but all of that was connected with Swissport.
Swissport and JM International, yes.
And JM International.
International, yes.
Would the position be that you don't know of any other work that JM Aviation South Africa was doing that did not involve Swissport and did not involve JM
I don't
Aviation
remember.
International? You don't know of any?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. We'd just like to get the timing right here, because I'd asked previously when you mentioned that equipment, that was sold in Mozambique and Angola. I said, can you remember when? And I understand your evidence, Mr. Nzeko, to be you couldn't remember quite when.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
I can tell you that it's unlikely to be before March 2016 when the Swiss port agreement was concluded with JM Aviation South Africa, because there's absolutely nothing happening in the bank accounts of JM Aviation South Africa until there's the Swiss port arrangement. Do you accept that?
I accept, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Kolisi.
I'm sorry, you accept that to have been the position for how long prior to the Swiss port contract?
Well, the councillor, he talked about 1,000.
Yes.
Money was in the account of JM.
Correct.
And all of a sudden, there was 28 million, isn't it? Eh?
That's exactly right,
Yes,
Mr.
it's
Nzeko.
what it says.
But sorry.
Yeah, but what I'm asking, she put it to you that she understands you to be saying that prior to JM Aviation South Africa getting this contract from Swissport, there was nothing, no work that you know of that JM Aviation was doing other than selling some equipment to Angola and Mozambique.
I think,
So my question was, how far back do we go when you know that to have been the position? Is that as long as you can remember, or is that the previous 2 years, the previous 1 year? In other words, is the position that since it came into contact with Swissport and with JM Aviation International, JM Aviation South Africa has only done work that's connected with these two companies and nothing else as far as you know?
I can say yes.
That is how you understand the
Yeah,
position?
I think so, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, I'm sorry to belabor the point, but I do just need to get one point of clarity. I don't understand the equipment sales to
Yes.
Mozambique and Angola
Yes.
to have preceded March 2016.
Yes, yes.
They didn't happen before March 2016
Yes,
because we would have
yes.
seen some movement in the bank accounts of JM
Yes.
Aviation South Africa
Yes.
related to those equipment sales.
Yes, okay.
And I asked Mr. Nzeku to confirm
clarify.
that, and I understood him to say he did confirm that. Is that correct, Mr. Nzeku?
Well, the equipment was sold to this African state. I think it was before 2016.
Well, if it was before 2016, then it would have been JM International
Yes,
doing the
JM
selling. Is that
International.
correct? Thank you. Now
Yes.
we're clear. There are two entities, right?
The selling of equipment to what you refer to as the African states was by JM
International.
Aviation International, not South Africa. Okay.
Thank you. No, that does clarify things.
Okay.
You said you didn't know Mr. Kolisi, Mr. Nzeku. Have you followed in the media that Mr. Kolisi was found dead in his office at the end of July, well, this year, a month ago?
Well, I must just tell you that, Councillor, you know, I don't know these things. You know, there was no need for me to know because, you know, I didn't have an interest on his business. I'm not a person actually who read about media, you know. I'm only looking to things concerning me, you know. If maybe this gentleman who died, maybe I had issues with him, I'll say, yes, I know, but I didn't know anything about it.
No, I understand. And my only question was, did you pick that up in the media? And I understand your evidence to be that you were not aware of it. Is that right? If you'll say yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you.
okay.
Right, then I'd like to move just to an issue of timing. You see, Mr. Nzeku, you'll remember there was that meeting on the 10th of February 2016 that you attended at SAA, where the ground handling contract between SAA and Swissport was discussed. Do you recall that?
Yes, I remember, yes.
Thank you. And then what happened, and I understand your evidence earlier to be you played a listening role in that meeting, correct?
Correct.
You weren't part of the negotiations, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
But you did have conversations telephonically with Ms. Quana on either side of that meeting about the empowerment partner for this deal, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Bob Gurr, who you mentioned was in attendance at that meeting, did a minute of the meeting. Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember. I didn't even see. But I
Because
remember he was standing there. I didn't even see that. He was talking minutes.
he recorded you in the minutes as having played a role in the meeting. Do you dispute that?
Yes, I do.
You do.
Yeah.
He went so far as to quote what you said. Can I take you to what he quoted you as having said?
Please, please.
Chair, we need to go to the bundle of Ms. Mela's evidence, which I've asked to have available to you today, and it's in DD 25A. So, Mr. Nzeku, if you look behind you, you'll see 3 more files, and one of those is labeled DD 25A. Would you take that out?
Yeah, DD 5A, yes.
And in that bundle, if you'll go to page 309, 309.
309.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
.309, have you got it?
It's in DD 25A. That looks too small to be 25A. It's Ms. Mela's evidence, and it's page 309. Chair, there seems to be a problem with your bundle A having reached the hearing. Could I maybe request that we ask to use the interpreter's copy maybe, so that you can have it in front of you?
There were about 4 files that were ready to be taken here. What happened? Are you sure they are not here? But how did that happen? How did that happen? I don't want these things to happen.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Just to orientate us, and for your benefit, Mr. Nzeku, these were the bundles that were admitted into evidence when Ms. Mela was testifying. Yes. And you criticised our investigator, Mr. Kirtland, earlier in your evidence for not having followed up after his first meeting with you, with Mr. Cole.
I didn't criticize him, it was my opinion.
Hang on, Mr. Nzegu, let counsel finish first.
Okay.
You criticised him for not having followed up with Mr. Cole or Mr. Ayres about the dealings. Well, we in fact obtained an entire affidavit from Mr. Cole as part of our investigations. It was already presented in Ms. Mela's evidence, and the document you're looking at is an attachment to Mr. Cole's affidavit, and it's a meeting note that Mr. Bob Gurr put together of that meeting on the 10th of February. And the part that I want to draw your attention to is over the page at page 310. This was the meeting at which you've now confirmed in your evidence you were in attendance. And if you look at the 3rd bullet.
I'm sorry, I just want to, you wanted to make the point that you did not criticize him. No, I just wanted to make sure if you wanted to make that point, you make that point. But if you are fine, that's fine.
I'm fine.
Okay, all right.
At page 310, the 3rd bullet from the bottom is a bullet that reads, at this stage, VN urged PK, I understand it to be Peter Cole and VN to be yourself, to, and he quotes you, according to this note, get the deal finalized. Do you recall saying that at the meeting?
No, I don't remember.
Could you have said it?
Sorry?
Could you have said it?
Could I?
In other words, is it possible that you said it but you can't remember?
I don't think I did say it. I did say it.
So he just made up a quote about what your words were at the meeting.
Well, I don't know, at this stage, we and IQPK to get the deal finalized. I didn't say that. I don't remember.
Thank you. Right, so that happens on the 10th of February, and as I explained to you earlier, what that meeting concluded with Ms. Quana telling everyone assembled that SAA was going to terminate its relationship, its existing relationship with Swissport. And then things went quiet between Swissport and SAA. We learned that from Mr. Cole's affidavit, right? But then an agreement was struck, and an agreement was struck on the 15th of March, 2016. That's the day on which you went and witnessed the ground handling agreement concluded between SAA and Swissport. Do you remember that?
This is the day me and Peter Cole and Bob Kerr and Dalikolo, we were, this is the day the deal was struck?
No, so let me be clear, just to make it entirely clarified in everyone's mind. There's a meeting on the 10th of February. That's where we've looked at Mr. Bob Kerr's meeting notes, right?
Yes.
That's 10 February. And as we have the evidence of Mr. Cole previously admitted in this commission, that ends with Ms. Quinana saying, you're not willing to sign the agreement you were given to give away 30% to a nominated BEE company. We are terminating our relationship with Swissport. That's what happened on the 10th of February, okay. Right. Then, a month later, the 15th of March, just more than a month later, SAA and Swissport find each other and they sign the ground handling contract, the one that's for 5 years, for more than 1.5 billion rand, and that agreement you were a witness to. Do you recall that?
Maybe I was called. You know, if maybe you can, I was called by Peter Cole as a CEO. Maybe I did witness it, maybe.
You did witness it. You confirmed that in your own affidavit before the commission. So unless you want me to take you there to see your signature, I don't think it's disputed, right? So what I'm trying to get at is the timing.
Yes.
Because 10 February, the deal is off. The relationship is terminated. I said to you earlier, did you know how important the agreement between Swissport and SAA was to Swissport South Africa's operations? And I understand your evidence to be yes, it was an important contract. Did I have you correct?
Well, first of all, I said it was not the only client we had. And the chair explained to me, and I said, yes, it was important.
Did you know that Swissport South Africa faced liquidation if it didn't secure an agreement with SAA?
No, I didn't know that.
You didn't know that. You were a director and shareholder of the company, and you didn't know that.
Well, I was not the only director.
No, but I'm asking about your knowledge. You didn't know that they were facing liquidation.
No, they didn't tell.
And then 15 March, they find each other. So it's that time frame that I'm interested in. And what happened in the middle...
Sorry, Councillor.
Yes.
You know, at the meeting between Peter Cole and Bob Kerr, there's a commercial lady there, Mary Mamabula, station manager, and then myself as a board of directors.
Yes.
Whenever Peter Cole, he does everything, he used to take Bob Kerr and this lady. Me, they never even worry. These are the people. I remember very well Mary, she was all the time there because she's a station manager. She knows exactly what's happening on the ground. Whenever we've got board meeting, Mary Mama Buddha, she must give the report to the board.
Thank you. Between those two dates, the 10th of February and the 15th of March, it's on the 2nd of March that Swissport concludes that service level agreement with JM Aviation.
Can I close this one now?
You can. Thank you,
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Nzeku.
Yes, I'm listening.
Right. So it's between 10 February and 15 March that Swissport and JM Aviation conclude that service level agreement that we looked at earlier to basically rework their entire GSE workshop. Do you recall that?
Well, Jules was involved. Jules, I don't recall, because Jules and Peter Cole,
Yes.
there were people actually were talking about the GSE.
But you do remember one very specific aspect of it, which was Mr. Cole's instruction to you that 20 million rand of the money that JM Aviation had received must be paid to Jamicron. Is that correct?
100%, I did. The reason why it was about the issue of SARS, I didn't want to find ourselves, we've got a problem with the SARS where the money doesn't belong to us.
Yes, SARS is a separate matter. I just want to talk about the JM Aviation payment to Jamicron. When Mr. Cole contacted you and said you must pay the 20 million to Jamicron, what explanation did he give you for making that payment?
When Dalikolo came to Swissport as an empowerment of 30%, they wanted actually to do a business with Swissport. And it was not Dalikolo alone, there were a few people that were there. So now, after Peter Cole introduced me to Dalikolo, actually, I think Dalikolo, the company is Jomicro. This is exactly where they decided that my daughter must be part of it. Now, the question, did he explain to me what is this money for?
Yes, I'm asking what he told you when he gave you the instruction.
In other words, why did he say you needed to pay that money to
Jamicron.
Yeah.
Swissport, the way he was explaining to me, Swissport, they were supposed to buy the buses.
Was supposed to?
The bus, the bus in the terminal there, the bus taking people around.
Yeah.
They'll have to do that deal with empowerment. So now, if they are not doing that deal with empowerment, they're not going to get a good price. So Dalikolo was there as an empowerment who can actually assist Peter Cole. That's exactly what I was told.
You see, what troubles me about that is Jamicron didn't end up being part of the ground handling contract that was concluded.
What are you saying, Councillor?
You told me that, you told the chair a moment ago that the reason that Mr. Cole gave you for paying 20 million rand to Jamicron is that Jamicron was going to help with the buses that they needed to purchase for the ground handling contract that had been concluded. Is that correct?
Councillor, first of all, when Jamie Crow came on board, it was the issue of 30%. They were talking that they want to be part of Swissport and for 30%. And then same time, they are prepared to help Swissport with any actually inventory which is they want to buy as an empowerment. So Peter Cole says this is exactly the right group which is we can work with. And there was also another group.
Yes, but Council's question to you is if this group, this company,
Jamie Crow,
was going to be an empowerment partner for Swissport, how come they never became an empowerment partner for Swissport, even after this amount of money that you were instructed to pay to them?
Well, so as I said before, the BO Swissport, they refused. They say they cannot have them on board.
Yes,
They
exactly.
can be part of the bus. They can bring another business, but they cannot be part of Swissport. That's why they decided to have their own company, not Swissport, because they wanted to be part of Swissport. Yeah, and then Swissport guys, they said, no, sir, thank you, we can't. Bring your company.
Is that what the position was before the instruction to pay money to them?
That was their position, because before the money was paid to them, they wanted 30% of Swissport. This is exactly what I was told.
And Swissport said no.
They said, no, they cannot.
But
They must have their own company, which is this exactly what Zemicron.
So when Swissport said JM Aviation must pay them the 20 million, was it, at least on your understanding, on the basis that they would have their own separate company?
On my understanding, yes, Chair.
Yes.
Okay.
But in response to the 30% set-aside arrangement that had been refused by Swissport, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. The problem with that, Mr. Nzeku, is that Jamicron plays no role at all. It is not a subcontractor, it is not a contracting party under the ground handling agreement that the whole debate about the 30% set-aside was focused on.
Is that your view, Councillor, or maybe, I don't know, because why did Peter Cole, as a CEO of company, had a meeting with this guy and then pay them that money?
That's exactly the
If they didn't
question.
actually give him the service.
That is exactly the question.
Yeah.
And it's a question that we put to Mr. Dulakolo Peter,
Yes.
who has provided an affidavit to this commission.
Yeah.
And his explanation is that Mr. Cole did not instruct the 20 million to be paid to Jamicron. Mr. Peters' version before this commission, and Chair, I'll take you there in a moment, but if I could just summarize, is that you, Mr. Nzeku, were the mastermind behind this entire arrangement. That you put Jamicron together, that you put your daughter in there with Mr. Peter, and that you facilitated the 20 million rand payment. Is Mr. Peter lying?
Well, I'll be happy if maybe I was part of that, because when Dalikolo was getting the money, I told him, I said, please don't forget me. You must also give me something.
Yes.
Which is, he just disappeared.
Yes.
So now, how can I be a mastermind of something which is I'm not getting anything?
Yeah, you did get something. You got 2.5 million rand, Mr. Nzeku. Would you like me to take you to the bank statements that show you got 2.5 million rand
Yes,
out
please.
of the 28.5 million rand that Swissport paid you?
Pay me for this deal?
Yes. Right.
Did they pay me on this, the issue of Dalikolo, or it was separate?
Mr. Nzeku, I'll take you there in a moment. But I understand your evidence to be, you did have a conversation with Mr. Peter in which you said you'd like to get a cut of the deal, correct?
No, when I paid him, I said, please don't forget me. I told him it was the truth. He was paid, and I gave him the money. I said, please, Mshagasi, please remember me. And he disappeared.
Which meant that you wanted a part of that money.
That's it, true, because I didn't understand why I must give him the money
And you
then
get nothing.
me, I'm just a carrier chair. I said, my friend, it doesn't work like that because I'm not getting anything from Swissport. They are telling me that I must pay you. And Dalikolo said, I'll see you. He was gone.
I didn't understand, I didn't hear the word that you used there. I understood you to be saying you're just somebody through whom money
Carrier.
is passed,
You
a
said
carrier, that
carrier.
was it.
Yes.
You're just a carrier,
Yeah.
right? So you said to him, how can I just be a carrier? I must get something out of this deal,
I did
correct?
exactly what I told him.
Yes. So why were you...
After I was paid, he got the money, Swissport said pay, and I pay. And after that, I says, is everything okay? He says, thank you very much. I says, listen, please, don't forget me. And he started to tell me about, I don't know, there was a cop, I don't know what cop saying, I forgot, I just decided to leave him.
But he forgot you.
And I decided to tell me about another police, there was a chief of police was involved, and then he was gone.
And if you were just a carrier, Mr. Nzeku, why were you worried about VAT liability to SARS?
Why what?
Why were you worried about VAT liability to SARS?
But it's normal. If you are doing business, at the end of the day, and then this is exactly what Jules says, you must pay VAT, you must pay SARS.
Did Jules say it, or did you say that you must pay SARS?
Jules is a South African councillor. He knows the laws and the rules of South Africa. So he is the man who's in charge of JM. He always said, please, everybody does things, let's do things by the book. I believe him. I think that he's a good man.
You don't pay VAT when you're just a carrier for money. Are you aware of that?
Well, what I said, no. Councillor, please. When this man was paid in my account, I told the CEO, as a CEO, please, let's make it a point that the SARS is paid. That's it. So other issues, I don't know. I don't remember.
Why didn't Swissport pay them directly? Why did they have to
It's a
pay
good
the money
question.
to you? To your
This is
account?
exactly what I asked Peter. Peter says, we don't know them.
Is
We
that-
know you. He says, we don't know these people, we know you. That's why we want your daughter to be part of Jamicron. My daughter never even knew anything about Peter or maybe about Jamie Crow. Peter suggested that she must be part of that because...
You were not going to be, you were going to have nothing to do with their partnership with Swissport, isn't it, SJM Aviation? It was a matter between the two of them, was it not?
They put up a good picture. When Swissport was in the corner of buying buses, they said we can do this and this and this. JM can do this and this and this. So when Peter Cole, as the CEO of the company, was convinced, I didn't say anything. I just wanted to see that at least the job is done.
Ms. Nzeku, I put it to you that this is a completely improbable story that you are now telling this commission.
Yes.
You are saying to this commission that Mr. Cole said to you that you must pay Jamicron 20 million rand because they don't know Jamicron. Is that your evidence?
Well, I don't know, Councillor, what do you want me to say?
If
Because,
that is
Councillor, first of all, that 20 million rand was not my money. It was Swissport's money.
Why are you accepting it? Why is Swissport not paying the people they want to pay?
But,
do you know these people yourself?
Chair, I know Peter Cole, I know the company. They asked me, they said, we must do this.
But you didn't know Mr. Peter well, did you?
No, but Peter Cole told me the business they will be doing.
No, Dalupolo.
Yeah, Dalupolo.
You didn't know him very well, did you?
No, I didn't know him very well.
So why didn't you say to Swissport, but I also don't know them, pay them directly?
Well, they asked me to do it, which is I did it, Chair. Maybe it was my mistake. It was done.
You see, Mr. Peter's version, Mr. Dulaklolo Peter's version, Mr. Nzeku, is that, as I said,
Yes.
you were the mastermind behind all of this, and once he received the 20 million rand into his Jamicon bank account, you told him what to do with the 20 million rand. Do you deny that?
I do deny it.
He says you told him over 3 days to withdraw 500,000 rand in cash so that he could meet with Mr. Colleen when he gives that.
I don't even know that other gentleman.
Right.
Why should I control 20 million rand is in his account? I didn't have that power.
Right.
But when he got that money, I told him, I says, please don't forget me. Now, people he paid on the way, I know nothing about it.
But you wanted to get something out of it.
Of course, Chair, I told him, I said, my friend, don't forget me.
Yes.
Because I was a carry. Chair, this is the truth. This is exactly what happened. I don't want to change the words. Dalikolo, please, I'm a carrier. Don't forget me. And he was gone. So how can I be a mastermind of the money doesn't belong to me?
And your version is you didn't get anything out of this deal. Is that correct?
This is exactly what I'm saying.
And he also, in fairness, I must put it to you, he says he took 5 million for himself of the 20 million.
He took
Does
5
that
million for himself?
Yes.
Yes.
Does that accord with your understanding?
No, I don't know. It's the first
You
time
don't
I'm
know.
hearing it.
And then 10 million he was instructed by you to pay to BM Kolisi attorneys. Do you deny that?
I deny that.
Deny that. And you deny the remaining 5 million that was withdrawn in cash and handed over to Mr. Kolisi's representatives over 3 days.
100%, Councillor.
100%. And you got no money out of that money from Swissport, correct?
Nothing.
Right. Let's go to the bank statements, if we may. And you will find them in your bundle, which we've numbered DD26.
DD26.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I'm here, DD26, yes. Is it 219 or what?
And you will find it, let me tell you, Chair, we may have to enter another exhibit if I haven't got there yet. Yes, you'll find it under tab 9, and it's page 45.
Okay.
45.
45.
We might actually start at page 44. Do you have that, Mr. Nzeku? Sorry, I see you still.
45. Okay. Yes, I put 44, yes.
Thank you. That is the bank records of JM Aviation South Africa at First National Bank. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And if you go over the page to page 45, you'll see where I got my point earlier from. You'll see that this bank record starts on the 22nd of March, right?
2nd of March, yes, there, yes.
And that's 2016, Chair, just for your benefit. And you'll see the opening account had 1,000 Rand in it. That's the point I made earlier about there being 1,000 Rand in the account before you got the payment. You'll see the third line down there is a payment on the 23rd of March. If you go across to description, you'll see Swissport. Do you see that? Fourth line down.
All the way down.
Yes, so there's 3 entries on the 22nd of March, and then there's the first entry on the 23rd of March. That's the 4th line. Do you have that?
1, 2, 3, 4. The 4th line is 28,500.
Yes, exactly. Now, if you go to the left of that, you'll see under the description, it says Swissport. Do you see that?
I can see here, Jamicro and...
No, just above Jamicron. You see Swissport.
28 Swissport, yes, I can see that.
Yes, okay, sorry. So now we're on the same page. Chair, have you found the 4th line? Super. So you'll see, 22nd of March, there's 1,000 Rand. Sorry, there do seem to have been 2 other credits I missed of 200 and 200. Sorry, those were debits. So 1,000, then they took 200 out and 200 out on the 22nd. So the balance was 600. And then on the 23rd of March, Swissport pays the 28.5 million into JM Aviation's account. Do you see that?
Swissport, yes.
Yes. And then the next line is the 20 million that gets paid out to Jamicron. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
Yes. And then the next line says BM Kolisi. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that. Kolisi, yes.
That's a BM Kolisi whom you don't know and whom JM Aviation had no dealings with.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
And then there's a line after that that says agreement 2316.
Sorry, Councillor. This thing of the Kolisi, where does it come from? Does it come from JM or does it come from Swissport?
No, so what happens, let me just explain. The Swissport money comes in on the 23rd of March. That's where you see 28.5, that's 28 million.
I can see that. Yes,
Okay.
Sorry, Chair. I can see that, yes.
No, I just want to make clear that's a credit. Okay.
So it's
it's
money
into the
coming
account.
in.
Right.
Yes.
Now, what you see after that is the money that goes out of the account. So the first bit of money that goes out of the account is the 20 million Rand that went to Jamicron. Do you see that?
I can see that, yes.
Okay. And that's the one that you and Mr. Peter have a dispute about why it was paid to Jamicron.
Yes.
The next one is 2.5 million Rand of the 28.5 million Rand received from Swissport is on the same day paid to BM Kolisi. Do you see that?
I can see that.
Yes.
Now my question, where it was coming from, Swissport or from JM?
No, it's Swiss. So
Okay, from Swissport, okay.
comes in. It's the JM Aviation bank account, and JM Aviation pays it out to BM Kolisi. Okay. The BM Kolisi with whom you have no dealings at all.
Yes.
And then there's another payment out. Do you see that? It's called Agreement 2316. Do you see that?
25, yes. I
Yes,
can see that.
and that's an amount of 2.5 million, correct?
100%, yes.
Do you know who that was paid to?
This says it was agreement, 2361, yes.
Yes, who was it paid to?
I don't know.
It was paid to you, Mr. Nzeku.
This 2.5,
Yeah,
what was paid for? It was not paid to JM, it was paid to me.
yes.
Okay, that's good, I'm happy. It was good if I did get some money, Swissport gave me some money.
Yes, your evidence earlier was that you got nothing.
No, but it's fine. If you're saying they pay me that 2.5, I don't understand, what was that money for?
I don't either. Could you enlighten us?
This is money from your company to you.
After they received the Swissport 28.5.
This company never gave me 2.5 million Rand. JM never gave me that money. Maybe this money stayed with JM.
No. It went into your bank account, Mr. Nzeku.
Do we have it here?
Yes, we do. Would you like me to take you to it?
Please, yes.
Do you actually have no recollection, Mr. Nzeku, of receiving 2.5 million rand on the 23rd of March 2016, as you sit here today?
I must tell you that I was thinking that this was the money for the company.
What was the money for the company?
Maybe this 2.5 was for JM. I didn't know that it was mine.
No, but Mr. Nzegu, if the money, if an amount of 2.5 million rand was transferred or deposited into your account, is there any chance you would not know about that?
Well, Chair, I'll have to know, but it's a long time. In my mind, I was also thinking that this money was for the company. Now, when the councillor says, no, this money came to my account.
Yes, is 2.5 million small change for you?
No, no, Chair. It's a lot of money.
So it's a lot of money.
Yes.
So how could you forget if that amount came into your account?
But okay, let's agree now that it did, because when was that? What year was this again, the councillor?
2016, March.
Yeah, that was.
But council was going to take you to, I think, your bank statement.
Okay.
Yeah, to show that this 2.5 million
if you can take me to my bank
went
statement.
into your account.
Yes. It's just about the credibility of your evidence, Mr. Nzeko, and in fairness, I must put it to you, because for the entire period prior to this point in your evidence, you have clearly said you did not receive any payment associated with this.
I did say that, it's true.
You did?
Yes, I did.
And the facts are, as they're presented to you now, you received as much as 2.5 million rand. So your evidence earlier was false. Do you accept that?
It was not false. I think maybe I didn't remember.
No, that is not your evidence. Ms. Nzeku, you were clear. You did not say, I
But
don't
Councillor,
remember.
Don't force me that I must say
Let's go
I'm saying to you, I don't remember.
Okay, let's go to his bank account or his statements.
Yes. What was, what number was it?
It is item 10, Chair. So you'll find it under tab 10. It's the bank statement of Mr. Nzeku for March 2016.
What is it?
Under tab 10, and you'll find it commences at page 198.
Okay, tab 10, okay, let's go back. I don't see 10 here. I can see only 9. Oh, here's 10. It's right at the back. Okay, we are here.
That is a money on call account of yours, Mr. Nzeku, and it's a bank statement for the period 31 December 2015 to 31 March 2016. Do you see that?
Let's see now, let's see, go back. Is it the first page?
No, you'll find the payment. I'm just explaining to you the period that the statement covers. It covers from the end of 2015 till the end of March 2016. And if you go over the page to page 199.
Yes, I'm at page 199, yes.
You'll see, and I do just want to spend a moment at page 198 because it relates to a point that the chair made earlier. The money in this account is always sitting somewhere below 500,000. It drops at a point right down to 31,000. And then just before you get the 2.5 million rand payment, it's at about 150,000. And then you get midway down, if you go to the date of the 23rd of March, if you look on the left-hand side, there's a column with the dates. On page 199.
I can see that 2.5 here.
It has the same reference that we looked at in the JM Aviation bank account, agreement 2316, and you'll see your account was credited with 2.5 million.
Yes, I can see that, yes.
It's your evidence that you didn't know about that at the time, is that right?
Well, maybe let's start with this. Do you now accept that there was an amount of 2.5 million rand that was paid by JM Aviation into your account? Do you now accept that?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
But, Chair, I
Yes.
think this money is going to the company.
Sorry?
I was thinking that this money is going to the company,
It's going to the company?
to JM Aviation Company.
Yeah,
Now, JM Aviation is paying me
Yes.
this money to my account.
Yes.
So that's exactly what happened. I don't know how.
Why were you paid 2.5 million?
Why I was paid?
Why did JM pay you that amount?
Well, maybe it was an agreement between myself and Jules and JM. Because this 2.5, by the way, if it was paid to me, as I remember, it was between myself and Jules.
What do you remember?
I said, Chair, if this 2.5 million was paid, as it's here, I did actually declare it to my partner, Jules, because where does this money come from? It's coming from Swissport. It's coming also from JM Aviation, which is, we are both partners. So now, what was this money for? I can see that it says it was agreement. Agreement for what? I don't remember.
Mr. Nzegu, your
It
evidence...
is a lot of money. As you said, Chair, I can't say it was small money, it is. But it was 2014, it was 2016, it was a long time.
Mr. Nzegu, your evidence a moment ago was that you were not aware of the payment until we showed it to you. Do you remember that?
What did I say?
You said you were not aware of the payment until we showed it to you.
Yes.
Then you said a moment ago that at the time you would have declared it to Mr. Ayres. How can you declare a payment that you weren't aware of?
Well, I said, if maybe I was paid this money by JM, which is Ayres supposed to know about it. You know, there's nothing my daughter Kosi can do things without JM. Let's agree that this money was paid in my account at that 2.5 million rand, which is, it's a long time. I know that it's a lot of money. I don't know what was that for. I don't know exactly what I did.
Well, Mr. Nzegu, you have accepted now that JM paid an amount of 2.5 million rand into your account.
It is there in the account, Chair, yes.
And as I understand the position, you also accept that that money came from the money that Swissport had paid into JM. Is that correct?
That's exactly what's happening here.
Yes. You have accepted also that for you, this was not small change, this was a lot of money.
It was a lot of money.
Yes.
Chair, yes.
You became aware, did you become aware of this amount around the time that it was paid into your account?
You know, Chair, to be honest, I didn't even, I was a little bit busy. I was too busy, Chair. I didn't.
Are you saying you did not become aware around about the time when this amount came into your account, that such a lot of money?
I don't remember, Chair.
You don't remember whether you became aware?
Well, yes, I don't remember.
Do you know whether at any stage after it had come into your account, between then and today, are you able to say whether you have ever become aware of that amount having come into your account?
Well, I must say that from today, as the councillor is reminding me, is telling me what has exactly happened, you know, I start to understand this money came to my account.
So are you saying that from that time, March 2016, when this money came into your account, up to today, until council talked about it, you were not aware that your company had paid you had paid 2.5 million rand into your account?
Well, you know, Chair, to be honest, and if I said I was not aware, it is true, what exactly have I done? From that 2.5, where did it go? So let me agree and says, Councillor, it was in my account, as you are showing me, it's there.
Yes, but my question is, are you saying between that date in March when this amount was paid into your account and today, you were not aware that your company paid 2.5 million rand into your account?
I can say that, Chair.
You were not aware?
Yes.
You only become aware now. Is that right?
I think so.
And your partner never told you that the company had paid 2.5 million rand into your account? Mr.
No,
Ayres?
he didn't tell me, but the only thing he told me, it was the money we're supposed to pay for the, for the other equipment from another company.
So the short answer is that Mr. Ayres did not tell you that
No.
the company had paid you.
Chair, I'm sorry, I don't remember. I don't want to put myself in a corner where I find
Yes,
myself.
you don't remember whether he told you or not.
I don't remember, yes.
Did your daughter never tell you that the company had paid 2.5 million rand into your account?
I don't remember, Chair.
You don't remember. Is it possible that they told you, but you have forgotten?
Maybe, Chair, maybe they told me. Maybe I told
Yes. And throughout this period, you checked your balances in your account? Have you been checking your balances?
Yeah, yes, I do.
And still you didn't see that there was such a lot of money that came into your account?
But, Chair, it was 2016, or when was it?
It was
March
2016.
2016.
Yes.
Well, I do, but it keeps on going down because
Yeah, but
sometimes
when-
at
but you-
Swissport, they also pay me sometimes
But,
the dividend, you know.
But after it came in, the balance in your account that you had for quite some time, after that, was very different from the
From the 2.5.
balance that you had before this money came in, isn't it?
Yes.
Therefore, if you didn't know about this money having come in, you would have said, but why do I have such a big balance? And you would have wanted to find out, isn't it?
Yes.
So didn't you do that?
No, I didn't do it, Chair.
But
I
you
must
saw
not
that
tell
the
you
balance was big.
The only time I remember the balance was big, it was the 20 million, the man I paid to that gentleman, and when I said...
But the 20 million was not in your account, was it?
No, it was in the JMA.
I'm talking about your account.
No, I understand.
So you saw that there was a big balance
Yeah.
in your statements, but you
Chair,
didn't
I mu-
ask
Chairman,
anybody about it.
I must tell you that I don't remember very well. You know.
Yeah, but what is it that you don't remember? Is it that you didn't see, you don't remember whether you saw that there was a big balance in your account, or what you don't remember is whether you asked anybody after you saw the big balance?
Well, I did not remember asking anybody about the amount of money.
Yes.
And then I think the money was in my account, and that's it. I think I spoke to my partner about it, if I remember very well.
You spoke to him?
No, I think so. I don't remember, Chair, because it was a long time.
But you would agree with me, would you not, that if you look at your bank statement and you see a very big amount compared to what you expect,
Yes.
you would want to find out where does this money come from?
100%, Chair.
You wouldn't just keep quiet about
Keep quiet,
it.
yes.
So you must have asked Ms. Ayres about it, and he must have told you something.
If I remember, Chair, I don't remember discussing with him, to be honest.
But that would be strange, would you not agree with me? That
It is
somebody
very
says-
strange. It is very strange.
It is very strange.
It's exactly what happened.
Yes.
Yes.
that you
Maybe we did discuss it, but I don't remember.
that you would look at your bank statement and see that suddenly you have a large amount of money.
Yes.
You don't want to find out where it came from, but you do use it because you used it. You do not.
Well, Chair, I must tell you that I trust Mr. Ayer very much. He's a good man, and I think maybe we did discuss it. Maybe we did discuss about this.
Yes, but you don't know.
I don't know.
Yes, Ms. Hoffman.
Ms. Nsek, I'd like you to go back to that page of the JM Aviation Bank statement where we saw the 28.5 million come in.
Yes.
You'll find that in bundle DD 26, and you'll find it at page 45.
What was it? It was 10, eh? It was
Yes, it was under tab
under 10. Tab
9.
10,
Under tab 9. And if you go to page 45,
Page 45, eh?
Yes. You'll recall that we looked at those various payments out of the JM Aviation account after the money was received from Swissport. There was the Jamicron one first for 20 million, and then there was another 2.5 million paid to BM Kolisi. Do you have
Yeah.
that in front of you?
Yeah, I can see,
Yes.
yes.
And that's the BM Kolisi that you said JM Aviation had no dealings with at the time, correct?
Yes.
Right, so despite no dealings at all, JM Aviation paid 2.5 million rand to BM Kolisi, and it has a reference there, Pete 0000.1/16. Do you see that?
That's okay. Is it,
It's under,
it's under 2.5?
no, next to 2.5.
Under the heading opening account,
Can you see opening account in the top line?
then you go down.
Yes, I can see that.
And you see written there, let me just explain to you what that column is. That's the column where a description is given to an account by the person who's doing the payment.
Payment, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you'll see when Jamicron was paid, the description was JM Aviation South AF. Do you see that? South AF. That's the description. If you take Jamicron and you go to the right of Jamicron,
I can say Jamicron, it was 20, and then it was BM Kolisi 20,
yes,
22.5.
but between those two, there's a description, Mr. Nzeko. I'm looking at the description.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay,
There's
you've
a-
got
Yeah,
that.
Peter, yeah.
Yes, good. Okay, so you said Peter, right? What's actually written here is Pete 0000.1/16.
Yes.
You said Peter. Do you think it was supposed to refer to Peter?
It was what?
Was it supposed to refer to Peter? Because it just says Pete there.
I can see it's P. I don't know, maybe it's Peter or what.
Yes, it might be Peter.
Yeah, but there's written, no, it's written P-E-T-E.
Correct.
Yes.
Do you know what that payment was for?
No. Where it's coming from? Coming from Ben Kolisi?
No, it's a separate payment that JM Aviation made to Pete. Sorry. It's a payment that, I do apologize, I myself got confused.
To BM
To
Kolisi.
BM Kolisi, but the reference on it,
But
the
it's
way
where
it's
it's coming
described
from?
is
Where
Pete.
it's
It's
coming
coming from JM Aviation, pays BM Kolisi 2.5 million. You see that?
This PET, it doesn't
Yes.
come from Peter Cole or what?
Well, that's what I'm interested in your help with. Do you know what that refers to?
Sorry, Councillor, I really don't know how to
Can
tell
you-
you on this one.
Can you help me with the representative from SAA who was at that meeting on the 10th of February 2016? The head of procurement at the time at SAA. Do you remember his name?
The gentleman was there. I think it was another big guy. His name is Peter Lester, something like that.
Lester Peter. Yes. Could that have been referring to him?
I don't know, Councillor. I don't know.
Because he was the...
Why should JM Aviation pay him?
That's my question for you, Mr. Nzeku. Why would JM Aviation be paying Lester Peter?
You can tell us because JM Aviation is your company.
Chair, this is music to me. I must tell you that when it comes to the finance, people who work at SAT, SAT, SAA, the person who had long relationship with these people, it was Mr. S. And if maybe they decided to pay out of JM Aviation, that gentleman, I don't know.
So people in your company pay a lot of people millions of rands and you don't know anything about it?
No, Chair. In the company, the person who's in charge of the finance. And again said, this company, it was a small company, as the councillor said, this account had exactly 1,000 when we opened it. From nowhere, it exactly ran about 28 million. Mr. S, he was in charge.
But the fact that it is a small company and not a big company supports the proposition that you ought to know. If you are dealing with a big company and there are many directors, shareholders, there are thousands of employees, as an individual, you might not find it easy to know a lot of things because the company is big.
Yes, like
If it is small,
yes.
it's much more easier to know what's going on.
Well, it's much more easier to know when you are involved on the finance, also in the marketing. I was not involved.
But can people in a company, in your company, be paying monies out and you don't, millions, and you don't know anything?
Chair, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Jules Eyre, he's the founder of this company. He was in charge, he was doing the marketing. He's the one actually who did everything. That's the bottom line. That's all I can say.
But I'm afraid, Mr. Nzegu, if what you seem to convey to me about what you knew about your company, JM Aviation, is true, namely, you knew very little, because that's what you are telling me.
Yeah, very true.
Then I'm afraid, if that is true, the position must be that Mr. Ayers and whoever could just, so to speak, steal this company away from you, or you could wake up one morning and find that there is no money. All the money has been taken out and you don't know about it.
I can't say that he can steal the company away from me because he invested in the company and then he was actually the one who was bringing business in the company.
But you could easily find that you have nothing left out of the company because you were not paying attention.
Chair, is the truth.
You were not paying attention, if your version is correct, that you knew so little. You're not paying attention to anything. You are leaving everything to him. He could pay people millions of rands, and you left everything to him. You don't even seem to have been interested to say, why is this money, why is so-and-so being paid this money? You're just leaving things to him.
Chair, it's the truth. First of all, the founder of JM Aviation, the purpose of JM Aviation South Africa, it was to deal with airlines. He's got 25 years experience on that side. I don't have. So now he invested money and he says, can you please give me a chance? Let me run with it. So I did.
Ms. Mayor.
Ms. Nzeku, you'll remember it's only Ms. Sokulu, your daughter, who can authorize these payments.
Yes.
Yes. So this is not all Mr. Ayers. Your daughter, Ms. Sokulu, authorized the payment of 2.5 million rand to BM Kolisi with a reference Pete, quadruple 01/16. Did she ever speak to you about why she was making that payment?
Well, I don't remember, I don't recall talking about that.
And she wasn't involved in the business at all, was she? She didn't want to be involved. She was busy studying, as I understood your evidence.
She
Correct?
was not, but Jules was involved.
I understand Jules was involved, but she had to press the button on the bank account when she was on internet banking to say, take 2.5 million rand out of my father, my sister, and my company and give it to BM Kolisi. Do you not think at some point she asked about why she was being told to do that?
Well, I believe in my partner, Jules. If Jules says, of course, he must press the button, and he's the one actually who's bringing the business, and he's also investing. I didn't ask anything. I'm sorry.
And if
Come on, Mr. Nzeko.
Chair, is the truth.
Come on. This is your daughter.
Yes.
You were there when JM was started.
Started, yes. I'm the one actually who invited my daughter.
You are and you tell me that Mr. S wouldn't tell you about this money, your daughter wouldn't tell you about this money. They would all be paying these monies out without you knowing.
You know, Chair, let's just come. Maybe my daughter told me, maybe Jules told me.
But it can't be, Mr. Nzego, it can't be that all the time you are going to say maybe this, maybe that. You know something. Tell me what you know.
Chair, what I know, I don't remember. That's the bottom line.
You don't remember whether Mr. S told you about this, the money that was paid to you, 2.5 million. You don't remember whether he told you about the money that was paid to Mr. Kolisi. You don't remember whether your daughter told you about any of these monies.
Chair, I repeat, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Very, very sorry. Jules, he's been involved for 25 years. You know everybody there. When we formed JM Aviation, I was happy with him. If maybe he wanted actually to run the company down, because he was the one actually was doing the marketing, he was the one who was bringing the money. If he gave my daughter instruction that he must pay.
And your daughter would never tell you.
Sorry?
Your daughter would not say, Dad, maybe Mr. Ez is up to something here. He has instructed me to pay some money and I don't know anything about it.
If the father never put anything, if the father doesn't bring business, I really don't think it's important that I must know. I don't add any value on Mr. JM Aviation, Jules, because he's the one actually who knows everything. He's an expert on that side.
If you'd been told at the time that this 2.5 million rand was going to benefit Mr. Lester Peter, the head of procurement at SAA at the time, would you have been worried about that?
Of course, I would. I want to know exactly why are we paying, because in my thinking, you don't pay something. Why should they pay? Why us we must pay?
Yes.
Why SA that's Swissquote doesn't pay? Why we?
Well, it's worse than that, Mr. Nzeku.
Okay.
I'd like your comment on this. Mr. Lester Peter
Yes.
is sitting in SAA as the procurement officer.
Yes.
He's just concluded an agreement that's going to benefit Swissport and JM Aviation for 1.5 billion rand. If you pay Mr. Lester Peter 2.5 million rand or some portion of that, then you have engaged in corruption, Mr. Nzeku, because you've paid the decision maker who decided to give your company a lucrative deal.
Well,
Do you accept that?
The chair, he said something. He said to me, "Why would you not to tell Peter Calder to pay direct to those people?" This is exactly what the chair says. And the chair was right. Why? You didn't say, Peter, pay them, not paying, you must pay.
Is your evidence it was to hide corruption?
Sorry?
Is it your evidence that they were using JM Aviation to hide corruption?
No, I don't say, no, it's not corruption. I don't say that because I don't know. That during that time when these people, they were working, I didn't see any, there was no money exchange from, who paid actually JM? Who paid that 2.5 to Leicester? Is it JM?
Yes.
I don't know about it. I'm sorry, Chair, to disappoint you. I'm very sorry to say that. I don't know that. Maybe my partner can explain better.
Or your daughter who facilitated the payment?
You know what? My daughter get instructions from Jules.
Yeah.
And then Jules is the owner of the company. He's the one actually put the money, and he's the one actually who's doing the marketing.
He didn't put any money in, Mr. Nzeku. We confirm that. He didn't put any money into this company.
Let's us go back again. When we started about JM International, where we used to do deals outside.
I'm talking about JM Aviation South Africa, Mr. Nzeku.
Okay.
Mr. Ayres made no financial contribution to it at this stage. Let's move to what happened with this 2.5 million that bears...
Just before that, Mr. Nzeku, how does it come about that if Mr. Ayres wields the power that you want me to believe he will, or he wills, or he wielded in the company? Because from what you have said, he instructed you, he would instruct you. And if he instructed you, you do what he said you must do. He would instruct your daughter too. And if, on your evidence, if he instructed your daughter would do whatever he instructed her to do. Why is it then that he allowed a situation where it was your daughter who had the sole signing powers, if I understand Ms. Hofmeyer correctly? If he doesn't have the signing powers. The signing powers are with your daughter. Why doesn't he keep the signing powers to himself?
Mr. S. Right. Between JM and JM Aviation and JM International, when they started, Mr. S told me that they put an account in Standard Bank. Exactly what he told me. I don't know, maybe it's Standard Bank or maybe it's FNB. The account they've got, which account is this?
This one is the FNB account.
Okay. He told me that they put an account in Standard Bank. They opened an account in Standard Bank. There are two signatures. It's himself and my daughter. The reason why they are bringing my daughter on board is because the company must have women.
Because the company was?
Must have women on board.
Yes.
And then again, if she's alone, it's not going to work. We must actually bring another woman. And I say, you know what, Jules, I don't know who can we bring, but I think I've got another daughter. Now, the bottom line, how come did she sign? For me, when anything Jules said we must do, we did it because he was the one actually was in charge.
So, Mr. S is one person.
One person, yes.
But the Nzegu family are three, isn't it? Yourself, your daughter, and your wife, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
But I can say we are
but
one. Jules is one, I'm one. Because these people, they couldn't come if it was not me.
Yeah?
We are two. It's myself and yes.
Yes.
Because these people who are talking about chair, they couldn't come if I didn't invite. If Jules didn't say they must invite them.
Yes, but he said, and they are there now.
Yes.
Okay. So the Nzegu family, there are three people.
Yeah.
Mr. S is just one person. But he rules.
100%. 100%.
And
he's got experience
and
for 25 years.
When the Nzegu family is alone without him, they don't even discuss monies that come in and go out.
But you know, Chair, you must discuss money coming in and out when you understand the business. Jules, he's a man actually who's been in this business for a long time. I've been with Swissport for a long time on the aviation, on the ground handling. I know nothing about most of the things then. I was a worker. I can still say that maybe I was also a worker to Jules. He saw me as a worker. I'm sitting here today, and then the councillor is asking me those questions, which is I can't even and respond. How can you can have so lot of money in account and you don't know about it? That means to you it was a small money. No, it was big money. But did I know anything about it? Did he tell me? Maybe yes, maybe no. I don't remember, Chair.
Ms. Hoffmeyer?
I just want to conclude on where that 2.5 million that was paid with the reference Pete went to, because all that we've seen so far is that it was paid to a firm of attorneys with whom JM Aviation had no dealings at the time. That's been your evidence, Mr. Nzeku.
In my thinking, yes.
Yes, your knowledge, I understand
Knowledge,
that, yes. Okay, so let's go back to the chronology. It was on the 15th of March that SAA and Swissport finally signed the ground handling contract. You were a witness on that agreement, as was Mr. Lester Peter. Okay, I'm just reminding you of these facts. 15 March. Well, what we're interested in following that...
Sorry, Councillor.
Yes.
What's happening now? Peter is the CEO of the company. He's got papers, he's got agreement, where he asked me, can you please come? And I come.
Yes.
He says, I need you to put your signature here, you know.
No, Mr. Nzeku, there's no question. Don't worry. I was just orientating you in time. That had happened on the 15th of March, 2016. Okay. The next day, the 16th of March, 2016, Mr. Lester Peter went to buy 2 cars. Were you aware of that?
No, I was not.
You weren't. Well, I can tell you, and I'll take you to the documents. He engaged with an outfit called Cars for Africa. That was the next day, the 16th of March. Yes. And he wanted to buy 2 sports cars.
Yeah.
He was interested in an Aston Martin coupe and a BMW 4M coupe. Again, do you have no knowledge of these facts? Nothing. And he asked for a quote, and it came in at about 1.7 million. And then he asked for a few frills, including personalized number plates for the 2 cars, and that took the invoice a little bit above 1.7 million. That was around the 16th of March, right? Then, on the 23rd of March, Swissport South Africa paid 28.5 million rand into JM Aviation's account. You saw that, correct?
Yes, I did.
The same day, 20 million goes to Jamicron, 2.5 million goes to you, and 2.5 million goes to BM Kolisi attorneys, right?
Yes.
It only cleared in BM Kolisi attorney's account on the 30th of March. We went back and looked at the calendar, Chair. It was because of a public holiday and a weekend. So it comes into BM Kolisi's account on the 30th of March. And guess who paid for Mr. Lester Peters's cars on the 31st of March? BM Kolisi attorneys. Those are the facts that our investigation has unearthed. Is your evidence today that you have no knowledge at all of those facts?
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint counsel. I don't know anything about it. But the money is there in the account. The money was paid. But where it went, who paid it, I don't know. I'm sorry, Chair. It is the fact.
It would be very concerning, wouldn't it, if JM Aviation, from money from Swissport, paid for 2 cars for Mr. Lester Peter? Wouldn't it be concerning, Mr. Nzeku?
Well, if I knew that it's going to be paid for cars and things I don't know, definitely I'll be concerned.
You see, I'll go back to Mr. Dulakolo Peter's evidence.
Yes.
He not only describes you as the mastermind behind all of these payments, but he says that his role at that meeting on the 10th of February 2016, where he was present with you, was to facilitate the Swissport SAA ground handling contract. Do you dispute that?
Well, he was talking to Peter Cole.
Not to you.
No.
He didn't talk
Peter,
to you at all.
No.
But you were talking about...
Let me just put it clear, Council. As I said before, I met him, Dalikolo, at 2010, and after that, Peter Cole called me, then introduced me to him, and after that, he told me that they want to do the business of the buses, and then they think that this is a good empowerment, and please, he wants us to work with this gentleman. And after that, he called me again for another empowerment. So now, I don't know where do I have power when Peter Cole pay 20 million rand, and I must tell Mr. Dalikolo pay 5 or 10 and 15. I did say that when he was paid that money, please don't forget me. This is exactly what I said, because he was gone and he was happy. I can't control him. I was not supposed actually to do anything about it, because it was a deal between himself and Peter Cole, the CEO.
But you were talking to Ms. Quinana about him, weren't you?
About the 30% of the empowerment, which is the SAA and SAT, and then the actual AXA, they impose to all the people of airport. It was not only Swissport, it was only the budget. Budget, they had also the same problem.
No,
Peter Cole decided also to go to Durban with the very same gentleman, the one who says I was a mastermind. If I was a mastermind, why I didn't go to Durban with him and Peter Cole? I was supposed to be there.
No, Mr. Nzeku. Mr. Peter's evidence is that he was brought in to facilitate that deal.
Yes.
He did so, and so he got a cut. He got to keep 5 million of the 20 million that was paid to his company. Do you dispute that?
Well, I don't know that. I'm sorry. I can't. Sorry, Chair.
I'd like, Chair, then to move to the purchase of the property that Mr. Nzeku made. That was Ms. Hlohlela's property.
Yes.
And Ms. Hlohlela, just to orientate ourselves, is the mother of Ms. Mela, who was the head of procurement at SAA Technical at the time.
Must we keep this bundle in front of us, or are we moving to another one?
Chair, no, you can keep that bundle, thank you.
Okay.
So just a few more details about that sale, Mr. Nzeku. We saw the agreement, the sale agreement earlier this morning. You confirmed your signature on it. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Right. Did you read the sale agreement before you signed it?
I think so. I think I did. Yes.
It would be prudent to do so, wouldn't it? You'd want to have read what you were signing
Yes,
your
yes.
commitment to. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you help me with...
I'm sorry, that's a yes, eh?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Chair.
okay. I didn't think it was loud enough to be
Sorry, Chair.
captured, yeah, okay.
And who signed first, Ms. Hloslela or yourself?
Who what?
Who signed the agreement first, Ms. Hloslela or you?
I think it was Ms. Hloslela.
Ms. Hloslela.
Yeah, I think so, yes.
And then how did you get the agreement from her? I'm just trying to understand the logistics.
Well, when I first met this lady here, because I met Nonsasa at that time.
That's Ms. Mela.
Miss Mela, and after that she told me that the mother is coming with the eyes, and then I was introduced to the mother, and after that I went to see the mother, and we started to talk about what we were talking, and I said to her, I'd like actually to go and see exactly what is happening, because we've got this venture of the other business in Maseru, which is we wanted actually to do in Swaziland, also in Transkei, which is I showed her the brochure of the company.
You showed her the brochure.
Yes, I did.
Right.
Yes. So now I said, this is exactly what we want to do. And after that, they said, okay, we've got actually a land. It's next to the river. And I said, I would like to see it. And then I took my uncle and then the one who's in hospital. I said, come, let's drive. And we went there. When we arrived there, and then I found this lady, I don't remember the date and when, but the lady, the same lady I saw her, she was there. There were around about 2, 3, 4 gentlemen who introduced themselves.
Remember, you are telling me that story, Mr. Nzeku.
Sorry.
Remember, I'm the one who is...
Sorry, Chair.
You are telling,
Chair.
yeah.
So now when we went...
So when
there,
you're looking away, I can't get
Sorry,
hear
Chair.
everything. Yeah.
So now when we arrived there, and then we find that this lady was there, and she introduced me to these people, to this chief. Another one, it was Chief Sika. I don't know, maybe it was Chief Sika or what. And then we decided to sit. I didn't say to her, listen, please, man, can you please give me your number, or maybe tell me exactly what? No, I just listened to them. Because by that time, I didn't pay anything. There was no money exchanging hands. And then when I was told that the person who's in charge is the chief, this gentleman says the chief. Another one, he says, we are not in charge of the land. So I was a little bit confused. Why this one say this and this one? I said to her, listen, what exactly is happening here? Are we doing it, or maybe we are not doing it? If you are not owning the land, it's not yours. We don't have to do it. They said, no, let the boy take you there to the river, he must show you. So they showed me a land where it's the same size as the soccer stadium. You know, it could be maybe somebody's land, or maybe it could be that land. And I said, okay, if this is the land, and then the chief also, he agreed on this, and then I'll trust you, Mr. Swatela, and then that at least when the time comes, we can actually do the deal. And after that, I left. I came here. Now, the question now, who signed first? After that, I actually wanted the paper for the land. I didn't get the land.
So do you remember who signed first, or do you not remember?
I don't remember, but I don't remember it's me or her, but I don't remember, but I want...
She signed on the 1st of November 2015. Did you sign around that time?
Or the lady here?
Yes,
Yeah.
Ms. Hloslela.
So now...
No, Mr. Nzeku, my question is, did you sign around that time, November 2015?
I think so. I don't remember.
But it would have to have been around that time because you paid for the property in 2016, about May 2016.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
Yeah, somewhere there. Yes.
Okay, so was your meeting with her at the land before November 2015?
I think it was before.
Well, it would have to be before, wouldn't it? Because as I understand your evidence, you went to see the land before you concluded the deal. Is that correct?
I think so, yes.
Well, is it?
I don't remember.
Would
but
you
I
have
think
seen the
so.
land only after you concluded the deal?
No, but when they told me about the land, I wanted to see that. I said, let me see it.
Yes, so you
Sorry,
went to see
I'm sorry, I
it.
don't hear
Sorry,
that.
Chair.
When
So-
they told you about the land, what?
I wanted actually to go and see it.
You wanted to go and see it?
Yeah, see the land, and then I took my good uncle, the one actually.
So you made sure you saw the land before you could conclude the deal?
I think so, Chair. I
Yes.
think so.
Okay.
But we actually, myself and my uncle, we've got this company from Lesotho, which is they are doing what they are doing. And then we also went to talk to them, and then they said they need property in Swaziland, they need property there. Then we said, listen, we'd like actually to be part of this because
Yes, no, that's fine. The question was simply whether you saw the land first before you concluded the deal.
I think so.
And one would expect that, because what would be the point of seeing it after you had concluded the deal?
I think I went down there before we concluded the deal.
Can you be clear? Did you see the land before you paid the money?
Sorry,
Did you see the land before you paid the money?
I think I did see the land before I paid the money, if I remember very well.
And you would agree that it wouldn't help to pay the money and see the land after?
Sorry, what did I say, Chair?
Would you agree that it wouldn't serve any purpose
To pay the money.
to pay first and see the land after?
100%. Chair.
And one of the points you made earlier is when you met with Ms. Hlohlela on that day that you went and saw the land, you did actually show her the memorandum about the cannabis growing. Is that correct? That you've provided to the Commission?
Yes.
Yes. How did you show her a document that was only generated in November 2018?
What
In
did I
2015? How did you show her a document that was only generated, made, put together in November 2018 when you met with her in 2015?
The question, did I show her this document of?
No,
The
you've
question
already
is-
told us.
The question is this: that document that you say you showed her did not exist at the time that you say you showed her, because it was only generated or put together in 2018. What do you say to that?
Well, I don't remember, Chair. Maybe I did show it, maybe I didn't show it because this was my project. I was actually rushing for this project. Maybe I didn't show it, maybe I didn't show it, but this is the project actually I wanted to do.
Ms. Hoffman?
Ms. Nzeku, just to be clear, your evidence twice today,
Yes.
because I've made a note of it, was that when you met with her in 2015, you showed her this memorandum. You've just been told that the memorandum was only created in November 2018, and now you're changing your version.
Sorry, Chair. Maybe I don't remember. Sorry. Maybe I don't remember.
I mean, what is it that you don't remember now?
No, what I'm saying now, if maybe, did I show her, did I sign or before? Or maybe did I show the document?
No, Mr. Nzeku. You said earlier on that you showed Ms. Hlohlela that document, the memorandum. Now we know that the meeting that you were talking about when you said you showed her was in 2015.
I don't remember. I don't know, Chair, did I show her or I didn't?
Hang on. Just
Yes.
listen. You said that when you met her, Ms. Hlohlela, you showed her that document, memorandum. And we know that the meeting with her that you were talking about.
Sorry, Chair. When we talk about memorandum, are you talking about the memorandum of agreement of the land or?
No, the memorandum for your cannabis growing.
No, I was thinking that we were talking about memorandum of understanding. among us.
No, Mr. Nzeku, you didn't, because you didn't have the memorandum of agreement either when you met with Ms. Hlohlela.
I'm sorry, man, I didn't understand. Sorry.
Okay, let's take it step by step. The document relating to cannabis.
Yes.
Did you show it to her, that is Ms. Hlohlela, when you met with her in 2015?
No, I didn't have it by that time.
You did not have it by then?
No, I didn't.
So you did not show it to her? Didn't you earlier on say you did show it to her?
I think I made a mistake, Chair.
You think you made a mistake?
Yes.
And now you are sure that you did not show it to her?
Yes.
Ms. Hofmeyr?
It's a brochure from Medigro. Your evidence earlier was that you were engaging with them about the cannabis growing. Is that correct?
100%.
And you were engaging with them at the time that you were thinking about buying this property. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And that was in 2015, correct?
Correct, yes.
Who is the CEO of Medigro?
Well, I didn't meet the CEO. I met the marketing guy. His name is Thabo.
His name is?
Thabo.
Thabo.
Thabo Mukwena, yes.
Thabo. When did you meet him?
I think during, around that time. Yeah, I don't remember. But
When you got the memorandum?
when we started to talk. Yeah, Thabo Mukwena, he's the one actually who gave me.
He's the one who gave you it,
Yes.
right? So you spoke to Mr. Mokoena about this possible cannabis growing?
Yes.
And then he gave you this memorandum, correct?
He gave me this, the brochure.
The brochure.
Yes.
Let's call it the brochure, because
Okay,
then we
yeah.
don't get confused
Yeah,
with the
yeah, I mustn't
memorandum of
confuse,
agreement.
yes,
I agree. Let's call it the brochure. So he's the person you dealt with. You didn't deal with the CEO
No.
or the president of the
No,
company?
no.
No. And do you remember where you met him when he gave you the memorandum, the brochure? Apologies.
Well, I met him in Center.
Because we've contacted Medigro since we received your document, the brochure.
Yes.
Chair, just to inform you how it plays out, we had asked Mr. Nzeku through a summons to provide us any and all documents related to his intended plans for the land that he purchased. And he provided us with this brochure, and he's confirmed for us he'd had engagements with Medigro. He's now corrected his previous evidence when he said he gave it to Ms. Hlotlela. He's now saying he didn't give it to Ms. Hlotlela, but you did have a meeting where you got this, right, from Mr. Mokoena, correct?
Yes, I did have a meeting with Quana. Yes.
Right. You see, the problem I have with that, Mr. Nzeku, is that the meeting with Mr. Mokoena also happened in 2018, because this document that he gave you only existed in 2018. So how could you have had dealings with Medigro back in 2015 when the document and Mr. Mokwena's interactions only happened in 2018?
Well, Chair, I didn't even look at the date. I didn't even know maybe it was 2018 or maybe 2016. When we started to speak about this project with Mr. Mokoena, we didn't talk about date.
So, Mr. Nzeku, is your evidence before this commission that you get confused between something happening in 2016 and something happening in 2018?
No, I'm just talking about the meeting because you're saying you contacted the CEO. Did I meet the CEO? I said no. Did you meet the marketing? I said no. Whom did you meet? I said I met Thabo.
Yes.
Thabo Mukwena. Thabo Mukwena, he told me that he's part of the company. Now when and what time and what date, I don't remember.
I understand, but it has to be later than November 2018 because the brochure its front page says that it was created in November 2018. So your interactions with Mr. Mokoena when he handed you this brochure happened probably at the end of 2018.
Something
Yes.
like that, yes.
My problem with your evidence, Mr. Nzeku, is you tell us and the commission that when you were dealing with Ms. Hlotlela in 2015, you were embarked with Medigro on a project, but you were not,
No,
Mr.
no, but
Nzeku.
please, Councillor, I did actually ask the commissioner that it was a mistake because I was thinking that maybe because I did not. Now, I'm telling you that I did not. I'm telling you exactly what happened. Did I met the CEO? Did I met? No, I did not. So I don't remember the date, but I did not actually show the lady the brochure. I did not.
And in 2015, you had no engagements with Medigro at all, did you?
No, I did
No.
not.
So you didn't have any plans with them for cannabis growing, did you?
Well, in Swaziland, yes, not with the company. In
No, I'm asking about
In
Medigro.
Swaziland, in Manzini, there's a place where they're doing it, and also in Lesotho on a very small scale, which is they actually want to work with, not only with this company, with another company, which is this exactly the business I was doing for many years.
But, Mr. Nzeku, you got a summons from this commission
Yes.
that said, please provide us with any of the documents related to the agricultural product that you wanted to farm when you concluded the deal in 2015. And you provided us with this brochure.
Well,
Not the brochure of another company with whom you were looking at cannabis dealing, this
well,
brochure.
Councillor, I can throw that to my advisor because these are the people who they were actually receiving all the information. When I've got something, I took to them and I said, gentlemen, how do we go about this? And then now, if anything, it's here, they suppose actually to explain how did we come to that, but they are only advising me. I'm the man actually on the ground who does these things, you know.
Well, your attorneys could advise you on the law,
On the law, yes.
but they wouldn't tell you what happened because they were not there. They would hear from you what happened and how you came to purchase the land.
Yes.
So in terms of facts,
Facts, yes.
you are the one who knows what the facts were, what happened. Now, counsel is saying to you, there is something wrong with your version.
With my version,
Yeah.
yes.
As to why you were interested in the property, in the land that you wanted to buy from Mr. Mela.
Yes.
Because your version is that it was connected with your interest in cannabis based on your interaction with
Yeah.
the company that
Yes.
gave that document.
Yes.
But she is saying, but at that time, this document did not exist.
It didn't exist, yes.
And if I understand correctly, you had not interacted with Mr. Quana at that time. So it can't be that that was the reason why you were interested in the land. Ms. Hoffman, you must tell me if I'm misunderstanding.
indeed,
what-
Chair.
No, I understand clearly, but I did not meet Mr. Mkwena by that time.
Yes.
But the business of cannabis has been there.
Yes.
Not only in Lesotho, in Swaziland, and then I had also a group of people, my friends, who want actually to have a space in Lesotho, as I said, in Swaziland, and also in Tabangulu, where there's a river. For me, Chair, I don't see anything wrong on that.
Ms. Hoffman.
Mr. Nzeku, in your affidavit before the commission, you said that prior to the evidence of Ms. Mela in February of this year, you did not know that the money that you paid for this land of her mother's was going to be used to buy her a property. Do you remember saying that in your affidavit?
I did say that, yes.
So you had no knowledge until February this year that Ms. Mela was going to use the money to purchase a property. Is that right?
Right.
You're sure about that?
I'm very sure about that.
Let's go to the agreement, if we can, the offer to purchase. You'll find that under tab 6 at page 14, 14.
Page 6, eh?
Tab 6, and then it's page 14 is where it starts.
Yes, I mean.
Do you remember that sale agreement? That's the sale agreement that you confirmed in your evidence earlier you read, correct? Oh, you'll find your signature just to help you at page 22.
Page 23.
23 is Ms. Hlohlela's signature, and at page 22 is yours.
Yes, I can see.
You have it.
Yes.
Yes. This agreement told you that the money was going to be used by Ms. Mela to purchase a property, Mr. Nzeku.
This agreement says that.
Yes.
I'm sorry, just repeat the question, Ms. Mayor.
I said that the agreement tells Mr. Nzeku that Ms. Mela was going to use the money to purchase her property.
Let me just read it again. Where does he say that? Can you just
At
direct me?
page 15, clause 3.1.
Okay, offer to purchase the property. Is exactly what he's saying? Yes. I can see it here.
Yes, your evidence a moment ago was that until you heard Ms. Mela in February of 2020 say that the money was going to be used to purchase a property, you had no knowledge of that.
I don't have.
Any knowledge of that?
Well, I just say that I didn't know that, but he's going to purchase a property. I didn't know that.
But it's in the agreement that
But
you
I can
signed
see-
and you told
yes.
us you read.
I can see here. I can see.
So you did conclude an agreement to buy land from Ms. Mamela's mother, knowing that the money would go to help Ms. Mamela buy a property, correct?
No, I didn't know that, Councillor. But I
But
can
in
see
the
here now,
agreement.
I can see the agreement says that, yeah,
So
but I
did-
didn't know that.
So did you read the agreement and not understand what it meant?
I think so. I must be honest with you. I did not actually. I can see here now, I didn't even.
But Mr. Nzego, an agreement to buy land is a very serious and important agreement.
To buy?
To buy land
Yes,
is a very serious and important agreement.
it is.
And you are going to pay a lot of money for the land.
Yes, 2.5 million, yes.
And this is not a very long agreement, as I see it. It's about 4 pages.
But Chair, I didn't get any paper.
I'm saying it seems to me that this is not a very long agreement.
Yes,
It seems to have about 4 pages or thereabout, or maybe it's 8 or 6. You mean you didn't read the agreement?
So you're saying, Councillor, after we pay that money, I didn't know that Ms. Mela is going to buy the house. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm asking you the question at the moment. Are you saying you did not read this agreement before you signed it?
I think so. I don't really think I did read it properly. Sorry, Chair.
You did not read it properly?
Yes.
But you did read it? Or can you not remember?
I don't remember, Chair.
So you don't remember whether you read it or not?
Let me just check it out. Okay. Did you say, is it what page again?
Page 15, that is 15.
145.
No, 15 under tab 6. It starts at page 14.
Page 14, eh?
It starts at page 14.
Mr. Nzeko, I'm worried you're not in tab 6. If you go to tab 6 first.
Tab 6, eh?
Yes.
Okay, thank you
Then
very
you'll
much.
find page 14.
Okay, and then we go there.
Have you got it? Offer to purchase.
Tell me, this ends at page 12, Councillor?
Correct.
Proceed to page 14.
Go to page 14, 1-4.
Okay.
Registrar, just go and assist Mr. Nzego. Look for.
No, I think I'm okay. Thank you, Chair.
Have you found it?
Yeah, I found it, yes.
Okay. Under tab 6, page 14. That's where it starts. And then page 15 is where you have the introduction.
To what? I'm at 12, at 2612 now. Is it 2612?
No. You must be at 15, page 15. The topic on clause 1 is introduction. Have you got that?
And then page 14, yeah?
And then if
I
you
think
turn over the page,
Purchase, yes.
Offer to pages, we have got that.
Purchase,
Okay, the next page is page 15.
Yes.
Can you see page 15?
Yes, I can see that, yes.
Yes. Now, so what is your final evidence? Is it that you signed this agreement without reading it? Or is it that you read it, but you did not read it properly?
Well, I did initially, but I didn't actually read it properly.
You did read?
Yes, in my mind, I was really thinking that, but I can see that there's 1.5, there's, 90 days,
2.5.
Yeah.
Within 90
2.5
days.
is also 1.5 here. Okay.
Okay, Ms. Hoff, may I take it from there?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nzeku, you gave an account of your meeting with Ms. Hlohlela just now in your evidence. That was different to the account that you gave of that meeting earlier this morning in your evidence.
Can you repeat again, Councillor?
Yes. When you told us just now about the meeting with Ms. Hlohlela that you had when you asked to go and see the property,
Yes.
your description of that meeting was quite different to the description that you gave of that meeting when you were being questioned before the tea break this morning. Do you realize that?
What was, I don't remember, but it was different.
Because when you gave the evidence first this morning before the tea break, you were clear that you met with Chief Sika, that you spoke to him about the traditional processes, that you spoke about the fact that you wanted to purchase the land, that there was confirmation that Ms. Hlohlela had land to sell. Do you remember that evidence?
No, Councillor, the Ms. Hlohlela, she was there. She's the one actually introduced me to these people. Sorry, Chair.
Yes, I didn't.
Yes.
Ms. Hlohlela was there.
Yes, no.
She was the one who introduced me to these people.
No. Listen carefully to the question.
Yes.
Council is talking about what you told me
Yes.
before tea break about that meeting.
Yes.
That is the meeting involving yourself, Mr.
Yes.
Hlohlela, Chief Sika, and other people that he brought to the meeting.
Yes.
She's now going to tell you what you said in the morning about that meeting and what you have just said now, and point out to you what is different.
Because your version most recently is that you're not sure whether it was Chief Sika or not. Is that right?
Well, he was introduced to me as a chief scout by this lady.
And whereas this morning you said you discussed the traditional processes for you acquiring the land, you now say, as I understand it, you didn't have that discussion. Is that right?
Well, sorry, Councillor. The person, again, let me repeat, who introduced me to these people, it was that lady.
No, I understand.
She's the one actually was leading, was talking. I couldn't actually talk to these people. I don't know, maybe they're chief or maybe they're not chief, but she was the one who was introducing me to them.
Mr. Nzeku, who introduced you is not where I'm focusing at the moment.
Yes.
I'm focusing on your version this morning to the
Yes.
chairperson about what happened in that meeting.
Yes.
Then we had a tea break.
Yes.
And now you have a different version, your version. You said this morning, you met, you discussed the traditional processes, you confirmed that she was the owner of the land, Chief Sika was there
Yes.
and presided over that meeting. Now I understand your evidence to be, there was some uncertainty about whether it was Chief Sika, but I understand you to say that's how he was introduced to you. But now you say you didn't discuss the traditional processes. Is that right?
Yes.
You didn't discuss them.
Sorry, what was I saying? I didn't, or did I?
You did not discuss the traditional processes, correct?
Well, the gentlemen, they were there, we did.
You did.
Yes.
Right. And did you confirm that Ms. Hlohlela was the owner of the land? Because you said this morning that you did.
Yes.
I understood you just now to say you weren't sure whether she was the owner.
No, this is exactly what she said. She says, own the land. I'm still sticking to the same thing what I said this morning. I don't change anything.
Well, I seem to remember that you said in the morning, she said the chief owns the land. is the owner of the land.
Well, you know.
Did I misunderstand
Chair,
you?
Yeah, so Chair, you know, to be honest, when she started to tell me about what is happening, and then there were those 4 gentlemen that were there, and then he introduced me to them.
Just
She
repeat
introduced me
that.
to them.
Just repeat that last sentence. I didn't hear.
I said there were 4 gentlemen that were there. We were 2 of us, and then she introduced me to this gentleman. And as they were introducing me to this gentleman, and then my interest, it was about the land. And then she says to me, this is the chief. Anything we do it through the chief, this chief. These are the 4 gentlemen. I think they are in charge of the whole place, you know.
But
I wanted actually to get the paperwork, to get the title deeds.
did I misunderstand your evidence this morning when I thought you said, Ms. Lohlela said to you, the chief is the owner of the land? Did I misunderstand your evidence?
You know, but when we started, Chair, for me to drive from here to there, and then if she didn't own the land, you know, why should I talk to the chief? If I remember very well, she said she owns the land, she's the owner. But the person who's in
Yes.
charge of the land is the chief.
Yes, but that's what I want to find out. If I misunderstood your evidence, I want you to correct me. But if I understood it correctly, I want you to confirm.
Yeah.
So was my understanding incorrect? Is my understanding incorrect that you said, she said the chief was the owner of the land? Did I misunderstand your evidence?
Well, I don't recall, but it seems that she told me that Mr. Shella, she owns the land, and
Yes.
the chief is in charge of everything around here. But she owns the land, Mr. Shella.
So I must have misunderstood your evidence.
Well, I don't know, maybe I can say that, Chair.
Yes, no, I'm not trying to trick you or anything.
No, there's no
I
trick.
just want to make sure that,
It's the truth, Chair, what
Yes.
exactly what happened.
yes, okay. Ms. Hofmeyer?
Thank you. So were you introduced to Chief Sika on the basis that he administers the area where the land that you were purchasing falls?
What I saying again?
Were you introduced to Chief Sika
Yes.
on the understanding that he administers the land over which you were purchasing a property?
I think so.
Yes. And did you discuss with him the process that you needed to go through in order to purchase that land?
The chief.
Yes.
Well, he explained to me that anything is going to do here, it must be the chief. But I said to the chief, I remember very well, I'm here because of this lady, Ms. Lohlela. And then if maybe I, as an investor, as a person who's in charge of the land, wants to be part of the land, and then if maybe I can get to the paperwork. That's all I was interested, that at least let me get to business and get the paperwork. And then after that, they can actually, we can discuss other issues.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was going to ask you, but maybe you are coming to it now. Understood you in the morning to have also expressed an interest to say that it's in getting the title deed.
Well, they said there's no title deed.
You asked for
Yes,
a title deed.
because in my thinking, I was thinking that if you buy land, you have to have a title deed.
Yes.
Yeah, but
So they said there's no title deed.
there's no title deeds. But there is papers. There's
Yeah.
papers they can arrange that I can have.
And what was your understanding of what those papers would prove?
Well, my understanding, because when this other gentleman, Nonkonyen, was telling me that there are people who've got farms here, and then those people, they were given a certain agreement, which is that agreement, it binds. So I said to myself, okay, if this is agreement, we can have, I'll have to discuss it again with Mr. Shella. Because I didn't know that when I go there, I'll be meeting chief. I was thinking that maybe she's going to say, okay, I introduce you to these people, and these are the paperwork. Let's take it from here, and then we go forward. But it was not like that.
Once they told you that there was no title deed that you would get, then you must have known that she could not be the owner of the land in the sense in which you know ownership of land to be.
Chair, they said there's no title deeds, but they'll give me the paperwork
Yes.
of that F, because they are calling it FT and F1 and F what exactly what they told me.
But in terms of what your knowledge, proof of ownership of land is through a title deed. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's important, yes.
So what I'm putting to you is, once you were told that you would not get a title deed, you must have known that she could not be the owner of the land in the way in which you know it.
Yeah, the which, yeah, it's very true.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
And you mentioned a moment ago that they were talking about earths. Is that right?
The what?
They were talking about earths, different earths or urban of land. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Yes, yes.
And is that how
Which
you...
is they are not using that. They are using a certain word, you know. But I'm the one actually was thinking about is the way it's supposed to be done.
And that paper... Sorry, Chair.
Okay, so when you talk about Fs, it's your language
My language was
that you are
expecting
putting
that.
onto what they were saying.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And could you give us the way that they described it? How did they identify the land that you were interested in, if it's not by an earth? You see, we know earth
Yeah.
because that's something that there is a extent
demarcation.
identified for and a demarcation. How was the land identified?
Even if it is in isiXhosa, you can just say what words they used to refer to the plot or the piece of land.
Well, you know, the place called Mpindweni, next to the river.
Yeah.
They took me there. And then they started to show me that this land belongs to Numalo, this land belongs to another gentleman, this land, it belongs to this lady, Ms. Loklela.
They were showing you plots of land.
Yes, plots of land, yes.
Okay.
Which is, I was interested next to the river. I said, if it's next to the river, I'll be very happy.
Yeah.
Because we need to have some water.
Okay.
And you were meeting Ms. Hlohlela, as I understood your evidence earlier, in Mbizana. Is that right?
Sorry.
You met with Ms. Hlohlela in Mbizana. That was your...
That's Mpindweni, but that small place called Mbizana, that's exactly what it says. But the city is Mpindweni, something like that. Mpondweni, something.
Was that in, did you go to her house?
Yes, I was in her house.
You met her in her house?
Yeah, yes.
And
somewhere in the Ronda.
In the rural area?
Yes, in rural areas, yes.
Yes, and when you had a meeting with her and the local chief and the other people, was it in the chief's house or in her house?
In her house.
In her. So the
Yes.
chief came to her house?
This gentleman, 4 gentlemen, they came to her house.
Okay.
Yes.
With the chief.
Well, 4 gentlemen, they came with their house. Yes, I can say because I'm not from there. I don't know, maybe it's Chief Sika or who, you know, but they,
But one of them was said to be
chief,
the local
yes.
chief.
Chief, yes, exactly.
And he was referred to as Chief Sika, as you understood
Yes, well,
it.
yes.
Okay.
And how did you then identify how much land you were getting for this deal, Mr. Nzeku? Was it 1 square meter, a hectare? How did you know how much land you were getting?
Well, I can say it's the same size of the rugby stadium, maybe times 2. It's exactly the way I look at it. I don't know maybe how many hectares, but it's exactly what I look at it.
So why didn't your agreement set out how much land you were buying?
Why the agreement?
Not identify how much land you were buying?
Well, remember when I was there, I didn't get any paperwork. I was expecting to get title deeds. I didn't get anything. So now they say to me, you'll be getting paper, will tell exactly how it goes. And at the same time, Mr. Okela told me that you'll have to go and meet my daughter because she's a lawyer. She'll arrange everything. So I was happy. I saw the land, and then I didn't get any paperwork. And then when I came back, and then to see the lady, and she told me that the papers, they're busy preparing for the papers, but we need to do the payment. Which is, I said to myself, okay, we'll have to, as the mother actually, she didn't say much, the mother said, please, you go and see Ms. Mbanjwa, attorney, go and talk to her, and then she'll be the one who's going to prepare the paper. Please do the payment. That's exactly what I did, Chair.
So let me just get that right, because it's quite important, Mr. Nzeku. So Ms. Lohlela told you to go and see Ms. Mbanjwa, is that right?
Yes.
So did Ms. Mbanjwa put the agreement together?
I think so, yes.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Did you collect it from Ms. Mbanjwa?
No, when I came from there, I went straight to Ms. Mbanjwa, and I told her that this is the situation. And Ms. Mbanjwa says she also spoke to Ms. Lohlela, and then there's a payment supposed to be made. And then same time, I'll be getting the document from Ms. Lohlela.
Right.
Which is what was also, they were really rushing that at least I must do the payment if I'm interested, which is I did do the payment to Ms. Mbanjwa.
Yes.
My thinking, if maybe you're doing the payment in the attorney keep that money in trust until such time the deal is done. That was my thinking, Chair.
But the deal was done back in 2015, remember, and you only did the payment in May 2016. So the deal was done, you'd signed it, and then as I understand it, you paid in May 2016. Is that right?
Well, if you say the deal was done 2015, maybe it was just negotiation.
No, it was signed by Ms.
signing.
Lohlela.
Oh, sign. I don't remember.
You accept
sorry.
that?
Yeah, okay. Yes.
So somewhere between mid-2015, when you met Ms. Mela at the workshop, and 1 November 2015, when the agreement was signed, you went to the land and you also interacted with Ms. Mbanjwa. Is that correct?
After I came back.
Yes, after you came back?
Yes.
She put the agreement together, she drafted it, and that's the agreement that you signed, correct?
Correct, yes.
Now, you said at that meeting that the chief was present and Ms. Lohlela was there, it was confirmed for you there weren't title deeds, but you were told there would be other paperwork that you'd receive, correct?
What are you saying again?
You were told at that meeting there wasn't a title deed for the property.
100%. Yes.
But you would be given other paperwork, I think you said.
I'll be getting other papers to
Yes.
Ms. Mbanjwa. Yes.
Did you ever get any other papers?
I'm sorry to say I didn't get any paper, but I did with the payment.
Who were you told would give you the other papers?
Ms. Lohlela told me that, please, I must go to Ms. Mbanjwa.
And she would give you
And
the
then
papers.
she'll give me the papers. What was, I didn't understand, that she says to me, please use Ms. Quinana as a reference. I didn't understand, because this deal was got nothing to do with Ms. Quinana. I'm here now to Ms. Mbanjwa, but they are telling me that please use Ms. Quinana reference. And then when I come to Ms. Mbanjwa, I said, Ms. Mbanjwa, Ms. Lohlela said, this money must be paid in your account. I hope that it will be kept in trust. He says, of course, but you'll have to use this reference of Ms. Quinana. So I wanted to know why, because for me it didn't make sense. They said there was I think there was an arrangement, there was a deal between Ms. Mela and Ms. Quinana, but I didn't want to know because I'm here to do this deal and I know that the man I'm paying is safe. It's in the hands of the attorney.
Now, there was one document that you did receive in addition to the sale agreement. It was an affidavit from Ms. Lohlela. Do you remember that? It's the one I showed you earlier, and Mr. Nzeku, let me help you remember. It's in the file in front of you, that's DD 26 at tab 6. And then you must just go to page 24.
Tab what? Tab 6?
Tab 6, and then you must find page 24.
Page 20. Page 24. 26, okay. Why is what 20, okay. This is 26, 26.
I need
don't
page
see it.
24, Mr. Nzeku.
Page 24.
Yes. Do you have that?
I've got DT 26.
Yes, and then it says van, and then it should be 024. I'm looking for
Okay,
24 under
24,
tab
okay.
6.
23, yes. This is Mr. Shoshela.
Yes, this is an affidavit that you provided to the Commission, which you said accompanied the sale agreement. Do you recall that?
Which, you mean the page 24?
Yes.
Yes.
You've seen this document before?
Well, I think I did see it, yes.
Yes. It has Ms. Hlohlela's name at the top. I, Nonsapo Georgina Hlohlela. It goes on to give some details about her. And then if you go down to what's written in handwriting there, she says there, I hereby sell immovable property to Mr. Vuyisile Nzeku. The land is fully owned by me,
Yeah.
and I inherited from my parents, Mr. and Mrs. Sholani.
Yes.
The land is situated at Empindweni next to the Umzimvubu River in Tabankulu.
Yes.
The price of the land will be fully stated in the offer to purchase upon signing of the offer to purchase between myself and Mr. Vuyo Nzeku. All the rights and risks to this property will be transferred to Mr. Nzeku.
Yes.
And then there's a signature.
Yes.
Did you read this affidavit when you got it at the time?
This one,
Yes.
that's a good question. I don't remember.
But Mr. Nzeku, your evidence a moment ago was you understood why you wanted title deeds. And you were told you didn't have title deeds, so then you wanted to get some other papers to confirm what you were buying. This is the only other paper you were given, wasn't it? So why would you not have read it?
Well, this one actually doesn't have my signature.
No, but it's the only evidence that Ms. Hlohlela can sell you anything that you were given.
Mr. Shella here at number 23, 023, and Shoshela, Sapo, and then I was also given actually a page 22 by Ms. Mbanjwa, where I did have the initial.
Mr. Nzegu, the document at page 24,
Yeah, let's focus on that,
that's
page 24.
Ms. Hlohlela's declaration. The question was, when you received this document, did you read it?
Well, you know what, Chair, I did not,
You did not.
I remember.
Did you read it?
Because I was supposed to get this document from Ms. Mbanjwa as an attorney. But
you
I'm
say-
getting it here now from
You-
these files.
You say you were supposed to get it from her. Why do you say you were supposed to get it from her?
Because I was told that she's the one who will be dealing with this paper of Mr. Taylor.
Yes, but you did get it from her, didn't you?
This one?
Uh-huh.
No, I did not get it.
I think you did, Mr. Nzeku, because you provided it to the Commission.
Where did I, can you please explain? Can I just ask my friends there? Because, please, Chair, there are things I don't understand.
No, he can't assist you. Have you not seen this document before?
Well, when the councillor says, I did actually provide this document to the commissioner. That's why I'm asking my team that.
Yes, but are you saying you have never seen it before today?
Well, I'm sorry to say this, Chair, It seems that it's the first time I'm seeing this document, if I remember very well.
Are you sure about that?
I'm not sure, but I'm thinking because I don't remember.
Did you, to your knowledge, did you ever receive from whoever a document signed by Ms. Hlohlela in which she said she was selling immovable property to you and that the land is fully owned by her and that she inherited the land from her parents?
Well, that document, sorry, I was supposed to get it from Ms. Mbanjwa.
But you say you have never received such a document,
I didn't receive it yet.
making that description
Yes.
and saying that the land that she was selling to you is situated at Mpindweni,
Mpindweni, yes.
next to Umzimvubu River in
Yes.
Tabankulu.
Yes.
You have never received such a document from anybody.
No, nothing yet.
And
Maybe my thinking, sorry, Chair, I'm thinking to get, because I paid that money on the trust of Ms. Mbajwa, I'm expecting actually to get something like title deeds, which they told me that I'm not going to get any title deeds. Maybe I'm confused there, I don't know, I didn't
Okay.
receive anything.
Ms. Hofmeyer?
Your affidavit before this commission says that you were given that affidavit by Ms. Mela.
Which one? This one?
Yes,
That's my affidavit?
that's your affidavit, the affidavit that you confirmed this morning, Mr. Nzeku. In your affidavit before this commission, you say Ms. Mela gave you that affidavit. And the commission received that affidavit when your legal representatives gave it to the commission.
I think my legal representative is supposed to explain to me.
Let's go to his affidavit.
Certainly.
Just 1 second, yes.
Chair, exactly that. I just wanted to suggest that Mr. Nzeku be taken to his affidavit
To it,
in
yeah.
response to his
Yeah,
summons.
let's go to his affidavit where he deals with it.
So he actually deals with this in his main affidavit, which is the one that appears right at the front of that file, DD 26.
B26.
Yes.
Yes.
And if you go there to page 000.12.12, it's right at the beginning of the file, Mr. Nzeku.
Right at
It's
the
under
beginning of the
tab
file.
1
Yes. Your affidavit is the first
document.
document.
Okay, 001, or what is it?
Yeah, that's
yes.
where it starts.
Yes, affidavit, yeah.
And if you go to page 12,
It's page 12, paragraph 55, that deals
No,
with.
is it DT 26?
yes, and you're at page 12,
Yes, yes.
and you'll see at paragraph 55, just for the record and your benefit, Mr. Nzeku, I'll read it into the record. It's your affidavit, so you say, I then entered into an agreement to purchase the property. That's the property from Ms. Hlohlela.
Yes.
I've already submitted the documents to the commission pertinent to the sale, which include the offer to purchase. Advocate Mela subsequently gave me an affidavit from her mother, which I also made over to the commission. And then you continue, the land is situated on tribal land and there's no title deed issued for it. I am the true and lawful owner of the
Just a
land.
little bit slow.
Sorry.
please. I intended agreement based on what I already submitted.
Sorry, Chair, if I may.
Sorry?
Yes, my apologies. That is my recollection. There was a prior summons issued to Mr. Nzeku, which was, I think, earlier this year, and he filed an affidavit in answer to that, and that's the one I was suggesting perhaps that my learned friend take him to.
Okay, would that clarify this more than this?
Well, let's hear from you.
Yeah, let's hear about this first, and if there's still an issue after we can take it from there. Do you see, have you had a chance to read paragraph 55 of your affidavit at page 12?
We're at page 12, yes.
Yes, have you had a chance to read that paragraph?
It says paragraph
55, the second paragraph on the page.
Yes, I can see that.
Have you had a chance to look at it? Ms. Hofmeyer did read the whole.
I'm just reading.
Yeah, just read it quietly.
Well, it is here, but what is written there, I don't know. I'm sorry about it. It is written, and then
Is your memory refreshed now?
on this one, I don't remember. But it is here, as Ms. Hofmeyer says, it was my affidavit.
What is it that you don't remember? Is it
I
that,
don't remember
hang on,
submitting Chair.
No, hang on. What you don't remember, is it you're receiving Ms. Hlosela's affidavit from Ms. Mela, or is it this paragraph that you don't remember? You don't remember saying this to your lawyers who drafted the affidavit?
Well, first of all, I don't remember. I'm sorry saying this.
You don't remember?
I don't remember this paragraph.
You don't remember saying what is written in this paragraph?
Because I didn't get any document.
You never got that document?
No, I didn't.
Jeez, Ms. Nzeku, then how did your lawyers get the document?
Sorry?
You didn't get the document. How did your lawyers get the document to give the document to the commission?
Well, I think maybe they can just explain it. It's here. I don't remember.
Well, but
maybe they can help me.
You are their client.
Yes.
They get instructions from you. They hear. You remember earlier on I said they can't tell you the facts. You know the facts. You know what happened. They can advise you on the law. Now,
But you know, Chair, it says here, I enter into agreement and purchase the property. I have already submitted the document of the commissioner, the sale, which included the offer purchase. I didn't get offer to purchase. This is what it says. So I didn't get it. So I don't know.
you did not get even the offer to purchase.
No, Ms. Nzeku, you've confirmed you signed the offer to purchase. You confirmed that you read it. You've confirmed
Did I confirm that I did?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Chair, I do note when time flies when you're having fun, so to
Yes.
speak. It's now 4:20.
Yes.
I know that you did say that you would be available to sit a bit later, and we did notify all of the attendees today that that would be the case.
Yes.
I'm very eager to conclude if we could, but I
Yes.
wonder if a break now would be appropriate.
Let me check with the legal team for Ms. Nzegu. Is it fine if we proceed and see, how much time do you think you need to finish?
Chair, I imagine I'll finish in an hour. What I'm going to propose to do is be swifter now. We've got
Yeah.
through a lot of the background. I'm simply
Yes.
going to put certain aspects to Mr. Nzeku for his
Yeah.
comment.
Yeah.
So I think an hour.
Yes. Would you be able to, shall we continue for an hour subject to a short adjournment now?
Yes, Chair, I think Mr. Nzeku needs the adjournment also.
To fit, yeah, yes.
10-minute adjournment, and we'd like to conclude.
Yes. Okay, all right. We'll take, I'm sure Mr. Nzegu is happy to hear, we'll try and finish. He wants to finish.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, we are going to take a short adjournment. It's 21 minutes past. We'll take an adjournment and resume at 25 to 5, and then we'll go on until we finish. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nzeko, I'm going to endeavour to speed things up a little bit because I know we've reached the end of the day and I know that you're eager to have this evidence behind you. What I'd like to indicate to you at this point is that the Commission has obtained an affidavit from Chief Sika, and the Chief says he's never ever met you. He hasn't met with you, he hasn't discussed the sale of this land by Ms. Hlohlela with you. It's a very detailed affidavit, and I can take you to it if we need to. So he says that meeting that you've told us about today did not happen. What is your response to that?
Switch on your mic. Switch on your mic, yeah.
Well, the same chief who's saying he never met me, there's one of investigation officer who went to see them, an African one, I don't know what is his name. He started to ask them a lot of questions. After that, they told me that they don't want anything to do with their commission. Somebody left here and they went there. They gave me the gentleman's name, I don't know what his name, and I went. He asked questions about the signature, about the sign. They said, gentlemen, anything's got to do with Zondo Commission, we don't want to know. We don't know those people, we don't want to know them. This is exactly what they told me. Who told me, by the way, is Temba. Temba told me that we had visitors. We don't have money to go to Zondo Commission, we don't want to be in the news. That's all I can say that.
Sorry, I need to understand who these people are. Sorry, Chair. Unless, who from the Commission spoke to who and who spoke to you? Can you please help us there?
I repeat, one of the guys from there in Pindweni, his name is Temba. Temba Njoka told me that one of the Commission investigator officer, an African chap, was there. He started to ask them all the questions. And he says, Mr. Nzeko, we want to tell you, we don't want to be famous. Anything's got to do with the commission, we don't want to know. So please, we don't know you. We don't want to talk to you. And I say, I understand.
Well, what do you say about the fact that the local chief there has deposed to an affidavit and said it is not true that he was ever in a meeting with you?
Well, what I'm saying now, Chair, when Temba Njoka told me this, and I knew that maybe the chief does not have anything. I met, I don't even know, maybe the gentleman, he was the chief or what, but I was there, I met the people. That's why Temba told me that this is the situation, there's an investigation, and the people from the commissioner, they were there. So please, Mr. Nzeko, we don't want to be famous, that's all. Now you're asking what do I say about that? I don't know, Chair. Maybe they don't want to know anything about this.
Okay.
So is your evidence that Chief Sika has lied in his affidavit that he's placed before this commission?
Well, I cannot say he lied, but when I got, first of all, Chair, the gentleman I met, I don't know, maybe it's Chief Sika or maybe it's another man because I'm not from that place. But I was introduced to the man, and this man is the chief. So when they are saying this guy is the chief, I must believe. You see, that's the bottom line I can say. If maybe he was not, or maybe he was, or maybe I'm saying he's lying, or maybe he's not lying, I don't know, Chief.
He goes on and he says the traditional structures have had no dealings at all with you or Ms. Hlohlela. He also says that Ms. Hlohlela has no land in Pindweni area which she could ever have sold to you. Are you aware of all of that, that that's his version, Mr. Nzeko?
Well, when again Temba told me that this is the situation, nobody wants to know anything about me, and not about Mr. Hlohlela, but they told me that anything is coming with the commission, they want to be far away.
Yes.
Now, I don't know what to say, Councillor, on that.
Well, I must say, Mr. Nzeko, one of the features that I found strange with regard to what you said about that meeting is that you said the meeting involving the local chief was at Ms. Hlohlela's house.
Yes, yes.
Now, I have grown up in rural areas. I know how people in rural areas under chiefs live.
The protocol. I understand as well.
If you need to talk to the chief, you are the one who must go to the chief's place. It's not the chief who must come to you.
Yes.
So if I need the chief to be involved in a matter that I am discussing with you, I will take you to the chief in his house. I won't call the chief to come to my house so that we can meet him in my house. That's not unusual. That is unusual.
Well, it is true, but today you find that even the politicians, they go knock to people's house when they're looking for a vote. What relationship did he had with Mr. Hlohlela, I don't know, but I was told.
Yeah.
But as an African, I know that. They were supposed to take me to the chief.
To the chief, yeah.
Not the chief comes.
Yes.
And then again, they ask you, did you bring anything for the chief? His nephew or maybe anything? It's exactly the protocol. But it was not like that.
Yes.
I understand, Chair, where you come from. Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Neko, I want to put one last point to you on this. And Chair, just for the record, I don't suggest we go there, but Chief Sika's affidavit is at page 238 under tab 19. And if we could just enter that into the record, it's the affidavit deposed to by Chief Sika, and it's number 19.
What is it?
Right at the end of that file, Mr.
Tab
Nzeku.
what? Tab
Tab
19.
19.
Okay.
But what I do want to just put to you in fairness, Mr. Nzeku, is that
Just wait, you said
Certainly.
number...
tab 19 right at the end, and it starts at page 283.
282.
283.
283, okay.
Do you have that?
Well, I'm learning today. I never knew that I could sit here. And 283, eh?
Yes.
I'll be doing what I'm doing. It also teaches me that 287. Yes, I've got it here.
Mr. Nzeku, it's an affidavit comprising 8 pages. And what I want to put to you is, this is a very detailed affidavit. The chief went to extensive lengths in assisting the commission in putting this together. He describes Ms. Hlohlela. He describes the Cholani family from which she comes. He describes who she married and where that family is located.
Yes.
He goes through the records of the traditional council. Yes. He talks about how land is dealt with in the area. He goes into detail about the processes that have to be followed, and then he concludes and says he's never met with you. The traditional council has never been approached about the sale of this land. Ms. Hlohlela, in fact, had no land in the Mpindweni area in which she could have concluded any agreement at all. And he concludes by saying the most that he's ever authorized for use of land in his area is the matter of hundreds of rands. He has never known of a 2.5 million rand acquisition of land in his area. And I want to put it to you that your explanation of the chief's affidavit is that you were contacted by Mr. Temba Njoka,
yes.
who said to you, we don't want to have anything to do with the commission. Yes. Well, I'll put it to you that Chief Sika's affidavit is not the affidavit of a man who wants to have nothing to do with this commission. He has gone to extensive lengths and in great detail to explain what happens in his area yes. of administration.
Yes.
Do you have a comment on that?
In other words, the affidavit that he has provided to the commission seems to reflect a person who wants to be as helpful to the commission as
yes.
possible,
yes.
rather than somebody who wants to disassociate himself from the commission?
I can see here, Chair. I
Yeah,
can
what
really
do you
see
say?
that it's well written. Well, Councillor, as I said, I was there, I was introduced, and then as I was introduced to this gentleman, and then after that, they told me that a person from the commission went there, they want to, this gentleman, he can't say that, the way I look at it. He wants to help. This is the truth. And again, Chair, as you are saying, you don't call the chief, you go to the chief. It is a fact. So I'm a little bit confused exactly what happened that day. Maybe I'm wrong, or maybe it was not the chief. I don't know what to say.
Ms. Nzeku, I'm going to put it to you that nothing happened on that day, that there was no meeting at all. And I'm going to take you through further evidence, which I am going to submit to you in due course for your comment, shows that there was no meeting that you had. And I'd like to start that with the affidavit of Ms. Buckley.
Miss?
Buckley.
Maybe before that, Mr. Mayor, with regard to this land, what did you say again was the reason why you were interested in it?
Chair, we actually wanted to do the same thing the Grow in Lesotho is doing, the company Grow here.
You wanted to grow cannabis?
Cannabis, yes. This is exactly what we wanted to do in that land, which is, it actually suits us because it's not far from the river.
Yes.
But when you talk about the price, as the councillor said, really in the land, you don't get more than 100 Rand or maybe 200 Rand.
Yes.
You know, why should we pay that money, you know? We wanted to do exactly what? That was the project.
You have already said that when you were told that there would be no title deed, you accepted that what that meant was that there would be no ownership as you know it. That you remember that?
Well,
that the kind of ownership of land that you know is one that is represented by a title deed.
Title deeds, yes.
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 Now, were you ever told what rights you would have in the land if you were not going to be the owner of the land as you know ownership of land?
Well, as a person who's not from that place, the gentleman told that I'll have to involve people who are from that area. I cannot be alone. I'll have to work with them. I go back again. When I left there, as the councillor says, I want to tell you that there was no meeting. Never meeting take place. I was told that I must go straight to Ms. Mbanjwa. I'll be getting the papers there. But when I arrived there to Ms. Mbanjwa, again, I was told that I must do the payment. Now, something I forgot again, when we left here, we went to the tea break. The councillor was asking me about, I forgot what he was asking me, and I said, I don't remember. But when I was outside and I could remember this, this document that Ms. Mela Nonsasa gave me this document.
The affidavit?
Yes, affidavit. Because I said to Councillor, no, I don't remember, but now...
Now you remember it.
It comes back that she gave me the document in front of that lady. But to the question...
In front of which lady?
In front of Ms. Mbanjwa, you know, because I was supposed actually to get my papers.
Who gave it to you?
Is Ms. Mela.
Ms. Mela?
Yes.
Gave it to you in front of Ms. Mbanjwa?
Yes.
It was not Ms. Mbanjwa.
I think that was the affidavit. No, no. It was Ms. Mela, if I remember very well.
Okay, all right.
But you know, it was 2000 and it was February, you know.
Yes.
I don't remember very well.
Now, what were you told the papers that you would get from Ms. Mbanjwa would be saying? They would be proof of what?
It would be proof of owning that piece of land, which is got actually the numbers. They said it must be J or maybe F, This is exactly what they told me. And then, but I cannot be alone. I'll have to involve the local people. But in the title deeds, it's going to be the company.
Were you told that those papers would be proof of your ownership of the land? Is that what you were told?
This is exactly what I was told.
And who told you that?
Ms. Loshela.
Ms. Loshela?
Yes.
Yes. Did she tell you what those papers are called that would give you ownership?
Well,
Or she just referred to papers?
No, she says these papers, they'll be proof of the ownership. But the person who can actually prepare the document, it is Ms. Mbanjwa,
Yes.
as an attorney.
Yes.
Yes.
So you were made to believe that Ms. Mbanjwa would give you documents that would make you owner of the land?
Of the land, yes.
Yes. And now, is the only document that you got the one that you say you got from Ms. Mela?
Yes.
That affidavit?
Affidavit, yes.
Yeah.
But I didn't have a problem, Chair, because the money is in the trust of their lawyer. The money cannot
Yes,
be
no,
used.
we'll come to
This is
that.
exactly what I was thinking.
We'll come to that. So that's the only document you got, and you didn't get it from Ms. Mbanjwa, you got it from Ms. Mela.
Yes, I think so, if I remember very well, yes.
You never got any document from Ms. Mbanjwa?
No, I don't remember.
You did not?
No, I don't
You don't remember?
I don't remember, yes.
Yes. Now, obviously, the document that you got, namely the affidavit from Ms. Lahle, by Ms. Lahlela.
Yes.
Have I got the surname wrong now?
Ms. Lashe?
Hlohlela, yes.
Lahlela, yeah.
yes.
I think I said Lahlela.
Yes,
Hlohlela, yes.
not Hlohlela.
Yeah, Lahlela is something else.
Yes.
Obviously, when you got that document, you would have wanted to scrutinize it to see whether it gave you the ownership of the land that you were told it would give you, isn't it?
Yes.
Did you scrutinize it?
Well, what I did, I think I did actually discuss it with my lawyers.
Yes, soon after getting it.
After the game, I did discuss it with them. And
Yes.
then they look at it, and then their advice is for me to go again to Ms. Mbanjwa, the one actually who's got the money, because I'm expecting to
Hang
get
on,
the
hang on.
papers.
Before you went to your lawyers,
Yes,
when you scrutinized it,
yes.
did you believe that it gave you ownership of the land or not?
Well, Chair, to be honest, it was not.
It was not.
Because no.
Yes.
In my thinking, I needed something like a title deeds,
Yes.
but it was not. It was
Yes.
not something like that.
Yes.
It did say they did actually tell me the name of the size.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. And after you had scrutinized it and you were not satisfied with it, you went to your lawyers.
Well, I cannot say I'm not satisfied because what we did, I was still expecting more papers from Ms. Mbanjwa.
You were still expecting more?
More papers, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, because the madam says to me, listen, she's there to fix everything. She's talking to us.
So you had no problem with this affidavit?
I did not have, because I believe that I'll be getting more papers.
Yes, you were still expecting more papers?
Papers, yes.
And you did not get any papers? Did you ask for papers from Ms. Mbanjwa?
Well, I asked Ms. Mela that I'm still waiting for the papers.
Yes, but you had not been told that you'd get the papers from Ms. Mela, isn't it? You had been told you'd get them from Ms. Mbanjwa.
But why I'm asking her, because she's the one actually who gave me that other one.
Yes.
Yes.
But you never asked Ms. Mbanjwa, is that right?
Well, I did not.
You did not.
If I remember, I did not. I was
Yes.
waiting that at least she must call me. Because
When you asked Ms. Mela, did you specifically say to her, the document you have given me doesn't give me ownership of the land. Where are the papers that give me the ownership of the land? Did you say that?
Well, I did say that, Chair.
And what did she say?
And she says to me, Ms. Mbanjwa is the one actually who's going to.
Yes.
Yes.
And this would have been 2016, When would that have been?
I don't recall, Chair.
But
During that time, yes.
probably 2016, because you were in the meeting in the Eastern Cape towards the end of 2015,
Yes. I think
right?
Chair,
So,
yes.
so it would have been either 2015 or 2016.
Somewhere there, Chair.
Yes. How long did you wait for these other papers? Or are you still waiting?
I'm still waiting as I'm sitting here, Chair.
It's 2020 now, Mr. Nsebu.
I'm still waiting, Chair.
You're still waiting for the papers
Yes.
from Ms. Mbandwa?
Yes, I'm still waiting.
And yet you have never gone to her.
No, I didn't get anything yet.
But you have never gone to her.
No, Chair. Let's agree. She told me she's going to give me a call. She phoned me. She told she's going to phone me. She says, please, I'll give you a call, or maybe I'll liaise with your tenants.
And she was telling you in 2016.
Sorry?
She was telling you this in 2016.
Well, not 2016. Again, I met her again. Same time she was here again, last time with Ms. Mela.
Here at the
Yes.
commission.
Yeah, the commissioner.
Yeah.
And I asked her, I said, listen, we are talking now. I don't have any papers. He says, listen, we are still waiting. I'll give you a call.
And where did you meet her on this occasion when she was giving evidence? Did you come to the commission yourself? Or,
I was here the whole week with them.
or you were here?
The whole week. And then Ms.
So you asked her,
and
where are
then-
my papers?
Yes, and then the councillor came to me and says, listen, Mr. Nzeka, I'm sorry because
And what
I
did
was
she
here
say?
the whole week.
And what did she say?
She says to me, she's still working on the papers.
Ms. Mbandwa now.
Yes.
So you have been waiting for about 4 years
For the papers, yes.
For the papers.
Yes.
And have you ever gone back to the land and see whether nobody is using it?
Well, Chair, let me repeat again about this gentleman who phoned me, Mr. Joker. And then there's nobody who wants to use the land because people, they don't have any funding. They're looking for jobs. So my question to him now, if you guys are saying you don't want anything to do, what is happening now? He says, listen, we're looking for a job. The land, if you're talking about the land, Chair, in the homeland, if the land is there, nobody's going to buy the land because people, they don't have funding.
And now, did you ask Ms. Mbandwa when she was giving evidence here whether she was still keeping the money you paid in her trust account?
No, I did not. I asked her that. I'm still waiting for the papers.
But did you ask her whether your money is still safe?
No, Chair, I didn't ask.
You didn't ask.
I'm asking Ms. Mbandwa, can we just visit our agreement? Please, I am here now, that at least, can we finalize because I'm still waiting. And she says, no, I'll call your lawyers.
Yes.
And then he did actually introduce himself to the lawyers. And then I'm still waiting, Chair.
Ms. Hoffman.
As far as I'm thinking, my money is safe because it's in the trust.
No,
And then-
Mr. Nzeku, it can't be in the trust account because the agreement tells you it's going to be paid out to Ms. Mela for her property.
I can't what are you saying?
I said to you, you can't have formed the view that it was in the trust account because your own sale agreement says that the money is going to be paid out to purchase a property for Ms. Mela.
Well, I saw that. This is exactly what the chair was asking me. Did you read it? And I said, I don't know this, to be honest.
So your version first was that you read it, and then your version is now that you did not read it, or you did not read it properly.
I didn't read properly.
Right. So you signed an agreement in November of 2015 that you didn't read properly.
Involving
Is that correct?
2.5 million.
That's correct. Could you say yes, just for the record?
Yes, Chair.
And then you paid 2.5 million in May of 2016.
Yes.
Without having received the papers that would confirm that you had any title to that land, correct?
Correct.
Right. Chair, if I may move to Ms. Buckley.
Yes.
Ms. Buckley is a handwriting expert.
Yes.
She has been consulted by the Commission.
Yes.
She was shown a series of signatures from Ms. Hlotlela,
Yes.
numerous signatures of Ms. Hlotlela's over time, when she'd applied for SASSA grants, when she had opened bank accounts, and then she was provided with the two documents related to this sale, the agreement
Yes.
that bears her signature and the affidavit that bears her signature. And she was asked to do a handwriting analysis. That affidavit was provided to Mr. Nzeku in advance of today because it was expert evidence, and we gave Mr. Nzeku an opportunity to dispute the evidence of Ms. Buckley. Mr. Nzeku, your attorneys informed us you did not intend to dispute the evidence of Ms. Buckley. You have accordingly produced no contrary expert evidence, and so we informed your lawyers about a week or two ago that it would be presented to the Commission as uncontested evidence. So, Mr. Nzeku, were you surprised to learn Ms. Buckley's conclusion, Chair? I haven't got there because it's so clear in my own mind.
I was about to say, you must still tell
What
us
I say now?
it says.
So I'm going to tell you what her conclusion was. Her method is to call the two signatures on the agreement and the affidavit that Mr. Nzeku provided to the Commission as the questioned signatures. She's questioning their authenticity, right? And she compares it to all of the other signatures that we've obtained from records of Home Affairs and SASSA, etc. And she says, she concludes that they are not Ms. Hlohlela's signature. The genuine signatures have consistency over time. I think we went over a period of about 20 years of Ms. Hlohlela's signatures. She says the signatures that appear on the sale agreement and the affidavit related to this property purchase in the Eastern Cape are not the signatures of Ms. Hlohlela. Mr. Nzeku, did you see that affidavit and consider it before today?
Where's that page again?
I can tell you where it is. Now, Chair, we're going to move to a new item. Chair, and you'll actually find it in the second file. Now you need to go to DD 26, the second file.
DD 26?
Yes, and it's tab...
The smaller file.
The smaller file, exactly.
Okay.
What?
I
Mr.
think you
Nzeku,
must
it'll
look
be
for
the
the smaller
smaller
one.
file.
Oh, the smaller one, okay, yes.
Yes, and the first tab there is tab 20. You'll see it's an affidavit of Lurika Buckley, the forensic document examiner. And it starts at page 292.
Wait, 292, yes.
Yes, do you have that?
No, wait. No? Yeah, I've got 292, yes.
Now, that's the affidavit that was provided to your attorneys, and which we understand from your attorneys you said you did not dispute. Did you read this affidavit, Mr. Nzeku?
I did not.
You did not. Right.
Did they send it to my attorneys?
Yes,
Yeah, I did not.
you did not.
No.
Right. But you don't
Are you
dispute
sure
it.
about that?
I'm very sure, Chair, it's the first time actually I'm seeing this.
You have quite often said you can't remember. Today, you have said that a number of times. Is it possible that you can't remember that you saw this affidavit?
No, Chair,
You did not see it.
I didn't see it.
You did see it.
I did not.
You did not, okay.
I'm quite concerned, Mr. Nzeku. Your attorneys, your legal representatives can only act on instructions from you, right? They communicated to the Commission that you did not intend to furnish any affidavit to dispute Ms. Buckley's affidavit. How could they possibly have given that information to the Commission unless they discussed Ms. Buckley's affidavit with you and got your attitude to it?
Well, I'm happy they are here. Maybe you can ask them. Because
Maybe,
They're not-
let me ask this question. Do you remember your attorneys or your counsel saying to you, there is an affidavit by a handwriting expert who has deposed to an affidavit who says that after comparing the signature that is said to be that of Ms. Hlohlela in the offer to purchase and in the affidavit that you got from Ms. Mela
I don't remember.
and other signatures of hers, the expert has come to the conclusion that the signature on the affidavit and the signature on the offer to purchase is not that of Ms. Hlohlela. Do you remember them saying anything like that to you?
Nothing. It's the first time I'm seeing this document.
Yeah, but I'm asking a different question. I'm asking whether, let's assume they did not give you the affidavit to read,
Yes.
but maybe they did say to you the commission has given us an affidavit by a handwriting expert.
Yes.
And they told you what the handwriting expert says.
Yes.
And maybe they said to you, in our opinion, there is no basis to dispute this. Do you remember them saying anything along those lines, maybe?
Well, I don't remember very well.
But you certainly say you are seeing this affidavit
For the
by-
first time, yes.
For the first time.
This is the first time I'm seeing this affidavit.
Okay,
And
Ms.
of Miss Barkley, you know, the first time.
Okay, Ms. Hoffman.
So you learned today then, Mr. Nzeku, that the signature on the sale agreement and the affidavit of Ms. Hlotlela is a forgery.
I know today, as you are saying to me.
Yes. You didn't know that before today, is that
No,
correct?
I didn't know.
Despite the fact that your legal representatives communicated your attitude to this affidavit to the Commission, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Do they act without your instructions then, Mr. Nzeku?
Sorry?
Did they act without your instructions?
Maybe the without instruction is legal, is too legal.
Right. Did they decide of their own accord?
In other words, to the extent that they told the commission that you will not be disputing what is written in this affidavit, were they just doing that on their own without having discussed that with you?
Well, I don't remember actually discussing with them. They are here.
Okay,
I don't remember discussing this document.
okay.
Okay, so you learned today that it's a forgery. And does that concern you, Mr. Nzeku?
It does, yes.
Because then it's not a genuine agreement, is it?
It is not.
It's not. Let's go to the affidavit that you did receive, according to your version around 2015 or 2016. Remember, that's the affidavit of Ms. Hlotlela, that's a forgery. We've
In
now
the same
established.
DD 26?
Yes, and you'll find it in the other file, the big file, DD 26,
Yes.
again under tab 6.
On there?
Under tab 6,
6, yeah.
yes.
What is the?
And it's page 24. You'll find the affidavit.
You find 0026 and then 26, eh?
24,
24.
yes. Do you have it, Mr. Nzeku?
Did you say 22 or 24?
24. You
Yes,
have it.
I can see, yes. Page 24, yes.
Now, you've given us various versions about this affidavit over the course of the day. I understand your most recent version, after the break of 10 minutes a little while ago, that you now do remember that you were given this affidavit back in 2015 or 2016, correct? And you told the chair how that happened was Ms. Mela handed it over to you and Ms. Mbanjwa was there. Do you recall that?
I think so, yes, I recall, yes.
Yes, so you have a clear memory of that, do you?
I think so, yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, did you read this affidavit when you were given it?
It's a good question. I did not.
You did not. So here you are. You're going to buy land for two...
But you said you scrutinized it, Mr. Nzegu, when I asked you.
No, this one of 24, the page 24.
Yes.
No, I didn't say that, scrutinize it, Chair. I didn't say that.
Are you saying you did not say
No,
that?
what I said, Chair, when Councillor was asking me, is it the first time you see this document? Because she asked me.
No, Mr. Nzegu. I asked you the question. You remember you said, and it's not so long ago,
Yes,
you said you received this
Or from Ms.
Ms.
Mela?
Mela.
Yes, yes, I did, yes.
That's after.
This is the same.
Hang on.
Okay.
After we had a break, you said during the break you remembered
Yes,
that you did receive it from Ms. Mela.
yes,
I even asked you whether you did not receive it from Ms. Mbanjwa.
yes.
And
I
you said, no, you received it from Ms. Mela.
Yes, I remember very well.
In the presence of Ms. Mbanjwa.
Yes, yes.
And then I asked you, then you said you took it to your lawyers. I said, before you took it to your lawyers, you must have scrutinized it. Did you scrutinize it? You said to me, yes.
Yes, I did read it.
I even said to you, you were not satisfied with it. You corrected me. You said, no, it was not that you were not satisfied with it. You said you were satisfied with it because you were still expecting more papers.
Yes, it's very true. I remember,
Yeah,
yes.
but
yes.
now you have just said you did not read it. But
No,
you
no,
actually
sorry,
said you did.
sorry, Chair. My mind is, it's been a long day.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So what is the final position? Did you read it or did you not read it?
No, I did read it, Chair.
You did read it, okay.
Yes.
You will
Ms.
have
Hoffmeyer.
seen there in the second line, the handwritten second line, where a description is given about the land. The person who wrote this, who's not Ms. Hlotlela, because we've established that through the handwriting expert,
The person who read this is not Miss.
Hlotlela.
Hlotlela,
No,
okay.
the handwriting experts already resolved that for us. The person who wrote this in the second line there, where the handwriting appears, said, the land is fully owned by me. That's Ms. Hlotlela. And I inherited it from my parents, Mr. and Mrs. Sholani. Now let's just stop there. When you read that, didn't you react? Because as I understand your evidence previously, it had been made clear to you in your alleged meeting with Chief Sika that she did not own land. This was tribal land.
Well, when she says she owns the land and then she inherited this land from her family, I was thinking that is her land.
No, but you'd just been told she didn't own it. So why did you not react? You're about to pay 2.5 million rand for a property that at a meeting with the chief you were told she didn't own, and now you're being told she does.
There may be a lot of confusion about what happened in that meeting, if that meeting did take place. You will remember, Ms. Hoffmeyer, that at some stage you put something to him on your recollection of his evidence that suggested that he was told, I think, and I may be wrong now, that Ms. Hlotlela owned the land. And I said to him, my recollection is that he said, Ms. Hlotlela said to him, the chief owned the land.
Yes.
And then he said, that is Mr. Nzeku, he was told that Ms. Hlotlela owned the land.
Oh, I did not pick that up, Chair.
Yes,
Maybe we can just clarify
yeah,
that.
Yes.
Thank you. So was your understanding that she did own the land?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
But
Then
that
why,
there would be no title deeds.
There'll be no title deeds, no.
then why were you engaging with the traditional authorities?
Well, when I went there to go and meet Shoshela, she's the one actually who decided to bring those people.
Did you notice anything else about this affidavit when you got it, Mr. Nzeku? I know that that's something of a leading question, but won't you just tell us what's the date on which it was commissioned? You'll find that at the bottom of the page.
Well, something was not, I don't understand. It seems that there were some scratches somewhere there. You know,
But right at the bottom of the page, there's a date under the Commissioner of Oaths' signature. Can you tell us what date that is?
2015-09-22. I can see the date here.
Yes, 2015, 09/22. Do you see
I
that?
can see that, yes,
So that's the 22nd of September, 2015.
yes.
There's another date on that page. It's the date that is in the typed section of the document, above the signature of the Commissioner of Oaths. Can you tell us what that date is?
Well, this is, no, but.
The year.
the year. It's 2015, 05, 09, 22.
Yes,
The
and
same-
above that, there's
it's the
another
same-
date.
It's the same of the stamp.
Yes, it is the same as the stamp, but it's different to the other date on the page. And that's the date that's in the typed section of the affidavit, above the signature of the Commissioner of Oaths. Can you see that?
Just look at it.
You see, under Hlohlela, under the signature of Ms. Hlohlela, then you have got a certificate of the Commissioner of Oaths which says,
Well, thank you, Chair, but I don't see the date. I can see only 2019.
Thank you, that's
yes,
all I
that's
wanted.
what he wants, yeah.
I didn't see it because.
That's why I
could see
said the
that-
year.
Yes.
To help you, yeah.
Yes.
Did that catch your attention when you were looking at this affidavit in 2015, scrutinizing it according
did
to your
not.
evidence? You did not pick
Did
that
not,
up?
to be
No.
honest.
Well, it caught our attention as the Commission. So, my tireless investigators who sit here and do this day in and day out, engaged with the station commissioner at Mount Freer Police Station, because you'll see it's a stamp
Yes.
from the Mount Freer Police Station, and asked how it could be possible that an affidavit deposed to in September of 2015.
Sorry, Councillor, is this stamp from Community Service? You say it's from Mount Freer?
Yes, you'll see just below the date, it says Mount Freer.
Oh,
Do you
yeah, I
see
can
that?
see, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
it's the South African Police Service
Yes,
in
yes.
Mount Freer. So the Commission engaged with the station commissioner and tried to understand how there could be an affidavit generated in September of 2015 that would bear a date in the typed section of the affidavit of 2019. Chair, those affidavits from the various members of the station in Mount Freer have been provided. Chair, I'd like to just give you those references. They actually appear after the affidavit of Ms. Buckley that we were just dealing with. Chair, I don't suggest we go there in the interest of time, just for the record's purposes. There are two affidavits, and they appear as items 22 and item 23. They are the affidavit of the station commissioner himself, Mr. Mhlamanzana, and then Ms. Mhlamanzana, and then a second affidavit from a captain in the same police service, Mr. Sandler. Now, in the interest of...
Just give the spelling of those
Sure.
names so, for the benefit of the transcribers.
Mhlamanzana is Mhlamanzana, and the affidavit of Mr. Sandler is Sandla.
Okay.
Chair, again, in the interest of time, I'm going to summarize. The essence of their evidence is the following. This affidavit that was provided to Mr. Nzeku is a standard form affidavit that the police station has put together. They even give us the template copy as an annexure. They say that it is changed every year to bear the date for the year. It's accessible on a particular computer, two computers in a particular area of the police station, but then lots of copies of it are made, hard copies, and they're put in the police station and they're put in the community service area for the use of the general public when they come in. They say on occasion, the year can be wrong, that 2019, for example, and that happens when at the beginning of a new year, you have some old ones from the last year, and rather than printing the new ones, you use the old ones, and then they scratch out 2019 and they put in hand 2020. But the evidence from the station commissioner is that in 2015, it is impossible that there was a document that was used that bore the date of 2019 from the Mount Freer police station. Mr. Nzeku, that suggests that this affidavit was forged in 2019, doesn't it?
Well, Councillor, I also asked Ms. Mela Because I could see there are things they are scratched here. I didn't understand why these things are scratched. I also asked about the 2019, because I was also confused why there's 2015, 2019, and I was told that this is an error. It happened, they didn't have stamps, you know, that's exactly what happened.
Mr. Nzeku, your evidence a moment ago
Yes.
was that you didn't pick up this date discrepancy. Now you are telling the Commission
Well,
that you picked it up and that you spoke to Ms. Mela about it.
but,
Mr. Nzeku,
but,
your evidence before this Commission is dishonest.
Councillor, I don't know what you want me to say. Do you want me to, you know what, this is exactly the only time I'm sitting and reading these things.
Yes.
I didn't actually see the errors, but now you are telling me about these things. Did I see, did I read it? Chair, did you ask me, did you scrutinize it? I said, I did. But those dates, I didn't even look at it.
Yes, but you just said you did get confused about it and you did ask and you were told it was an error.
After I
When?
received this thing.
When?
I think that was last time we were here. I didn't understand. I said to myself, there's something not right here.
So,
Please.
so prior to today, you were aware of this date of 2019?
Prior to?
Prior to today,
Yes.
you had picked up that what is written here is 2019.
Well, I can see here, Chair. It's really confusing. Maybe when we started, actually, she wanted to know my background of education, and I said to Chair, 0. Now, there are things I read, there are things I actually keep, there are things I don't keep. So I don't know what went wrong, but I can see the stamp is from Montfrey. I can see the date as she told me. So these other issues, I don't know what to say, Chair.
Okay. But my question is, did you just say prior to today, some time back,
Yes,
if you go back, wherever it was,
yes.
you did notice that the year written here is 2019?
I did.
Or are you noticing for the first time today?
Not for the first time, but I spoke to Ms. Mela about the only thing, it was this funny things on the side, on the paper. I didn't understand what was happening.
Hang on. Let's talk about 2019 only for
2019,
now.
yes.
So you did notice some time ago that the year written on this affidavit is 2019.
Yes.
How long ago was that? Was it when Ms. Mela was giving evidence here?
I think during that time.
During that time?
Yes.
During the week that you were here?
Yes, during that time.
Okay. Is that something you picked up on your own, or is it because it was referred to during her questioning by Ms. Hofmeyer?
I think I picked up when Ms. Hofmeyer was asking it. That's the time.
You picked up?
Yes.
And you asked her?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She says, it was just an error, especially in the homeland. Sometimes they don't have stamps. Anything, it's okay, it's right.
Yes. Well, I don't have a recollection of this aspect being dealt with.
It was not, Chair.
In questioning.
Not at all.
Of Ms. Mela by Ms. Hofmeyer.
You did not ask her about...
No.
Okay. So I think...
So did you pick it up at all then? Because if you say you picked it up because it was mentioned, and I'm saying I have no recollection of it being mentioned, and Ms. Hofmeyer, who was questioning Ms. Mela, says, no, it was not, then you couldn't have had it from us.
Well, Chair, the time Ms. Mbanja was here, I did ask about the papers.
Ms. Mbanja or Ms. Mela, who did you ask?
She was representing Ms. Mela here.
Yeah, but
Yes.
did you ask Ms. Mbanja or did you ask Ms. Mela about this year, about this day, this 2019?
No, I don't. I spoke to Ms. Mela about this, and then she says it's an error. When did I ask? I don't remember, but I did ask about this.
Ms. Hofmeyer?
Thank you, Chair. The last point, just to indicate that Mr. Sandler, in his affidavit, makes it very clear, in case there was any effort to still try and claw back to this affidavit being actually deposed to in 2015, that the Commissioner of Oaths indicated there, Mr. Mkumbuzi, was off duty from 6 a.m. on the 22nd of September 2015, when this was allegedly deposed to in front of him. And more than that, he'd been out on patrol for the shift preceding that. So the chances, Chair, we will argue in due course that this affidavit was actually procured in 2015 are extremely slim.
Well, do you accept, Mr. Nzeku, that certificate of the Commission of Oaths, where 2019 is written?
This one here?
Yeah.
No,
Do you
it was not, no.
No, I haven't finished my question.
Okay, yes, sir.
Do you accept that what is written there is that the deponent to the affidavit, in this case, Ms. Hlotlela, swore to this affidavit in that year? So if you forget about the stamp, the police station stamp, that writing there, do you accept that it means that Ms. Hlotlela, the deponent, appeared before the Commission of Oaths in 2019?
Ms. Hlotlela did.
Yeah, the deponent to the affidavit.
Can you just repeat
You see,
the question?
what is written there says, certify that the deponent has acknowledged that he or she knows and understands the contents of this declaration, which was sworn to before me, and the declarant's signature thumb print mark was placed before me thereon in my presence on, there's a space, 2019. So I'm just asking you whether you accept that writing, if you read it, means that the deponent to the affidavit who took the oath before the Commission of Oaths in 2019.
No, I don't.
You don't accept that that's what it means?
I don't. I'm still confused. I don't.
You are confused. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just tell you that is what it means, you know. But what Ms. Hofmeyer was saying to you, in part, is that is strange that it should talk about 2019 when the stamp of the police station says 22 September 2015, and the purported Commission of Oaths put the date 22 September 2015. And what she is saying to you is, this has to be forgery. This document, it has to be fraud, because there is no way that a document such as this would bear the date of 2019 when it was done in 2015. It's understandable if the document was signed in 2015, maybe early in January, and it bears the date of 2014, when you have just moved from one year to the next. But it's impossible for it to bear 2019 when it was done in 2015. It can't be. That's what she is saying. Do you accept that?
I fully accept.
Yes.
Especially when she went through to Mr. Buckley.
Yes.
Where they did try to look
Yes.
at. I accept.
Yes. So we, at least you accept, and it seems to me quite clear that this was forged, and you accept that. Is that a yes?
Sorry,
Is that a yes?
what I say, Chair, can
Or that this affidavit was forged? You accept that?
I accept it? They were
Yes,
yes.
okay.
Do you accept that it was forged in 2019?
Well, I want to know, I want to know the date, but the way they were
Sorry.
looking at it, they were looking at it, it was forged.
Yes.
Thank you.
Chair, forgive me if I may. I
Yes.
think Mr. Nzeku's made the concession he can make. Beyond that, I'm not
sorry,
sure.
just raise your voice.
My apologies. Mr. Nzeku's made a concession about the affidavit that it's forged in his view. Now, I'm not sure how much more he can talk about when it was forged, the year in which it was forged, or any of those things. I don't think the suggestion has been that he was responsible for the forgery of this document.
Well, I don't know how far Ms. Hofmeyer will go, but it's still legitimate to look at if he accepts that it was forged, when is that likely to have happened? I think that's legitimate.
Yes, but Chair, that's precisely the problem, is that we're moving away from the terms of reference. This is speculative. If he says, yes, he thinks it was in 2019, how does that bring us?
No, it's important. Go ahead, Ms. Hofmeyer.
Thank you.
Chair, please.
Do you accept that it was forged in 2019?
Well, I can accept,
Thank you.
yes.
Mr. Nzeku, if that is so, then I'd like to take you back to the offer to purchase. Remember the one that you signed, the one that precedes that in the file. Just flick back a few pages to page 14 under tab 6.
The
The same file. You're under tab 6 and it's page 14.
we say 6, eh?
Yes,
Page
tab
12.
6, page 14, Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, page 14 under tab 6.
Yes, correct.
And then page 14.
Yes,
Page 14, offer to purchase.
indeed. That's the agreement that you signed, correct?
Yes, I did. Offer to purchase, obviously, yes. Didn't do any.
The difficulty you see, Mr. Nzeku, is that if the affidavit was forged in 2019, it's not clear how you signed this agreement in 2015. Did you not?
Is this agreement 2015?
Yes.
Wait, where is it? Okay.
Did you not sign this agreement in 2019 then?
Councillor,
Well, let's start by,
where's the date?
I'm sorry. I think, Ms. Hofmeyer, let's start by placing on record that there is no date given on the document as to when it was signed.
There is. It's just
is
not where Mr. Nzeku signs. It's over the page where Ms. Hlotlela signs.
Oh,
So
yes,
I'll
so-
take you there. We did deal with this previously,
okay,
but
okay.
I'm very happy to go there again at this point. If you
Oh,
go to
okay.
page 23,
Okay, no, I
Page
didn't see
23.
that.
yes, 23, you'll see Ms. Hlotlela signed it on the 1st of November 2015. Chair, I must stop myself. Of course, we've
20
established that this is not Ms. Hlotlela's signature, so I'm
Yes.
going to have to say purportedly signed
Yeah,
So we are 23, yes.
on the 1st of November 2015. Do you see that date there?
I can see here, yes.
Yes. Now, the difficulty I have is that the affidavit that accompanies this agreement we've established was forged in 2019. So I'm putting to you, how could an agreement linked to that affidavit have been concluded in 2015 if the affidavit to which it refers, and I'll take you to that clause now, was only produced in 2019?
Well, sorry, Chair. The offer to purchase, as the councillor said, I was given actually by Miss Mela, and then I didn't even look at the date. There's my signature there, at Peshas 1, and then there's also other witnesses, but I didn't actually look at the date. I did sign it.
Yes. Did you sign it in 2015 or in 2019, Mr. Nzeku?
If I recollect, it was not 2015, it must be 2019.
Yes. Can I tell you why else it must have been 2019, Mr. Nzeku?
Yes,
Remember, Ms. Mbanjwa prepared this agreement for you. Do you recall that?
yes. I did.
Yes. She's a lawyer, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what an arbitration clause is in an agreement?
The what?
An arbitration clause.
No.
No. Let me tell you what it is. It's a clause in this agreement that if there's a dispute between the parties,
Yes.
then they refer their dispute to arbitration. Have you come across those clauses before?
Yes. We're actually busy now with the AR on that matter at the moment.
Right, right.
Yes.
So what's noteworthy about this arbitration clause, and you'll find it at page 19, Mr. Nzeku,
Page 19, okay, it's 18 here. Yes, page 19, yes.
you'll see at the bottom there, there's clause 18 of the arbitration agreement.
Yes.
Yes. I'll just take you through it. There's no need to read. You see, what happens with arbitration clauses is that when there's a dispute, you go to arbitration and the parties appoint. They choose who the arbitrator is, but if they can't agree, then somebody else is given the role of appointing the arbitrator.
Yes.
Okay. And the one that caught my eye in particular when I was going through this agreement was what would happen at clause 18.3.3 of the agreement, which is over the page at page 20.
Where are we going to, page 20 or 18?
Page 20, and you need clause 8.3.3.
Okay, I'm at page 20 now, clause 8, 18?
0.3.3.
Yes, I'm here.
And I'll explain to you why that caught my eye. You see, what clause 18.3.3 caters for is a dispute between the parties about any other matter.
Yes.
It's not an accounting matter. It's not a matter that can go to the estate agents board. It's any other matter, right? And then the arbitration proceedings are going to be conducted by a practicing advocate or attorney with at least 10 years experience agreed upon by the parties. And then it says, failing agreement, nominated by the chairperson for the time being of the Legal Practice Council. Do you see that?
Yes.
You weren't aware of that clause before today, were you?
I was not at all.
Ms. Mbanjwa was responsible for putting this agreement together, correct?
Correct, yes.
Ms. Mbanjwa then would probably know that the Legal Practice Council was not established until October of 2018. So, Ms. Nzeku, I suggest to you that that is another reason why this agreement did not come into existence in 2015. Not in 2015.
Can you repeat again what I'm saying, Councillor?
Yes. This agreement did not come into existence. You did not sign it in 2015.
Yes. I did tell you that, 19.
Yes. Not in 2016, not in 2017, not in 2018, but you now confirm under oath that you signed it in 2019,
Yes.
correct?
Correct, yes.
Yes. That,
And maybe just to complete the point, because basically what Ms. Hofmeyer is saying, an agreement concluded in 2015 could not have referred to a legal practice council, because at that time there was no such body. Okay?
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, okay. So it has to be that the document was prepared after that body had come into existence. Okay.
Ms. Nzeku, in fairness to you, we will argue in due course that this whole agreement is a fraud.
Yes.
Do you accept that?
I accept, yes.
Why did you perpetrate a fraud in 2019?
Why did I?
Why did you take part in a fraud in 2019?
Well, I didn't know that it was a fraud.
No, you did, Mr. Nzeku, because it was purporting to be an agreement you concluded in 2015, when you have now, in fairness to you, admitted to this commission that you only signed it in 2019. That means you were party to a fraud.
Well, I must tell the truth, Councillor. I don't know how you're going to take it. This is the truth. I did not know that I was committing a crime. That's the truth.
But, Mr. Nzeku, if you signed this agreement in 2019,
Yes,
I mean, you had made the payment for this land when? 2016, 2015?
May 2016.
May 2016.
yes.
It would mean that you paid 2.5 million rand at a time when there was no agreement. Because there was no agreement until both parties signed, and you say you only signed in 2019.
Well,
How
Chair,
could you have done that?
Chair, I did feel actually comfortable when it was with attorneys, Ms. Mbajwa. The one was supposed to be prepared, the document. The one actually, the man was paid to. And then I also advised my lawyers about this issue. To be honest, as a businessman, I didn't see anything wrong.
No. You knew on your own version that to buy the land that you say you wanted to buy,
Yes,
there had to be an agreement,
yes,
and that agreement was to be in writing, isn't it?
in writing, yes.
Now, on your own version, an agreement in writing only comes about in 2019 because you don't get to sign the agreement until 2019. How do you justify paying somebody 2.5 million rand even before there can be a written agreement that you are expecting should happen?
Well, Chair, my thinking, I was not paying her, I was paying the lawyer. And I was paying the lawyer. The money was supposed to stay in the trust
Mr.
Yes.
with an interest.
Yes, but there's supposed to be an agreement first.
Yes.
Then you pay, because you are supposed to pay in
100%.
accordance with the agreement.
Yes.
You accept that?
I agree with you, Chair.
Yeah,
but
so what you did is strange, that you paid not a small amount, a substantial amount,
Yes.
even before you could see an agreement and have it signed. You accept that? That
I
is
accept,
strange.
yes. I accept, yes.
You accept that?
Thank you. Chair, I would like to take it one step further. Mr. Nzeku, I put it to you, there was no agreement about any land whatsoever in 2015 or 2016. What there was, Mr. Nzeku, was a payment of 2.5 million rand to benefit Ms. Mela, who was the head of procurement at SAA Technical, and it was the last 2.5 million out of the 28.5 million that was paid by Swissport to JM Aviation. Do you have a response to that?
Well, I'm still confused. How can Ms. Mela help Swissport on that?
No, she could help JM Aviation.
Well, I was not part of JM Aviation again. I was
No,
not
you-
even there.
JM Aviation? You were a director of JM Aviation in 2015
Let's
and
go back
2016.
again. When AR came here, they did a deal with SAT. I was not even there.
Let me explain to you how she benefited JM Aviation.
Yes.
She agreed to sell to your daughter, Ms. Sokhulu,
Yes.
GPUs, 12 GPUs for 3 million rand.
Not to my daughter.
On the
to
same
JM
day,
Aviation,
on the same day,
JM Aviation, the
JM
person-
Aviation
Hang
asked,
on, Mr. Nzeku. Let counsel finish, then you can respond.
Yes.
on the same day, JM Aviation billed Swissport South Africa 9 million rand for those same GPUs. In a day, JM Aviation made the difference, 6 million rand. That is how Ms. Mela benefited JM Aviation.
Well,
Do you have a comment on that?
Well, I don't know that. Maybe the person who did the deal with Swissport, it was Mr. Els. I don't know how did he benefit it. I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know how.
Do you want me to tell you what happened with that 6 million rand?
Yes, please.
Yes, it ended up with Ms. Yake Quinana, the non-executive member of the board of SAA.
Yes,
and the chair of SAA Technical at the time.
yes. How did he?
4.3 million rand of that 6 million rand ended up with Ms. Quinana.
Who paid that 6 million to Ms. Quinn?
JM Aviation, sorry, apologies. Let me go there, I'm jumping ahead of myself. Ms. Nzeku, you paid it. So let me explain to you how you paid it to Ms. Quinana. Right. We need to look at your dealings with Zanospark.
Yes.
Yes. What is Zanospark?
Please, can you explain to me again?
What is Zanospark?
Who's actually the people of Zanopas?
Yes.
Is it Dalukolo or who's this? I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Yes.
Well, your affidavit says that you do remember that it's Ms. Goniwe,
Yes,
who is
yes,
the daughter of
very
Ms.
good.
Quinana. Is
Yes,
that correct?
That's exactly the Forex. Yes, I remember
Yes.
very well.
So tell me about Zanospark and your dealings with Zanospark and Ms. Goniwe.
Well, Chair, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the side, sorry, Chair. The Miss Koniwe, they were selling Bitcoin, Forex, and I decided that let me, with my small money I'm getting from JM, let me invest it, which is I invested in the Forex. Now, how does the Forex work? You know, you buy and sell, you buy and sell. This is exactly what I did. I didn't know that that money was going to Miss Quinana. I'm still actually in charge of that money even today.
Let's go through it. So I understand your affidavit to have indicated and your evidence now to be that Ms. Goniwe, who is Ms. Yake Quinana's daughter, approached you in 2016. Is that correct?
Yes, correct, yes.
And she said to you she was engaged in the business of Forex trading.
Yes.
Is that correct?
I don't remember 2016, maybe I think during that time.
No, your affidavit says 2016 and you started to make the payments in 2016. So can we take 2016? Please say yes, just for the record.
Well, Chair, I must say yes or no, I don't remember, but I know that I did deal with this lady, Koniwe.
Right. And she told you that her company was involved in Forex trading. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. And you wanted to hedge against the falling rand, according to your affidavit. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know, where did you get that, Councillor? Is it in my affidavit?
Yes.
What page is that again?
Let's go there. So if you'll take the big file in front of you, DD26.
What is it?
DD26, it's the first tab.
Number one, or first step.
Yes. Okay. And you'll find it at page 13, 1-3.
Number 28 or 20? 26?
Ms. Nzeku, so you're in under the first tab.
First step.
Yes,
okay.
please.
Tab number 3.
Tab number...
Tab number one. Yes.
Tab number
first
1, okay.
Right, page 13.
Page 13, correct,
Okay.
Chair. Apologies.
Okay.
Right, I've got it here. Thank you. Yes.
Right, so this is your affidavit, Mr. Nzeku, to the Commission. And if you pick it up at paragraph 62, you say there, Lumka, that's Ms. Goniwe's first name. You say, Lumka got in touch with me during 2016 and advised me that she was engaged in the business of Forex trade, for which her entity had a trading account. At paragraph 63, you say...
Sorry, Councillor, the number It's page 13.
Page 13,
And then we go to
paragraph
number-
62.
Okay, we go to number 14, where
No.
I'm supposed to sign.
Paragraph 62 at page 13.
Now it's DD 26.
Yes, yes, no, you're at the right page. You wanted to go
26
over the page to 14.
And then I went over the page.
Yes,
Yes, and then, I'm looking at this.
62, paragraph 62 on page 13.
No, it's page
13 is the red
13.
number.
13 and then DD 26.
No,
yes,
no.
it's DD 26 is the name of the bundle.
Yes.
Right, then you're at page 13,
Paragraph 13, yeah.
and we want you to
13.
go to paragraph 62.
On
Okay,
page
paragraph
13.
62.
No, no, on the same page,
Same
Mr.
page.
Nzeku.
Have you got page 13? Have you got page 13?
Yes, I'm at page 13, yes.
Okay, count paragraphs 1, 2, 3, 4. Paragraph
Yes,
number
yes,
4
I can
is
see
paragraph
62, yes.
62.
No, yes.
Okay.
And I'll read to you what is reflected there. Your affidavit. You say, Lumka got in touch with me during 2016 and advised me that she was engaged in the business of Forex trade, for which her entity had a trading account. Paragraph 63. The investment was appealing, given that it provided a hedge against the falling rand. That's what I just quoted to you, Mr. Nzeku, in the evidence. And
Yes,
you seem to have a difficulty with that being the reason that you invested in Zanospark.
No, sorry, Councillor, now I can see now, sorry, no,
No, that's fine.
yes.
So you get approached by Ms. Quinana's daughter in 2016. She says to you, her business is involved in Forex trading, and as I understand it, you wanted to invest in Forex trading. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And you wanted to do that to hedge against the depreciating rand. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
What do you know about Forex trading, Mr. Nzeku?
What do I know?
What do you know about it? How does it take place?
I'm a businessman.
You're a
You know, like
businessman.
any business person, if you don't know something, trading is trading.
Trading
I'm
is
sorry. I don't hear. Just
Sorry, Chair.
what is the answer to that
And,
question?
she asked me, what do I know about
Yeah,
Forex
Forex,
trading?
yes.
And I said, trading is trading. And then trading, what they're doing, it's buy and sell in the market, in the stock market. This is exactly, any businessman, they know about the trading. She asked me, what do I know about Forex? And I said, I'm a businessman. And I wanted actually, she can still ask me the same question, what do I know about Bitcoin? And I'll have to learn because I'm a businessman.
Ms. Hofmeyer?
What currency was the trading going to take place in?
Sorry?
What currency was the trading going to take place in?
Well, that time, I don't remember, that was a long time ago, but my investment is secured.
It's secured.
Yes.
Right. What sort of updates do you get on your investment?
What sort of?
Updates.
Well, you know, Commissioner Chair, this is my business. This is my private. If I put money and then I'm getting R1 or maybe R2, it's my business. This, as far as I know, this was my money. I didn't take it from nobody. So I don't know why now the councillor, she's asking me that question.
Well, her question is simple. Do you get, or rather, what updates do you get on your investment? Do you get any reports that tell you how your investment is doing?
Well, let me just make an example on the trade, because you go with the stock market, and then sometimes they tell you, sometimes they don't tell you.
No, the question is, maybe let's start with this question.
Yes.
Do you get any updates or reports on how your investment is performing?
I can say, Chair, after a year, they give you a report.
You do get
Yes.
reports
Yes.
every year,
After a year, yes.
once a year,
Once a year, yes.
okay? And reports in writing.
Well, not in writing, because now today you don't use, we use actually the email.
Emails.
Yeah, send me email, and then if
Yeah,
I've
you
got
get them by
investment,
email.
if I've got investment at ABSA, they tell
Yeah.
me, net sale, they tell me on the email.
So you get emails.
Yes.
Okay, Ms.
And
Hofmeyer.
would that include investment statements, updating you on how your investment is doing, how it's grown, how it's dropped?
Yes.
Yes, and you get those annually, do you?
Annually,
Right. And you receive them via email, I understand it?
yes.
Do you also get updates, payment advices? Do they ever pay the money back to you?
Well, let's just go back. The investment, as I recall, it was for 5 years. If you do investment and you agree to them, you says, listen, I've got 1 million rand here, and then I want to, instead of you guys paying me every month, and then I want to get this money after 5 years. It's up to me. So I'm not getting anything at the moment. The agreement is that I'll be getting my investment, my profit after 5 years.
And in those investment statements that you received, was it showing that you were doing well or poorly?
Well, again, sometimes we do well, sometimes we don't do well.
And you saw all of that in the investment statements you receive yearly, is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Nzeku, you've deposed to an affidavit that's been submitted to the Commission when we asked you for the documents that we've just been talking about.
Yes.
Do you remember what you said in that affidavit?
Please remind me, Councillor.
You said you've never received any investment statements.
Well, at the moment, as I said to the chair, they always send me the email, not actually my email. Now, I didn't even know that I'll have to, this is exactly what I was actually discussing with my lawyers. I didn't even know that maybe it's needed here. I was thinking that maybe the chair wanted to know that.
Mr. Nzegu,
Yes.
the question is whether you remember that in your affidavit you said you do not receive any statements relating to this investment.
I don't remember, Chair.
You don't remember?
Yes.
Okay.
You went further, you said you have no documents that you're able to provide to the Commission about this investment.
Well, maybe my lawyers, they advise me to say that.
No, Ms. Nzeku, it can't always be the lawyers. This is your version. On an affidavit to this Commission, you said there were no investment statements. Today, you have changed that version, and you've told us about annual statements that tell you that you're sometimes doing well and sometimes doing badly on the Forex market.
Can I ask you, why are you shouting at me?
I'm not, Mr. Nzeku.
I don't like your tone.
Mr. Nzeku.
No, please, I don't like your tone.
It's been a long day.
No, really, Chair, I really don't like the way she's talking to me. If you're forcing me to agree what you're saying, don't scream at me.
Okay,
I don't like that.
Okay, Mr. Nzegu. Okay, let's take it step by step. Is the position that you do receive statements telling you how the investment is performing?
Well, I can say, Chair, yes.
You do. Okay. Do you remember or do you not remember whether in your affidavit you said you do not receive such statements? Do you remember?
I don't remember, Chair.
Okay, Ms. Hofmeyer, do you want to?
I think my
refer?
learned friend wants to say something.
Chair, forgive me. I've got another engagement at 6:30 p.m.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I do.
Yes.
We had agreed to sit late, which we understood would be end at 5:30. We now gone at 6 o'clock.
Yes. So what's the latest you would like to get out of here?
Chair, if my learned friend, as she is, so are we anxious to conclude this today. If my learned friend could conclude within the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, then you would be okay. How is that?
I will do my absolute best, Chair.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
All right, okay.
I asked you earlier what you understand to happen with Forex trading, right?
Yes.
And you said you're a businessman, you understand trading. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know that trading in Forex is a regulated industry?
Yes.
Yes. So did you check with Zanospark when Ms. Goniwe approached you whether it had the requisite licenses to be trading in Forex?
Well, they did actually send me the account. They did tell me the company. They said, this is the company.
Yes.
This is exactly where you'll be paying.
Yes.
Not to a name. This is exactly what I did. Sorry, Chair. Yeah, they did say to me, this is the company. If you're investing in this company, not to us. They did show me that.
And did you check whether that company was licensed to engage in Forex trading?
I did check that company, not to say it was licensed. I just wanted to check that if maybe this money disappear, will I get it back? Which is the company was there. About the license, I did not check.
So how did you check about the company? What did you ask for?
Well, if they give me if she told me the account number, and this is the people, this is the company you're dealing with. And I just decided that, okay, let me just phone these people and find out exactly before I do any payment, does it exist? Which is, it was there.
Did you discover in those inquiries that the company had been created in February 2016?
No, I didn't know that.
No. And did you establish that the two directors were Ms. Goniwe and Ms. Quinana?
No, I didn't know that.
And you didn't make any inquiries about whether it was licensed, is that correct?
No, I did not.
So do you learn today for the first time when I tell you that Zanospark has no, it's neither an authorized dealer with the Reserve Bank to trade in Forex, nor does it have any license with the FSCA, that's the Financial Services Conduct Authority, to engage in the provision of financial services related to trading?
Well, I didn't know that, but only thing I can tell you, Chair, the money I paid, it's safe, and if I want to get that money back, I'll get it back. Same as my thinking with Ms. Mbanjwa, when I want to pay that money, it was going on the trust. If maybe that money is supposed to go back, it must come back. That's exactly my thinking. Now, as a businessman, maybe the council is going to ask me, if you put that money, you are not actually expecting to get interest. Yes, I do. But instead of losing, I'd rather not get any interest. Let me get my money back. That's all I can say.
So this was your investment.
Yes.
And you were going to put it with Zanospark, and nothing put you on guard that this would be anything other than a legitimate investment. Is that right?
Nothing what?
Right.
Nothing was, you didn't pick up anything that suggested that there might be a problem with investing in this company?
No, nothing, Chair.
Okay.
And now you've learned that Zanospark doesn't have any licenses to conduct trading. So any trading that it was doing would be unlawful. Does that cause you concern?
Well, it's the first time I'm hearing this. The first time, yes, I'm concerned. First time I'm hearing this now.
I said to you, Mr. Nzeku, that I was going to show you how the 6 million rand that JM Aviation ended up benefiting Ms. Quinana. So I'd like to take you to that, and it's through your Zanospark investments.
Yes.
Let's go, if we can, to the file, the big file, DD26.
DD26.
Yes. And we need to go to page 49, which is under tab 9. Please go to tab 9, and then find page 49.
There's a SIPRO here. Page.
Tab 9. Ms. Hofmeyer?
Tab 9, page 49, correct, Chair.
Page 45. Page 49 here.
tab
Yes, I'm
9.
at 49. It's for D26,
Yeah.
49/1.
Yeah, page 49.
Are you under tab 9, Mr. Nzeku? It should be a bank statement in front of you. Tab 9, yes, I think that's right, from what I can see. And it's a bank statement, is that right?
Yes, a bank statement, yes.
Right. So this is the bank statement of JM Aviation. We've moved a little bit further on in 2016, Chair and Mr. Nzeku. We're now in about the month of June, right?
Yes.
And you'll see halfway down the entries on that page, there's a big credit that JM Aviation receives from Swissport South Africa. Do you see that? Of 9.849 600 million. So that, let me just get the,
On
for
what
the record.
date?
Chair, it's on the 24th of June.
Okay. Swissport.
Do you have it, Chair? Sort
Yes,
of
I've
midway
got
down.
it, yes.
Well, is it page 49?
Yes, you know
Yes.
the bank statement
And
there?
is it page 2 or page 1? Because you've got 49.
Page 49?
No, it's the first 49. Thank you, Mr. Nzeku.
Okay.
So if you go halfway down there to the date of the 24th of June, you'll see that Swissport South Africa pays 9,849,600 rand to JM Aviation. Do you see that?
I don't see that here. I can see only 7.
Move up a bit. Move 3 lines up. And then you see 9,849,000. Can you see that?
Well, on my right-hand side here.
Yes, in the amounts column.
Yeah, in the amount column.
Maybe it'll speed things up if one of my learned friends wouldn't mind just directing
Yes.
Mr. Nzeku to it, or if the registrar could.
Yes, maybe let's try. You are on the right page, it's 49 on the red number, is that correct?
49 stroke 1.
Yes. And
No,
you-
Mr. Nzeku, I've
No,
just...
not 49.1, just 49.
If you go back a page, we'll be fine, thank you. Yes. If you go
Yeah,
back
49.
one page, that's page 49. Do you have that? Mr. Bayat can assist you.
Yeah, this is 49, yes, I've got it, yeah.
Okay. Can you see somewhere in the middle of that, you'll see Swissport SA? And then you'll see 9,849,000.
600, yes, I can see it, yes.
You can see that, okay. Yes.
Just before we go there, can I just ask, did you have any discussions with your wife about your investing in the Forex trade?
Did I have a discussion with her?
Yes,
I think I did.
you did.
If I remember, yes.
Did she invest or did you just invest?
Well, I think I also asked her that if maybe she can also invest.
She can also invest.
Yes.
Yes.
So her money?
Your voice is going
Chair,
down,
sorry.
so.
Yes,
yeah.
Chair, I did ask her that she can invest.
Yeah, okay.
Was she going to be investing her money?
No, it was my money,
Your money?
yes.
So she was going to be investing your money in Zanospark.
Yes.
Why would she need to invest your money if you were also investing your money?
Well, I don't see anything wrong. If maybe there was a good business sense or maybe there was a good returns.
No, but I understand that if she's investing her own money, why would she be needed to invest your money?
Why she did?
Yes, why would you have her invest your money instead of you investing it yourself?
Sorry, Councillor, I didn't see anything wrong. That if maybe I want my wife to invest her money where we can get returns, I didn't see anything wrong in that.
Mr.
Maybe to you it was wrong, but to me it was not.
I'm just trying to understand from you. You were approached by Ms. Goniwe.
Yes.
You wanted to invest in Forex trading. Why get your wife to invest your money in the Forex trading?
Well, I'm sorry, it happened, and this is exactly the decision I took.
Okay. So Swissport South Africa paid 9.8 million or thereabouts on the 24th of June to JM Aviation, correct?
Let me just see there. Okay, 9.4, yeah, yes.
Yes. And that was for the GPUs that they bought from JM Aviation. We've had evidence about that previously. Those are the GPUs that JM Aviation paid just 3 million to SAA Technical for.
Yes.
Right. So that money comes into the account. What you'll notice, Ms. Nzeku, is the account of JM Aviation is depleted before that. You see, before that amount came in, it was only sitting at 89,834 rand. Do you see that?
Let me go back again. Where's that?
It's in the line above.
Out of the 9,804, there was a balance of what?
Just before the 9 million came in, the balance appears to have been 89,834.
Yes, I can see that.
You
yes.
can see that, okay.
You see, because by the 24th of June, that 28.5 million that you'd received from Swissport South Africa
Yes.
had been reduced. 20 million had gone to Jamicron, 2.5 million had gone to you, 2.5 million had gone to Mr. Kolisi and ended up buying the cars for Mr. Lester Peter, and 2.5 million had been paid the previous month to Ms. Mela.
No, Councillor. This 20 million, it went to Jamaica?
Yes.
It went. It didn't come back to us.
No, indeed.
That
So
money, wait, Wahabiki, that money, it was paid to JM, and JM paid that money to Jalikolo, and then it didn't come back.
No, indeed. That's what I'm explaining, Ms. Nzeko. I'm just showing how...
You say it did.
I said all the money went out. I might have said something incorrectly, but I was trying to emphasize.
Yeah.
Just takes a little bit of time. Okay, let's go back. 23rd of March, JM Aviation gets 28.5 million from Swissport, right?
For what? For GPUs?
No. This might not be a profitable line, Chair. Let me just proceed. All that we need to look at for the moment is that 9.8 million came into the JM Aviation account on the 24th of June from Swissport for the GPUs, right?
Okay.
If you go a little bit further down that page, you'll see on the 29th of June, there's a 2.5 million rand that goes out. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see it goes to
Yes.
Hendricks, yes.
It goes to Hendricks. That's your wife, is that correct?
100%, yes.
Yeah. Why was your wife being paid 2.5 million rand by the company?
No, that was my money. As I said, that was my money. That's what money I got from the company, and then I decided to do the investment. And I decided that let me actually, my wife must do the investment on her name, but it's my money. I didn't see anything wrong in that.
So you, JM Aviation, paid 2.5 million to your wife on the 29th of June. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Right. Why was she entitled to that money?
As I said again, Chair, that money, it was my money. I decided that my wife, she must do the investment on her name.
Did you discuss this payment of 2.5 million to your wife with any of your other directors?
I discussed it with Jules. He didn't have a problem. He's my partner.
Do you know what Ms. Hendricks then did with that 2.5 million?
As I said, Ms. Hendricks, that money we invested. We invested that money.
With Zanospark?
Not with Zanospark. I don't see Zanospark here.
No? Where was she going to invest that then?
But when you say Zanospark, I don't see Zanospark. But as far as I remember, Zanospark, the money I invested in Zanospark, it was around about 7 million, 6 million.
I'm asking about this payment. You said you discussed with your co-directors that you
Yes.
pay your wife 2.5 million of the 9.8 million that had been received from Swissport.
Yes.
And you said she was going to do it for an investment.
Yes.
An investment where?
Well, it was one of the company in which we decided to do the investment. and of the Bitcoin, we decided to do that.
So it was a Bitcoin investment,
Yes.
not a
If
Xano.
if I remember very clearly, because I don't know, maybe did we put it to Zanospark or maybe we put it to Bitcoin, but we did that investment.
Okay, so the bank statements show you paid it to Zanospark, right?
We paid it to Zanospark.
Yes.
I pay 7 million and then she pay exactly 2 million. The money we paid to Zanospark, it was 9 million.
No, Mr. Nzeku, your 7.5 includes this 2.5 as
Or
I
it includes
understand
this
the
one, maybe,
facts.
maybe
Yes.
it's maybe right, maybe right.
So why do you have to pay it to Ms. Hendricks for her to pay it to Zanospark? Why don't you just pay it to Zanospark?
Well, it happened, Councillor. This is exactly my decision. That time I decided to do it and it was done.
I'm asking for an explanation, Mr. Nzeku, and in fairness to you, I must
Sorry,
explain why.
I cannot explain. This is my decision. I took Chair. It was done by that time.
You see, sometimes people route money through other entities or other persons because they don't want it to be traced back to them. Could that have been what was going on here?
Well, sorry, Chair. If the money is in the bank, it's got a trace. We are sitting here, we are talking about 2.5. This money was paid from Swissport, and we decided that my wife must. There's no other way that you can dodge it. I decided that my wife and myself, we must do the investment. That's a decision I took that time.
Mr. Nzeku, a person who's just looking at this bank statement doesn't know that Ms. Hendricks is your wife, do they?
They don't?
They don't know that Ms. Hendricks is your wife, do they?
Sorry, Chair. Well, if a person look at it and then he doesn't think that he's not my wife, well, it's that person's problem. But I'm saying she's my wife.
No, but...
Okay, 1 second. We have gone past 6:15.
Chair, I don't know how much longer my learned friend would be. I mean, we did make an early start and we did say we'd sit late.
Yeah.
So we'd appreciate some consideration to our plight as well. So I just don't know how much longer my learned friend would be.
Yeah, yes. Ms. Hofmeyr did say she would try, and I accept that she has been trying. I guess she's trying to strike a balance between trying to finish and still do justice to the issues.
Chair, the one way to do it might be, without going to the bank statements, just to put to Mr. Nzeku what the flow of funds looks like, to explain to him where they end up, and then to put some final concluding aspects to him.
As long as you are satisfied that that would do justice to the issues.
I think it
And
will.
of course, this might be unusual, but I don't know whether, if you too press for time, whether it is an option for your attorney to remain if Ms. Hofmeyr is not going to be too long. I don't know whether that's an option. It's not usual. I'm just checking.
Chair, I'm happy with Ms. Hofmeyr's suggestion, and I'll sit and wait through it. There wouldn't be any
Yes,
interference.
okay,
Thank you.
okay.
Thank you so much, and I really am indebted, Mr. Ali. Thank you very much. I did abandon one whole line of questioning because
Yeah.
I knew that the timing was not on our side.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Nzeku, let me try and summarize. If you want me to take you to a document at any point, I will.
Please summarize. Thank you.
Right. 9.8 million comes in from Swissport. It gets paid to your wife a few days later of 2.5 million. Your wife then pays it into Zanospark. I think it was 2 days later. Right. Then we want to look at what happens with the Zanospark use of that money, right? And we go to the Zanospark bank statements. Chair, for the record, those are in DD 26 at page 392. But I don't suggest we go there because by agreement with everyone, I'm going to summarize it. Okay. Now remember, Zanospark was created as a company in February 2016. You'll recall that. I told you that earlier and you said you weren't aware that it had been created in 2016. Again, those records are within the bundle. So it has an opening balance as an entity of 501 Rand and 37 cents before it receives the payment from your wife. on the 1st of July 2016 of 2.5 million. Okay. And then your wife paid another amount on the 28th of July 2016. She paid 600,000 to Zanospark. Then, I'll give you the reference at page 397 of bundle DT 26. There was then a direct payment from JM Aviation to Zanospark on the 30th of August 2016 of 605,000 Rand. And then the final payment of which we are, in relation to which we're interested, you'll find at page 399 of Exhibit DD 26. That's another 600,000 Rand from JM Aviation to Zanospark on the 21st of September 2016. Now, during that whole time, nothing else of any note is happening in the Zanospark bank account. It just repeatedly, between July and September of 2016, gets these payments from JM Aviation directly or from your wife. On the 23rd of September 2016, Zanospark pays that total. It's a total of about 4.3 million. From its one account to its other account. The other account is a business account, and that depletes the balance in the account that you and your wife were paying into to about 834 Rand. There's no trading that's happening in relation to that money. It comes in and it goes out within 2 months. There's a movement between the two accounts, and then it goes out to be paid to Ms. Yake Quinana. Are these all facts that you have no knowledge of, Mr. Nzeku?
Well, I must just tell you that, sorry, Chair, I don't have facts, but if Swissport decided actually to pay money in JM Aviation, I didn't see anything wrong. If Swissport paid that money, and then myself and my partner, and then we decided to use the money the way we want to use it, I don't see anything wrong.
And now that you know it ended up benefiting Ms. Yake Quinana, is that a concern for you?
Well, I don't know that it did benefit Ms. Quinana. This is the first time I'm hearing this.
No, I'm asking you today, when you hear it for the first time, does it concern you?
Well, I don't really think it can concern me, because I don't know what value can she really add in me, or maybe in Swissport, or maybe in JM Aviation. It doesn't concern me.
Well, she played a very critical role because she was on the board of SAA Technical when SAA Technical decided to give your joint venture with AAR
Thank you very
the
much.
components contract.
Can you just stop there, Councillor? I want to make it a point that JM Aviation came late in this thing of AR. Lufthansa was there, and then Air France was there. JM Aviation, we just started yesterday. And if you can really look, Chair, JM Aviation, it's just a small company started yesterday. If you look, we didn't even have actually any...
Yes, but when it started is neither here nor there. The question that Council is putting to you is,
they did.
should it not be a concern to you?
Yes.
That Ms. Quinana, who played an important role in relation to the contract, ends up getting some money that comes from JM Aviation.
Well, Chair, I didn't even know that she was involved.
But if it is true that that is what has happened, would that be a concern to you?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes, it would be.
Yes, it will be.
Okay.
And she received the payment a month after she left SAA Technical. Did you know that?
She what?
She received the payment a month after she left SAA Technical. Did you know that?
I don't know when did she actually leave the company.
Okay.
So what about that?
She left in August 2016 and she received the payment on the 23rd of September 2016.
From JM or from...
Well, through Zanospark, well, JM, through your wife, through Zanospark to Ms. Quinana.
Yes.
Ms. Nzeku, were you present at the hearings of the Commission for Ms. Sambo's evidence?
Yes, I did. I did listen.
Do you remember Ms. Sambo's evidence was that Ms. Quinana had a meeting with the AAR representatives, including Ms. Jackson, and she said that Ms. Quinana had said that before she left SAA, and SAA Technical, she wanted to get her hands on some money. Do you remember that being her evidence?
No, I don't remember.
No. And is it your evidence that this payment to Ms. Quinana has no bearing on that evidence?
Well, I said no.
Thank you. Mr. Nzeku, you mentioned your concern about tax compliance earlier.
yes.
Remember the 28.5 million that you
Yes.
received from Swissport?
Swissport, yes.
You were concerned to ensure that your tax affairs were in good order, is that correct?
The company tax.
Yes,
because it was due to-
apologies, the
yes.
company's tax. Did you follow up on whether tax was appropriately paid?
No, I did not.
No, because the facts are no tax has been paid to SARS in relation to that 28.5 million that you received from JM Aviation.
How much money it was? 28, it was not paid?
So of the 28.5 million, the VAT portion of that is 3.5 million.
Yes.
You were concerned to make sure that SARS got everything it was due, correct?
Correct, yes.
Yes. There was never a payment to SARS for that amount. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of that.
So that's an outstanding liability that JM Aviation has to SARS, correct?
Correct, yes.
Will you be following up about that?
Definitely. Thank you
Excellent.
for advising.
And please let us know how that goes. And please also, if you could ask your attorneys to send through to us tomorrow the investment statements that you received from Zanospark annually, that you said you previously forgot about, but you've now confirmed that you have.
I'm sorry, Councillor. I cannot do it like yesterday, the way I'll have to look. I'll have to take my time.
Would a week be
Yes,
sufficient?
Yes,
Excellent.
yes. Sorry, Chair.
Yes, no, that's fine. Within a week, you think you'd be able to?
No, not in a week, Chair. And then, in this COVID, and then, everybody, they are all over.
How much time do you think would be reasonable?
Well, I'll have to phone the office and talk to them and tell them that this is exactly needed.
Shall we say you do your best to let the commissioner have it within 10 days, and if that time is not enough, you will ask your attorneys to let us know by when it can be sent.
What exactly are you looking for?
The statements that you
That
said
were emailed.
you were receiving in relation to the investment.
Investment.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll have to try to get that.
Yes, no, just your evidence previously was you received them via email. So it shouldn't be too difficult, it seems to me, Ms. Nzeku, to ask for those emails to be
But,
printed.
Councillor, can you please give me a chance?
Of course, 10 days.
Don't pressurize me now.
No.
You want things now like yesterday. Do you want it? I'll have to talk to my... Don't do that. Please give me a break.
No, Mr. Nzegu, you remember I said...
No, but I understand what
let
you're
us say
saying.
10 days if there's a problem.
Let me talk to my lawyers and then talk to my people, and then they'll definitely contact.
No, that's fine. That's
Yes.
fine. That's fine.
Chair, then just in conclusion, it's fair that I put certain propositions to Mr. Nzeku because they will form the basis of the submissions that we'll make to the Commission in due course.
Yes.
And it is to offer you an opportunity, Mr. Nzeku, to comment on what I say will be our submissions in due course. Mr. Nzeku, we will submit to the Chair in due course that you have been a dishonest witness, that you have changed your version on numerous occasions today. Do you have a response to that?
Well, I said, no, I did not. If I didn't remember something, I didn't remember. Doesn't mean that if you don't remember, you are dishonest. If you remember, you remember. If you don't, you don't.
It will be our submission in due course that you were involved in a corrupt scheme that enabled you and yourself and your company to benefit from deals with SAA and SAA Technical. Do you have a response to that?
I said no.
And
We were giving a service. There was no corruption. There was nothing stolen. The company did business with those people. If there was something wrong there, they were supposed to stop it, something wrong. I said no, there was no corruption. If there was a corruption, Councillor, in 4 days' time, 5 days' time, we are not supposed to sit and talk about it. We are talking about something happened 3-4 years ago. Why now? Why this thing that didn't stop at that time?
And the corruption was facilitated through kickback payments, first to Mr. Lester Peter so that he could buy 2 cars. Your comment on that?
I don't know about that.
Secondly, to Ms. Mela so that she could purchase a property in Bedford View. Your comment on that?
I don't know about that.
And thirdly, to Ms. Quinana, who got 4.3 million the month after she left SAA Technical. Your comment on that?
I know nothing about it. I don't know.
Chair, those are the questions that I have for Mr. Nzeku.
If, of course, Mr. Nzeku, on a consideration of all the evidence, I were to conclude that there was no meeting that took place in the Eastern Cape.
And in Bindweni.
And yeah, I was
Yes.
looking for the name of the place, yes.
Yes.
Then it would mean that you would also have been party to saying something happened that didn't happen.
Understand.
You accept that, yeah?
Understand.
Yes. But you stand on your version that
stand,
the meeting
yes.
did take
Yes,
place.
it did, yes.
And insofar as the offer to purchase may have been a forgery, you say you were not involved in that.
Well, the way the councillor, they got that Miss Barkley, something like that.
Yes, the
that they
expert.
must look, yes.
Yes,
For me, I accept because
Yeah.
it doesn't,
yes,
yes,
yes.
accept all the
Okay.
papers. They were-
Okay,
they were not on.
okay. No, thank you very much. I don't know whether you wish to re-examine or not really, or whether you wish to come back some other time to re-examine.
No, Chair, that's fine.
You are fine.
Yeah, we have our position. We
Yes.
don't intend to re-examine.
Yes. Okay. Okay. No, that's fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Nzegu, for coming to give evidence. It's been a long day.
I know.
You are excused now. And thank you to your legal team for all the cooperation as well. We are done for now. And should a need arise, and it doesn't look like it will arise, but should it arise for further questions to be put to you, arrangements would be made.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Do I take my files or they stay here?
I think if they are yours, you can take them. Ms. Hofmeyer will tell you.
Ms. Hofmeyer, all these files are my name. Can I have them?
I've got no difficulty with you taking the witness file. And, can I say, sorry?
Yeah.
I know that the document management team has a difficulty with the files being taken, but
Yeah.
electronically we would be able to provide you through your attorneys with a copy. Could I
Yes.
ask that we do that rather? I'm just
Yes.
anxious about the hard copy being
But my
taken.
pain is they didn't get the document. We just gave them the document when we came here. That's why I said, can I have them? And go and stand instead.
Ms. Nzeku, all I'm saying is, the document
So it's
management
no,
team.
so-
No, Ms. Nzeku, I'm saying we can email you an electronic copy
No,
of the
I
full
believe in
files.
reading. I like to read.
Yes.
This was a good
Mr.
lesson of the
Nzeku,
school today.
I will take the blame with the document management team.
So thank you very much.
You may take it with pleasure.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Councillor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Nzeku. Tomorrow, I will hear 2 or 3 witnesses whose evidence will relate to the evidence of Mr. Sundaram, who gave evidence last year about ANN7. That's the evidence I will hear tomorrow. So, but for now, I think we will adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
Um,
And
Then
thank you for the indulgence of sitting so late.
Yes, no. We appreciate everybody's cooperation. On this work stream, are we left with about 2 or 3 witnesses?
Correct, Chair.
Yes. Okay, all right. We adjourn.